Hey, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Vanguard Wall. I feel like I say this every episode, but I've been looking forward to this for a while. You and I met. Man, it's been a while ago. I don't really know when we first started talking because I think I've been following you for a while on the internet. I found you, man, I think it was over a year ago is when I first kind of started figuring out who you were and saw you. But you did a Soul, I think it was SoulCon 365. It was a devotional.
Yeah.
And I noticed it was really unique. You were really speaking to men about masculinity and being a Christian. I have a friend named Terry Wilson. He wears a shirt sometimes that says "Save Not Soft," and I love that. And you really, when you were talking about that devotional, it really embodied that. And then kind of fast forward, I became friends with Will Kaufman, who's a director. He added me to like a Christian group in Instagram, and then all of a sudden I saw you post something there one day. I didn't realize you were part of the group. Hadn't really paid attention. I was like, holy cow. That's cool. And then I think that's when I reached out. Hey, dude, you should come on the podcast. And then we ended up linking up. We got to know each other while we were doing your prep, man. And you've just got a super fun story, an interesting story. So I know time is really important. You're an actor, you're a writer, speaker, you've got a lot of things going on. And so I just really want to thank you for taking the time and making the time to come on here and telling your story.
Yeah, I'm honored. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Before we jump off, I want to introduce Cody, give you a solid intro so people know a little bit about you and about what we're about to talk about.
Thank you, brother.
A kid chasing parties and empty promises opens a Bible in a Navy barracks, and his entire world changes in 1 second. From nuclear deterrence missions spanning the globe to writing his way back from the darkness of depression, not for a book deal, but just to survive. Today, you're about to meet Cody Bobay, Navy veteran and former naval air crewman on a nuclear warfare platform that also did electronic warfare. You've been a husband for 19 years. You're a father, an author, and the kind of man who embodies what it means to be a warrior in every sense of that word. But this isn't a story about success and glory. This is about a man who encountered Jesus at 18 in a moment of desperation, who learned discipline in the back of planes preparing for nuclear war at war, who got out of the military with nothing but hopes and dreams, and then had to fight his way through brutal rejection while battling waves of depression that threatened to take him under. When the depression screamed so loud he couldn't think straight, Cody started writing, not for publication, not for an audience. He wrote letters to himself. He wrote what he believed God was whispering to his soul when the pain was so screaming. Those raw, desperate writings became SoulCon Warrior 365, a devotional that hit number 1 in 2 categories and number 9 on Amazon's bestseller list because it speaks to something men rarely talk about, the dark moments when you want to quit everything and how you find the strength to keep going. This isn't your grandfather's devotional. This is a naval veteran who understands discipline, a man who meditates for 30 minutes daily, a husband who stayed faithful through deployments and chaos, and a soul who knows what it's like to feel like a pathetic loser while still choosing to get up and be a warrior. Whether you're a believer or a skeptic, a veteran or a civilian, someone winning or someone barely hanging on, Cody Bobay's story will challenge you because real biblical masculinity isn't about perfection. It's about stewarding your mind, your fitness, your emotion, and your life with massive intensity, especially when you're struggling. So buckle up. This conversation goes deep. We're talking about military, marriage, missions, all the stuff having to do with deployments, the brutal reality of pursuing impossible dreams, mental health, meditation on what it really means to be a warrior in a world that desperately needs men who refuse to quit. This is the story of Cody Bobay, and it starts right now.
Wow.
I love that, man. You've got such a unique background.
That's cool.
Thank
you for sharing.
I know your wife is a huge part of your life. You've been married for 19 years. Before we really dive into your story, what do you think is one of your secrets to success in your marriage?
Vulnerability. Like and this is the secret to what I have found to men living in power and consistency. If you're vulnerable, and vulnerable is strength, even though it feels like weakness. But when I can communicate to my wife and be vulnerable with her, it changes everything. To say, hey, you know what? I'm actually feeling a little scared by this, and I've faced so many impossibilities. I'm facing impossibilities again. We'll talk about that. When you communicate that sexually, your needs, your expectations, when you communicate vulnerably and authentically with your sexual hunger, because part of my story. I mean, I've never met a time in my life that I can remember where I wasn't horny.
Yeah.
So I love my marriage. I love that God created sex. I've abused that. And thank God in my marriage, I've honored that. But a great sex life starts with vulnerability, and that creates intimacy. And I think for every man listening, it's a fire that we have to continue to keep lit and contain in the fireplace and not let it consume our entire house. So I would say vulnerability is the top one.
I love that, man. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
So you were born in the 1980s, man. As it's funny, as my daughter's been saying lately, it's like, yeah, you're from the 19s. It's just an odd thing that she said that makes me laugh. But take me to your earliest memories of your childhood. Where did you grow up? What was life like?
Yeah, so broken home in the 19s, right? In the 19s, and I was raised with my dad in the 19s, and that's very abnormal. So I realized, I think I was either 6 months or 18 months old based on what I can find when my parents were separated, and I lived with my dad my whole life and had visitation with my mom. But when you're a kid growing up and trying to find your way, because puberty sucks, you hit puberty, everything starts to change, growth, hair, like all of a sudden now you're thinking about what men think about, and you are trying to socially get along with people and find love and acceptance with people. You find out really fast when you come from a broken home, especially in the 1980s, that you're different. And just like I do, and I'm sure you do, I vet my kids' friends. I do research on them, and I
have to.
on their parents. And like we don't do slumber parties, like we don't do that type of stuff. And we're very, I know too much now to be able to not be very disciplined. Well, I was the kid that I wouldn't let my kids hang out with, and I was the home that I didn't want my kids going to. And when you see really good put together, when I was growing up and I saw good put together families, I'm like, I want that. Like I want my dad and my mom to be able to go to a sporting event and not scream and fight at each other and embarrass the absolute hell out of me. I wanted that, but I didn't know how. And then I'd want a friendship, and I'd see those friends get like kind of put off. And and I understand it, but when you come from a rough background and you're trying to make friendships, the rough guys accept you. And I got accepted by the partying culture and grew into that.
If we can go back a little bit, I mean, It is extremely uncommon for, an 18-month-old to get placed with their dad. What was going on with your mom?
Yeah, a lot that I've heard, a lot that I've read, just in that of, instability at the time. And the judge made that decision, and the judge gave custody to my dad, and full custody. And, that is super rare in the 1980s. And my brother, I have a brother 19 months older than me, and my dad, we grew up together. And in all sense of the word, I think we all grew up together. And my dad really tried, and he's a really good dude. I can't imagine, like I have an amazing wife and I have 2 kids. I can't imagine trying to do it on your own in a culture like that. And he had his, own business, but it came with a lot of things that develop you emotionally skewed. And you have to be like the fight or flight. You have to be fight, and you have to protect yourself, and you have to protect those emotions.
Did you have a relationship with your mom at all growing up?
Yeah, I did. And it was really interesting. So eventually, now we have a really good relationship, and I'm super thankful for it. But it was really always dicey. And it was kind of that feeling of when you had that relationship, kind of like what crowd were you pleasing? Like if it went good, because my parents still don't get along to this day. And, it would make home life really bad if you talked high about one person or the other. So I felt like a peacekeeper in it. But it was constant warfare, and you're living in warfare of like, you don't understand what's happening. Like you don't have the maturity to understand, but you're like, dang, I enjoy spending time with this person. But why are we meeting for visitation at a police office? I don't understand. And, then you see the other side, and you see, your dad and you get to know them both, and you just don't have, like, I didn't realize at the time. Now as a man, I get it. It's like, man, you don't have the ability to comprehend what's going on, and you don't have the ability to emotionally process it. So what I did was what every young man would do, is just bottle it up and let it pretend like it didn't exist, and then it explodes at the wrong times.
You know, being a kid from a broken home, you know, especially when divorce wasn't common, was there a sense of isolation you felt, like being kind of in a different family? I mean, you just kind of said that you would see, like, you know, good families and you're like, hey, I want that. What did you have those conversations with your parents?
Never.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was super isolated. And I remember being at parties. I didn't like parties. I actually didn't like, I still am learning to really like people. There's some people, you know.
That's not a bad thing.
Yes. I mean, I love Jesus, but I'm learning to like people. And at that point, I didn't like any of it. And I was really learning to hate life. So yeah, it was tough, man. But it wasn't, you know, tough is always relative. And I tell people, because people will be like, yeah, well, but it wasn't this and it wasn't this. But it was the tough that I knew. And dude, like, we sit down and do 100 push-ups right now. That's a certain tough that sucks in the moment. But kids that don't have the ability to compare what tough is, and they're going through that, where it's emotionally complex tough, they don't know how to process it. And I had no idea how to process it.
Age 13, I know one of the things we had talked about, you started falling into alcoholism. I mean, how does a 13-year-old fall into something like that?
Yeah, apple puckers was my first time. So I was at a party and a guy's like, hey man, try this. And we're hanging out, and, you know, I wanted to be like, I like these guys. And I was like, oh yeah, cool. I'll try it. And I had some, and I was like, oh, that tastes really good. And then I had a couple shots of it, and all of a sudden that pain in my brain started to go down, and I found that release, and I was like, man, this is nice. And then I saw a side of me come out that I'm like, man, this is a different side. I've never had this side come out, a side that would be wild and party and dance, and where typically the old salty me is this, like, you know, at 13 without alcohol, I'm a disgruntled old man with a cigar talking about old war stories, and no 13-year-old wants to be that person. So at 13, I realized alcohol was an escape for me, and I loved it.
Age 14, man, you're knee deep in it.
Yeah.
In that life. Can you tell us a little bit about kind of what was going on? Is whatever you feel comfortable with?
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, at 13, it really starts. At 14, 15, that age, right? I start to realize, man, there's a side of me that I really enjoy when this happens, because I actually didn't like the idea of going to parties. But then once I had Jägermeister and Red Bull, all of a sudden it was fun. And I started to realize that, like, this side that's pent up inside of me, of the frustration, the difficulty, the hurt, the pain, at this point, I wouldn't, like, cry myself to sleep. 'Cause, you know, like, men don't cry. And that's what my mentality was, of like, I want to be a man. Well, dude, I'm 14. Like, you're not even close to a man. I'm 40 and still barely a man. So at that point, I started to realize, oh, there's a whole lifestyle here, and there's acceptance, and there's the girl culture that I got into, of like, oh man, you're partying, you're with your boys, and then there's a girl, and then you can have an orgasm with them, and then you build that social status with, like, oh man, that girl, we did stuff together, and then that girl, we did stuff together, and the boys, which was really interesting for me. Like, I cared more about camaraderie with my brothers than I did about, like, relationships with girls. And I just wanted love and acceptance, and I wanted a brotherhood. And I thought I could find it in partying. So I pushed harder, and I had no idea what it would lead to.
Did you feel at some point like you were rotting, or that you knew you were kind of on a destructive path, but you knew it fell well? I mean, what was going, was, if you can remember, because it's a while ago.
Yeah, I can remember very vividly. I would have friends that would pass out drunk, and I was like immune to it, to passing out. And I could drink so much. And I remember thinking, like, why isn't my brain making me pass out? Because it'd be sure great to pass out right now. We'd do drinking games and hang out, and I could just outdrink anybody. And I mean, most people. but I'd see people pass out at parties and I'd still be awake, and I wasn't the best sleeper. And I'd look at myself in the mirror at 2, 3, 4 a.m. thinking, I hate what you've become. And I remember wanting something that I couldn't figure out what I wanted. Because the partying lifestyle, I was getting most, for a heterosexual male, I was getting most things that you could want. And it was just destroying me inside. And, hey, go do this fight and experience this. And go get a from this girl and go do all these things. It's like, I was doing that. And sexual activity here and all these things. And I was miserable inside. And when I started to think through those things, I remember thinking, like, I'd see churches and I'd have no comprehension of what it was, but it was like there was a part of my heart that wanted to be there. So one of the first times in high school, I go to a youth group, and this is really important. I tell my kids this all the time, like, hey, look for the guy that is me. I walked into youth groups and people would joke of like, what are you doing here? That is not a joke you want to do to a guy that is wanting something he doesn't know what he's looking for and is in that youth group, and his name is Jesus. And I saw people in there treat me like an outcast. It's the last thing I wanted. Like, that's my kryptonite. If you treat me like I don't belong, F you, I will beat, we'll go outside and fight and I'm never coming back here. And I remember having that feeling so many times. So then there was an FCA in my high school, Fellowship of Christian Athletes. And I love FCA now. But I remember walking in and thinking, maybe this is something I could do. And then I see the people doing the keg stands at the party the weekend before, and they're talking about Jesus. And I'm like, this is BS. This isn't what I'm looking for. Like, I don't want to pretend. I feel like I'm pretending when I get drunk, and I feel like I want to be authentically, vulnerably me. This isn't it. So I was looking, man. I wanted to be a good person so bad, and I couldn't be faithful to a girl that I was dating. I cheated on them all the time. I wanted to be faithful and committed, and I couldn't do it.
You have a son that's about that age now.
Yeah.
What do you try to give him that's different than what you got growing up?
Yeah, it's a great question. I try to give him vulnerability to him and I try to, because he's such a good kid. Like, I have got to know your kids, and they're amazing, and seeing them, but seeing my kid, he's the exact opposite of everything that I was, and he's so much better. And he still is a better person than I am today. Like, at 14, he loves people deeper. He likes people a lot. But I just try to invite him into a story of, hey, I'm a 40-year-old that is walking with the Lord. I deal with these things. I fight depression. He sees how his friends, he'll be with his girlfriends, like, Dad, they looked you up on social media and they think you're hot. And I talk with him about that, of like, hey, here's the deal. I love your wife. I love your mom. She's my wife. What people say and what they do, it can't infiltrate my heart. And this is why Dad wars for purity. And I invite him into a process. And we do a thing right now called Steak and Sex. And it's what I recommend to every guy if your kid likes steak. Say, hey, we're going to go out and have a steak, and you can ask me anything about sex that you want, and I'll answer any of your questions within reason. Like, if he's like, hey, what time of day do you and mom have sex, or where do you guys have sex? I won't answer, like, how some of those you don't need to know. But I'll answer any question that you have, and I try to always just invite him into the journey of masculinity, where he is, and never make him feel broken with anything.
I love that, man. Especially, I'm a little bit older than you. Our generation, that was such like a faux pas thing, right? Like, yeah. I don't remember my parents holding hands, or I don't even remember public displays of affection at all. And it was like this thing, you know what I mean? And like the thought of your parents. But we live in a day and age now where it's everywhere, right? Yeah. And if you think that your kids in 6th grade don't know what sex is, you're a fool. Yeah. And so, I don't know how it became so uncomfortable for men to talk about it, but it's such a huge part of our life. And you're unashamed of speaking on that. And I really like that, because,
Thanks, man.
I think it is our role as a parent to teach our kids about that. We've left that to society. And society's a lot different than it was in the 80s, man. I mean, you can turn on damn near any regular TV show and see some extremely graphic scenes that are, almost embarrassing for your kids to see, right?
Yep.
And so if they don't learn it from you, especially a healthy way, they're going to learn it somewhere.
Yeah.
So I think that's awesome that you as a father are taking your son. Like, I remember you were telling me that, and that's something I definitely took away from you. Cause
Thanks, man.
Again, man, let's teach our kids. We have a ton of dads that listen to this, and I think it's great, take your son out and teach it, and they can learn from your mistakes. You don't have to be, a Christian author or whatever, man. Like they can, I tell people all the time, I don't give marriage advice or parenting advice because I've never been good at either, but I'll tell you everything I failed at.
Yes.
Right. Because you can still learn from your failures.
Because that is where growth happens. And I tell guys all the time, it's okay to say, I don't know. Hey, Dad, what do you think of, I don't know, man. I don't know. And it's okay to meet your son at that place to say, I don't know the answer to that, but let me tell you what I've done wrong. And my son's always like, Dad, I can't believe, thank you for telling me that.
It's awesome.
I never thought that you went through something like that. And it's like, oh, buddy, I have a laundry list that you're not mature enough to know yet. Because I always say, talk to them where they're at. And very important for dads, don't go with a list to tell them about sex. Go with ears to hear about sex and talk to them where they're at. Because if they have questions about certain things, you want to listen, but you don't want to give them your instructions. Nobody, and still, I've yet to meet a man that wants to sit down with somebody and be told everything what to do. That's why boot camp sucks. Nobody wants to just sit and get lectured by somebody. We want to sit and have a relationship with somebody. We want to be heard. We want to be understood. And that's what we have to do with our kids. And I've done that with my son. I've tried to his whole life.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, and we'll kind of go back, but we were raised in different generations, and I remember, I have an older child, and I tried to raise them initially like I was raised, right?
Yeah.
But the reality is, I had to change at some point because I finally realized I was raising my kids for a world that no longer exists.
Yeah.
When I grew up, my dad was, you do as I say. It was kind of this separation, right? Where I've tried to really connect with my kids because that the world that you and I grew up in, it's gone. So if you don't morph and change and you're still trying to prepare your kids for the world that you grew up, you're already behind the power curve.
You're behind. Yep.
Before we dive into your kind of, what led you to joining the military, you said something I thought was extremely interesting when we did the podcast prep. And it was, one of the things you said was, I wanted to be a good person, but you hated who you had become. Yeah. Can you kind of explain that internal conflict that was going on?
Yeah, I found, man, it was the nuclear bomb on my soul that it was just like the warning indicators kept going off, like the nuke is inbound and it's going to kill you, and the catastrophe is going to happen, and you have no idea how to stop it, and you're trying to throw up a missile at a nuke and stop it. And you're like, this is going to destroy everything that I am, but I don't know how to stop this. Like, oh, I'm going to be a good person. I'll never forget in high school, I was like, I'm going to be a good person. I'm not going to use God's name in vain. Like, who has that thought? And it was within about 3 or 4 weeks, I was using God's name in vain more than I ever had in my life. And I'm like, I can't even do that. Like, I just want to be a good person. And I remember thinking, like, because people would talk to me, because I played golf in high school, and people talked to me about, like, where do you want to go play? I was really good. What college? And I just remember thinking, like, I want to be like a police officer. I want to do something that is like heroic, because I feel like such a coward in my life right now. And I couldn't answer that question of, like, I want to be good, but I'd go party on the weekends. And, like, I'll never forget, there was one party, and it breaks my heart to think about that. I had a girlfriend that was really, really kind and awesome, and she was head over heels in love with me. And I'm like, this is such a good girl. And she wanted to lose her virginity to me. And I was an asshole. And I remember thinking, I want to be a good boyfriend to her. I go to a party and I start drinking, and we start partying. I'm with my boys, and there's another beautiful girl there. And I end up in a room making out with this other girl with my incredible girlfriend down there. And all of a sudden, and like when you're drunk, you have the moments where you, like, come back to, but it's like a movie that you see only every 3 minutes of when you're drunk. It kind of feels like in your head, and when you're that drunk. And I hear a knock on the door, and I stand up, and I'm ready to fight whoever it is. And it's my buddy, and he's like, hey man, There's somebody at the door for you. And I thought I was getting ready to go fight somebody. And I'm like, no, I'm busy. Like, no, I'm good. And it was I walked down, and it was the girl that I came there with, my girlfriend. And she looked at me with tears in her eyes, and she reached back to slap me. And I was like, I just took it. And she walked away crying. And I remember thinking, you're a piece of shit. And I walked back in, continued to do what I was doing. And she walked away thinking, and I remember I was like, it's impossible. I can't do this. And it was one of the hardest moments in my life. I don't even remember the slap. You know, I mean, like a girl hitting a guy typically is not intimidating in the first place. I love some action movies, but I've never been in a dark alley and seen a woman walking at me and be like, oh, I hope she doesn't beat me up. But I just remember the tears in her eyes, right? Of like, and the pain I caused, and her hand coming back and just thinking like, you deserve to do this as hard as you can. And that awareness to me killed my soul even more. And I went back into what I was doing. You know, obviously that relationship didn't work, but the awareness of being good just kept going further and further away from me. And the shitbag I was becoming continued to consume my life, and I didn't want it to. And those tendrils were coming up, and the good I wanted to be was so far away.
How did the military come on your radar?
Yeah. So I was with my mom, and I really didn't know a lot about the military. For any guy that can relate, the first online video game was SOCOM. Did you ever play SOCOM?
Oh yeah, dude.
So like you have a headset. This was like
you like tell the dudes to do stuff.
Yeah. And then it's like, it was like the original online gaming, but SOCOM, U.S. Navy SEAL video game was so fun. That's about all I knew of the military. 9/11, 2001, I was a sophomore in high school, and I remember thinking somebody needs to pay for what this is. Like, innocent lives died. And I remember watching it in the morning before school started it was one of our teachers' rooms, and thinking this can't be real. I hope we absolutely put a boot in their ass and do that. And but I wish I could say me going into the military was heroic, because it wasn't. It was a coward trying to escape to find something worth living for. And I was with my mom, and we were having breakfast, and I saw this placard at IHOP, and it said, "Be someone special," and it was like U.S. Navy SEALs. And I saw it, and it was like time stopped for me of like, oh, I've been fit my whole life. I love fighting, and I could do that. Like my dad almost went to the Olympics for swimming. I grew up on the water, so I'm a great swimmer. I could do that. So my only desire seeing that was like, maybe that would help make me be a good person. Maybe joining the military, getting out of this situation, and that would be the sip of water I'm longing for when I go to everything else, and it's like go to take a sip of water and I'm getting gasoline poured on a fire of destruction in my soul. Maybe that's the water that will put this out and satiate my thirst. And as anybody knows that goes in the military,
sounds great.
Yeah,
it's not always how it works out. Yeah. You told me like a funny story of this female recruiter that when she finally told you like, hey, you have to come in early in the morning.
Yeah, super cool. She's I walk into a recruiter's office, and I was a Navy SEAL. I was like, cool. I was like, hey, I want to be a Navy SEAL. And she's like, oh yeah, sure you do. And I was like, no, I do. I was like, what do I have to do it? And I didn't know there was any, like, I didn't research, like, at this point, to use the internet in my house. We had one computer that we got my senior year of high school. And if you get a phone call in, you're off the internet for 45 minutes. So there's not like a deep research dive you can do on a lot of that.
I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah.
You had AOL. It came in through the phone line. Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
Right.
So that was, unless you want to go to like a library, which I never did, and look at an Encyclopedia Britannica, right? I mean, that was like your research. So I go in, and she's like, okay, well, we have a test tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. If you meet us there. And I look at her like just stone face of in the morning. She's like, yeah. And she was just like not nice to me at all. And she was a short little, kind of grouchy lady. I was like, okay, it's just gonna be a late night then. I'll see you there. And she's like, yeah, whatever. And I was in the water that next morning and smoked the test. And she told me about this ASVAB test, and it was intelligence-based. And I was like, oh, crap. I'm a moron, so I'm not going to do well on that. And I said, what's the score that I have to get to be able to do this? And she told me, and I took the test. And I guess according to the military standards, I was super smart, but I always thought I was dumb in high school because I just like cheated to get by and had a good GPA, but didn't ever apply myself. And I realized with the ASVAB, I was pretty smart. And all I wanted to know was, hey, did I pass that test enough to be one of these guys? And she said, yes. I was like, cool. I don't need to know the number, nothing. Like, when can I go? She said, 1.5 years is your first, and she explained what a contract billet was. And this was 2003. So it was August 2003. And I'm looking at different universities to go to. Or sorry, it was July. So I'm looking at different universities to go to. And I go through the process. And I was like, hey, 1.5 years for me is dangerous because I was in a really rough place. And at that point, partying lifestyle had taken over. I loved the thrill of stealing a guy's girlfriend. And that doesn't make for good dude relationships in your life. Like there's guys that want to just absolutely, rightfully so, beat you up. But I love the thrill of fighting. I love that thrill so much, but I also hated it. But it was just that, like, you and I were talking last night. There's few things better in life as a like a raging, angry dude that satiates your soul, but in the bad way of just a good bar fight with your buddies, which is, I don't condone, but there's the side of like, man, that's a thrill ride in itself, and it's a camaraderie builder. So I was like, hey, I can't do that. 1.5 years. So what are your other options? She's like, well, there's multiple options. Then she gets her recruiter brain on. She's like, actually, I could get you out of here on this day. And it was actually September 11th. If I passed all these like MEPS program and going through that, and I'll contract you in. There's 5 branches of special forces in the Navy. You could do this, and then you could go to boot camp and then pass the tests to be a SEAL there. And she said, then maybe you could get classed up in basic underwater demolition SEAL school and go forward. And it was rescue swimmer. I was like, I'm in. Let's do it. 2 weeks later, I was gone. And September 11th, 2003, I left for boot camp and left that entire life behind me thinking the military was going to satisfy my soul. Boy, I found out how opposite that was.
Yeah, what was boot camp like for you? I mean, because kind of listen to your story, man. I mean, you kind of had free run of the mill to do, whatever you wanted to do.
Yeah.
And now you're in basic training when it's the opposite of do whatever you want to do. How did that?
Yeah, man. Great question. So I go into boot camp, and it was a rude awakening for me. So I go in, you go through all the paperwork, and you have in the Navy, they call it P days. It's your administrative days, and you go through the 5-day process. But that first night, they come onto the bus, and they're screaming at you. And I've never really been screamed at by a guy that I couldn't fight. And it's 2 a.m. and you finally get your like barrack room, and there's 80 dudes you're sleeping with. And then they're like, cool, go to bed. And at 4 a.m., a trash can gets kicked across the room and hits my bed. Everybody stands at attention. And nobody knows how to stand at attention at this point. They're just scared. Well, our RDC at that point, our drill sergeant, comes up to me staring at me, and I'm just looking at him, and he's looking at me, and he's like, what the hell are you looking at? And he's yelling at me, and I'm like, you. Like, what are you doing? And and he's like, look off into the distance. I'm like, I will beat your ass in front of all of these people. And he looked at me, and he's like, huh. And I was like,
you told that to your drill instructor?
Oh, I was just like, yeah, I had no idea the rules, but he's in my face, and he's like 5'2", and I'm like, I'm 6'1". I'm like, what? I'm playing it. Do you think you're coming from? Thank God I didn't fight him. He would have killed me. I had no idea who he was, but he's like, okay, I got you. And he started laughing. He walked away. And I was like, oh, good. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
And then he made me one of the leaders of the boot camp. So in the military, there's in the Navy, there's 4 leaders of your boot camp. And he made me the master at arms of these guys. So I was one of the leaders. And it was really cool because me and him built a really good relationship. And most of the guys, they cycle through, but I was that person the whole time.
You didn't get smoked, dude, for threatening your drill sergeant?
No, he actually told me about it at my graduation. He's like, "You're one of the few guys that I like deeply respect that I've worked with." And he said, I brought fear to you and I didn't see it in your eyes." He said, "You never flinched." And I was like, "Man, I'm so glad you didn't." After I got to know him, like just like let loose on me. But no, it was really cool. So yeah, I went into boot camp and experienced that, and I just saw in men things that I didn't have. I saw men being homesick, and I was like, I don't have that. And I saw men longing for comfort, and I was longing for life, and I didn't care what it took. I wanted to live, and I saw these guys complaining about certain things, and I just started to exceed past them because I didn't care about the little things. I wanted to find, can I be a good person? And I delegated certain things I didn't like. You know, I was a terrible leader at that time, but like they're like, iron your underwear. I'm like, hey man, so if you don't want to like do watch tonight, stand watch, you iron my underwear for me, and I'll make sure you're not on that list. You want some more sleep tonight? So like these guys took care of me, and we had a really good time. But I just didn't. I wasn't longing for the life some of those guys were longing for, and the comfort.
You passed the SEAL screening, but you got rolled to A school first. Explain kind of what happened.
Yeah, it's really tricky. So just so everybody knows, I was a naval air crewman during my time, but what contracted me in was rescue swimmer and that lifestyle. So I go in, I was really fit. So like my first screening there with the SEAL group, you get in the water and you do your 500-meter swim, and then you do your pull-ups and your push-ups. And I trained in Colorado, so I'm now at Great Lakes, Illinois. So I trained at 5,280 feet on average to where now I'm at sea level. And my whole life, I didn't travel a ton. So I'm like, oh man, I am way faster here than where I trained. So in Great Lakes, Illinois, I became really good friends with a guy. He was going to Buds, and he ended up being in 251. And we just ran together and we smoked everybody. And so then in the Navy, how they do it is if you're contracted or you want to do special forces, you pass the test to do special forces, you have to be in the water across the base at like 5:30 in the morning, where everybody else has to wake up at 6. So you do that training, you go through all that stuff, and then you come back and meet up with your boot camp division and you go through the normal boot camp stuff. But yeah, passed those screenings. So was ready to go and rock, and finished and graduated boot camp. And in the process after boot camp, I had to get hernia surgery right after my boot camp. And it's kind of a funny story because I thought it was an STD. So I was really afraid of what it was. Because we come from a time with lifting weights where there wasn't pre-workout. Like we'd do vodka and creatine, like Celtec, and we'd mix it and take a shot. I don't drink anymore because of my past, but I still would argue with anybody that's the best pre-workout on the planet.
Really?
Yeah. And Arnold talks about it because they do it. But we'd go lift crazy amounts of weight, popping androstenedione and just like rocking in. And, I was in the Mark McGuire days, Sammy Sosa, watching them smash home runs and big, huge, like it was fun baseball. So you see that.
Yeah.
culture.
Muscle Tech had all those like supplements that were like borderline steroids, like one polymer off.
Yes.
Yeah. I remember all that stuff.
You're just taking it thinking like, man. So I didn't know I had a hernia, but I thought it was an STD, so I just tried to hide it. And, my epididymis started to swell, the back of your testicle, and we'd shower all together, and my nuts just like getting big through all boot camp, and then I had to get it checked. And like, hey, you have a hernia, and so I got it fixed afterwards. And then after it got fixed, then I started to like go through the process of scruffing and getting ready, and they let me know because in the military you have no say. Hey, because of your contract, we're going to send you to Pensacola. This is what they do in the Navy. Unless you're contracted, guaranteed a spot, and even a lot of times if you are, at that time, the pipeline to be a SEAL or Special Forces was so saturated. Sometimes they'd send you to an A school first. So my buddy that was contracted and that went on 251, Buzz 251, he still had to go to AOD school first, his A school, and we both ended up in Pensacola together. So they sent me to Pensacola. So then you still have to like wait for your shot to go.
So is that where you were going to be a rescue swimmer?
Yeah. Yeah. So you go to Pensacola, and they actually have rescue swimmer school in Pensacola. And so I was going there and going through the A school. And we actually did our A school first. So my A school was a little bit longer than his. My buddy ended up taking off for 251 and graduated with 251. And I was going through the pipeline and fell into the partying lifestyle really, really hard, thinking like, oh no. It was that feeling of like, I want to really be a good person, and I keep falling into this, and I just fell in deeper and deep. And that quicksand was just like those hands underneath pulling me down into the pain and drudgery of what I didn't want to become. And I hit rock bottom. And for me, I was with my buddies and guys that were going to be special forces to air crewmen, and we go down Panama City, spring break in Florida, and we party like young, wild guys for 4.5 days. And we're taking little naps and drunk and partying and doing everything that you can think of in the partying heterosexual lifestyle. And I just realized that this is it. Like this, I'm done. Like it was the darkest moment of my life, because I realized nothing I can find will satiate this thirst I have. And then I'm in my hotel room, and one of my best friends at the time comes in just like bloody, and he's a pretty boy, and he's the best fighter I've ever seen. So he was a bouncer at a club, one of the biggest clubs in Indiana, before he came in. Still to this day, street fighter. I would negotiate with him. I would never fight this guy. Just violent. I've never seen a fist fighter so good. And blood everywhere. And his 7 Diamond shirt just covered in blood. You know, just you see your buddy and you weren't there for him. And even if I wanted to be there with him, he got jumped by 6 dudes. He picked he picked a fight with them and lost. So not jumped. But I remember thinking, the thing that I love the most is the brotherhood, the friendship. And I wasn't there for my buddy. And he could have died by those guys. He had to go to the ER, and I wasn't, even if he called me, I wasn't coherent enough to help him. So we're driving back, and that drive back from Panama City to Pensacola, Florida, I was just done, man. I'm thinking we're going to get in trouble. We're going to, like, my buddy, his face is wrecked. So we had a lie, and we stuck to it. And the lie passed, and everybody believed it. And I was like, there was a side of me that was hoping that the lie would get found out so I could actually get some relief to what was going on inside of me. And I remember thinking, dang.
What was the lie?
So I forget exactly. I'd have to really go back.
You guys got hit by a station wagon.
What was the lie? It was something on the beach, and those 4 of us, so we all stuck to it. And it passed. And it was I forget what the lie was exactly.
At what point did you transition from the rescue swimmer to being an air crewman?
Yeah. So we go back, and it's a part of that. I'm going to answer one thing first, then get into it.
Yeah.
So we get back, and I'm wondering at that point, what else can I do? And I had no idea, man. We go through program on Monday, Tuesday. There was this Bible in my room, and I walk in. It's 5:30 on Tuesday. I grab my Bible. I set it on my bed. I didn't know there was 2 parts of the Bible. I knew nothing about the Bible. I open the Bible on my bed. I'm the only one in my barracks room, and I get on my knees. And I said, God, if you're real, I'm in. I said, the only thing that I'm good at is picking fights. And I said this out loud. I'm not really good at finishing them, but I'm really good at picking them. And if you're real, I'll tell everybody about you the rest of my life. And in one moment, I tell you guys this all the time, my entire life changed in one moment. And I remember thinking, I met God. I felt his presence. His presence filled my barracks room. It was every fiber of my being was more orgasmic than anything that I've ever had. And I remember thinking that's better than any orgasm or any high I've ever experienced. And God is real. And I stood up and I walked over. In the military, they're called your headmate. And I walked over to my headmate who was on track to be a rescue swimmer and going through that training. I said, hey, dude, I just met God. He said, hey, man, you're probably still drunk. Like, let's go. Like, let's. And he was joking. Like, what are you talking about? I was like, no, man, I think I met God. Sorry, I know I met God. He's like, okay, whatever. And from that point forward, my life changed. And also, it was about 3 weeks later, I got invited into the JAG's room for contract law, and he's like, hey, here's an option for you. I said, what is that? And he's like, I'm reading it, and it says Oklahoma City. And he's like, it's a dry air crewman billet, and you got selected for this, and based on your ASVAB and your physical fitness. Like,
So you're already in a school to be a rescue swimmer?
Yeah.
And they pitch you to go to another job? Is that normal?
Yeah, especially in the Navy, of like if you hit certain qualifications and that time too. So they're looking to fill all these billets before you actually get solidified and go forward. So, dry air crewman, Oklahoma City. I was like, no, I'm good. Like, that sounds terrible. Like, I want to see the world and I like beaches. Okay. I go back home and my barracks, I know I'm supposed to do it. So I go back and meet with him and say, yeah, I'm in. And I sign the document, never go to rescue swimmer school, never get a shot to go to SEAL school, BUDS. I knew that I was supposed to do that at that point because he told me, he said, hey, once you go through the pipeline and you get your gold wings as an air crewman, you can put in a package to go to SEAL school from that point and you'll be good. I was like, okay, I'm in. Let's do it. So at that point, my entire life and career changed.
What was that like? Do you feel like it's something that you surrendered to, or what was it in that moment in that barracks room? I mean, I remember when we've talked, and this is, I think, the third time you've brought it. Whatever it was so definitive for you.
Yeah.
Do you think, I mean, what was it? What was it? What was it in that moment? Was it something like God met you there, or you needed it so bad? Or do you feel like you were really, if you hadn't turned when you did, like it was pure destruction? Or I'm just really curious.
Yeah. It was that, it was rock bottom. And for me at that point of like, you hit rock bottom, and I always say there's like way more levels than you think of rock bottom.
Oh yeah.
But for me at that point in my life, that was the lowest I've been. And asking God to meet me there. And I've never done this. Like, hey, if you're real, I'm in and I surrender to you. And now I know as a 40-year-old man that follows the Lord, how real he is, how good he is, and how his presence can change your entire life and change the course of your life. So I'm aware now as a 40-year-old man how real God is, how life-changing a relationship with him is. I experienced that in that moment in my barracks room, that God's presence is life-changing. It's real, and it's more unique than anything you'll ever experience. So if guys are ever like, yeah, man, that whole Jesus thing isn't for me, I'm like, you haven't met him. Once you meet him, he is for everybody, because you'll never forget an encounter with Jesus. Your entire life will change. So if any guy's like, oh yeah, man, I tried church and like religion, it's not for me, you haven't met Jesus yet. Once you meet him, everything will change, and you'll never want anything else.
Having a relationship with the Savior is a lot different than having religion.
It's so different. And like, I didn't go in when I was on my knees. I wasn't like a resume exchange of like, oh, I've been a good person here, and I was actually pretty good here. It was like, I got nothing. I'm a loser. And if you're God, you see that of like, some people can see the bravado and some people can see this and like, oh, he's physically fit and I'm a loser. I got nothing. So I didn't offer a resume. I didn't offer a contract to him. I was just like, if you're real, I'm in. And like, I'm good at starting fights, but
the Bible's pretty clear, man. The Bible says we have not because we ask not.
Yes. And that to where any guy listening, it's, oh my gosh, it's the best thing in the world because Jesus meets you where you're at, changes your life, and then he doesn't beat you up for your past. It's not an abusive relationship with a drunk partner. Like, it is the best relationship on the planet because then he takes you in loving understanding as your empathetic high priest into your destiny, and he gives you the power to be good and to do it. And it changed everything for me.
That's amazing. And we're going to talk a lot more about that. So you go to Oklahoma to Naval Air Crew School, and you worked on E-6Bs, or is that what you flew on?
Yeah.
Can you please explain to the audience, like we're not in the military? I get accused of using too much military jargon because when we all get together, we talk in codes. But can you really kind of explain what you did? I know there's some things you can't talk about, but you had a really interesting career.
Yeah, thanks, man. So from A school, I graduate A school, go into aircrew candidate school. Then that's also in Pensacola. So aircrew candidate school. I should know this off the top of my head. For everybody that's in aircrew, forgive me. I think it's 6 weeks, 8 weeks.
Well, probably the reality is it's probably changed in the last 20 years.
It's kind of a blur, but you got to like go there and like you kind of like wait to class up there, and then you wait for your class. So like it's, you know, the 8 hours a day of preparation, workout, getting beat up, and it's Marines and Navy that go through it together. So great experience, and graduate from that, go to Oklahoma City, and I learn about TACAMO. It means take charge and move out. TACAMO is the squadron, and then you have different units under it. So like VQ3, VQ4, VQ7. But it's all one location at the Central Command of Oklahoma City. And then you learn about a nuclear readiness mission. You have 18 months of training and on-the-job learning. So I've talked to a lot of SEALs because I never went to BUDS. I never went through that process, but it's like, you know, a lot of people think when you finish BUDS, you're locked in and you're a SEAL. But like you finish that part of it, but you got to go to on-the-job training, and then you got to earn it. You got to then get the trident as you like solidify it in what you're doing, to where when you graduate aircrew candidate school, man, you like are working for those wings of gold, but you don't get pinned for 18 months later, and then you know you get it slammed into your chest, and you know like you're bleeding and all those fun things of like, but you don't get those wings of gold for a long time after. So I went to there, and it's TACAMO's some of the most elite minds in our military today. It was super intimidating for me because I'm a big dumb jock from high school. Like that's right. And so you go there, and it's nuclear readiness. So everything that you're doing is now you're getting all your clearances, and you're top secret, and you're going through this stuff that you can't take home with you and study a lot of it. And you're there and you're memorizing just pages and pages. Then you get your NATOPS manual. So not only do you have to know the mission, the importance of that, you have to know how to, because I tell everybody, like, you know, people are like, hey, what branch should I go into? Bro, go into the Air Force. Go into the Air Force. Because in the Navy, you have your job, and you also have to do everything else. So, like, we were a deployed crew at that point. So the process of TACAMO is amazing. We could deploy with, like, say, 13 guys in a plane. So it's a 4-engine aircraft, Boeing 707. You deploy for, you know, maybe 20, 27 days at a time. Sometimes the deployments were longer if you're going to theater. But your air time is really governed by, you have to have certain time off, and you have to have rest time, because it's so you don't deploy for typically long periods of time when you're flying as much as we did. But you have to learn how to operate in the air. You have to learn how to troubleshoot in the air, fix your equipment, and when you're on the ground, fix all of your equipment on the airplane. So you have to learn the electronics of the entire airplane. And when you're deployed, you have to be able to fix that airplane. You have to be able to troubleshoot that airplane. And then, because it's not like, oh, like the Air Force is great. Like, let's call this guy when we get to this base. He's going to come out and fix our. No, you are that guy. So in the Navy, when you're going through that pipeline at TACAMO, you have to know all of the operational readiness. You have to know the equipment. You have to know like how to change the oil on the engine to operate nuclear readiness information while you're orbiting for 4 hours while you have wires coming out of your plane communicating with anything inside of this atmosphere. So you have to know how to operate with some of the highest voltage. There's one piece of equipment with hundreds of thousands of watts out, where if you touch it, it just fry your entire body. And you're operating that equipment while you're spinning, pulling G's for 4 hours. And I got to that squad and realized, wow, these are some of the smartest men and women I've ever seen. But just to encourage everybody, it's life's more intimidating when you're not living it.
So you were doing it was a nuclear communication platform, kind of like C2 command and control, because I know you deployed.
Yep.
So like nuclear wasn't the only mission you guys had.
Yeah. So we picked up when Operation Iraqi Freedom kicked off, our squadron picked up, we picked up FEMA operations. We also picked up like command control. We had really incredible equipment on our airplane to be able to listen to and communicate with pretty much anybody in the world. So when the government realized, when we looked at Iraqi Freedom, and there was the op area where it's like, oh, okay, cool. So you put somebody up, and most of the activity is over Baghdad. And as you're circling around in an airplane, you could cover it in an op area. We picked it up, communication, command control. So we deploy there. And it was, we'd take off out of a base that was a ways away. Al-Udeid Air Base is where we'd fly out of. And then you hit a tanker, drop on site, and you pick it up, and you're 12 hours of playing Risk from, tens of thousands of feet in the air. And you're carrying out operations, and you're executing on things, and you have guys, it's Risk with human life below you, and the bad guys, the good guys, your friends and family below you, which was a different part of warfare that a lot of my buddies that we served with. It causes a different mental side of fatigue in your soul when you're in it, but you're above it, and you're not inside of it, but you're experiencing it, right? So you're deployed in that area, and then you go back and you're helping with the charge, but you're not hands-on with the charge, but you're experiencing the pain and loss of the charge from a certain amount. So it was strange. It was a strange deployment when you'd go on those.
Yeah, and just so the listeners can kind of understand, Cody was on a communications platform, so they would hear everything going on the battlefield. So troops in contact, medevacs, just, the regular things of war. They also could listen to our adversaries and things like that. So, that's 12 hours of eating, all the communication that goes on with war.
Yeah. And like people need backup and air support, and you're calling that in, and you're listening the whole time.
What was it like mentally preparing for worst case scenario, like a nuclear war? Like that's one of the things that you're training to do. How do you mentally prepare for that? Or is it real at a young age?
Yeah. Yeah. So, it's all theory, right? So it's, we don't know. And at that point you're so young, you don't, I mean, anybody, even my friends that are still in it that are 36 are still so young to understand what does losing millions of lives with one strike look like. Your family. You just hope for best case scenario that if it were to happen, your family gets eviscerated quickly, and you hope for a quick death, because in that plane, you're EMP hardened. Theoretically, all of this is theoretical. Nuclear war is all theoretical to a certain point. So when you're talking about air command and control, you're talking about this warfare operation. Worst case scenario that we've known in war, you're preparing for all the time. And there have been a lot of times where we think, oh, it's happening. You take off. Will there be in America when you come back home? Like what could this mission look like when you come back? I mean, those couple missions that we took off where you get klaxoned, the siren goes off. You just put your flight suit on. Sometimes I didn't even have boots on, and you're just sprinting out to your plane, and you take off, and you're in the air for 8 hours, 12 hours with underwear, flight suit, no flight boots, and you're ready to go. And you might not come back to a base or a part of that country, and you're not sure.
So did that ever happen in any real world scenarios? It was all training.
Oh yeah. There's the nuclear activity is way stronger than people think. So it was weird for me when I got out because it was like the Twilight Zone. You see things on the news and you see things and you're like,
oh, now you know too much. Like,
yeah, I don't watch the news.
No,
Like,
I don't either.
I can't watch it. And, we served under George W. Bush and Barack Obama, and I heard things under them, and then I'd see things on the television when I was going through it. You're tier 1 for intelligence and operation for nuclear warfare. So you're privy to a lot of information that's going on, and you get back home and you see things at the barbecue for the church small group, and they're talking about current events. And you're like, that's not even close to accurate. But you can't talk about that, but you see it and you're like, oh, I can't trust any of this. So guys that get so hung up on certain news stories and certain things, it's like even the highest ranking guys that I served with don't know the full truth. So you and I've talked, you like put puzzle pieces together of like, oh, I've heard this and then I've heard this and I did this mission, but I have to stay ignorant to nuclear war now.
Yeah. You became a NATO ops instructor, NATOPS?
NATOPS.
NATOPS,
Yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
That was pretty significant. What did that take?
Yeah, it was really cool. So one of my favorite guys on the planet named Chris Strange, who I love him. So he was the NATOPS instructor. He's the guy that actually gave me frocked me, gave me my gold wings. Had such a great relationship with him, and he was the NATOPS instructor, and I went through all the tests. And in the military, they have this award called the Blue Jacket of the Year. So it's the best in your rate on your base. And cool story with that. I want to share that.
Yeah.
Remind me that. I'll share it after. But NATOPS instructor goes to the not the best, because there were so many better than me. And I served with literally some of the most brilliant men I've ever been around. But they go to the person that thinks can lead the charge the most effectively. And I was young, and he made me the NATOPS instructor. So I was, of all the AWVs that were doing the job at VQ3, I was...
AW, that's an advanced warfare...
Yeah, so it was AT for anybody familiar with the Navy. Previously, it was ATO, so it was operational technician operator, and then they switched to the rating system to AWV. And at that point, I took over, and I was the boss of the air crewmen at that base in that point of my life, and it was a really big honor. So you get that, and it was really cool to start to see. But I was the guy they had to fly with to get their wings, and I had to fail one of my roommate. And I say a lot of times a true test of a man's character is how, and it's really tough for me, but how you'll treat everyone based on the standard that you live by. So if you have a standard that you live by of excellence, and somebody, like if you favor somebody and kind of coddle them with that standard, and then you are harsh to this person with it, it shows and reveals your character. So one of the leadership principles that I established then is my standard is excellence. And no matter what, if you don't fall in that standard of excellence in the professional category, I will treat you the same. And that got tested with my roommate, and I went on a deployment with him, and I was over him. So the NATOPS instructor is your final check ride, and your check ride is a full deployment. So I'm watching you and everything you're doing, how you eat, sleep, how you interact with the crew, how you interact with operations. We're going to go into a mission. We're going to pre-flight the plane. And it was because of me, a good friend of mine didn't get his wings, and it was his final failure, and I had to... So the weight of responsibility for that for me was understanding nuclear readiness and operation of like, are you ready to do this if we have to do it? And he wasn't. So that was a really cool honor for me in my career. And thank God I served with some of the best people. But God gave me a lot of favor in my military career. So I'd love to talk about the Blue Jacket of the Year.
Yeah.
Because it's one of my favorite stories. Because it's just a really flex of the reality of who God is. So in the Navy, you get selected, you get nominated for base-wide awards for your pay grade. And then you go up against everybody else. So like I was an air crewman, I was going up against mechanics in that, all the same aircraft, but you're going up against the best of the best. They got nominated, and then you compete on boards. So you're standing in front of boards, and there's multiple boards you go through. 6 people, 8 people asking you all the questions of the history of the Navy to your job and what you do, and you're standing at attention answering these questions. And I made it to the final board, and it was between me and literally like a guy with photographic memory. I'm like, God. So I was praying. I said, God, I need your help. And I was getting ready to leave to go. And part of my prayer life is I pray in tongues. And I was praying in tongues. And I felt like the Lord told me to memorize the first 6 ships commissioned in the Navy. And I was like, that is so random. Like, well, that's not a part of my curriculum. That's not a part of my studies. And it just dropped into my mind. Okay. So I look it up. I memorize it really fast, the first 6 ships. So you have like, hey, they're going to probably ask you here's these manuals they're going to ask you questions out of, and you study and study and study. I walk in there, recite the Sailor's Creed. You're ready to rock. The first dude, and he's a friend now. He's just an asshole. That guy, salty, been in for 30 years. All right, Petty Officer Bobay, tell me the first 6 ships commissioned in the United States Navy. I just rattled him off. And his eyes was like he's seen a ghost. And we went on with the thing, but I was like, man, that was weird. Like, it was a weird moment. He's like, so we go on, and I find out I win the award, and they have a base-wide celebration for that person. He comes up afterwards, so you go up and you get the honor, and you come back down. He comes up to me and says, hey, I've got to know, who told you? I said, told me what? He said, who told you the question that I asked? I said, no. So I said, Senior Chief, you know I'm a weird guy, right? And he's like, yeah, Bobay, I know you're a weird guy. And I was like, well, I was praying in tongues before, and I felt like the Lord told me to memorize these. And he's like, well, I've asked that question my entire time on this board. Nobody's ever got it right. And he's like, whatever God you're serving, man, it's working out for you. And he walked away, and I was like, that was so cool. Yeah. But guys, it was so cool because I thought it was the Lord, right? Like, okay, I'm praying. I hear it. The first question I get asked, and it was probably the thing that won the whole board for me.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's cool.
That is a cool story.
Yeah.
You went to SERE school, didn't you?
Yeah.
How was that? That's
awful.
A very challenging course.
It's awful. Have you been to SERE?
No.
It was awful. Like there's nobody that's like, man, that's a fun program. Like, I don't care what I have friends that are Delta, that were SEALs, on SEAL Team 6. Not one person's like, man, that was a good program. Let's go back to that. Like, that was enjoyable. No, it was awful. I have a picture. I need to find it of me in my underwear before and me and my fatigues right after. I lost 28 pounds in 6 days. And we're going through the program. So you go out to, I did mine outside in San Diego. Then it's 3 hours outside of San Diego where you do the actual survival training. And then the POW process. But in the school, this instructor stands up and he starts to teach. And he's like, hey, you guys, like all these things in survival, you have to spoon. And you look at your partner like you're going to be comfortable with it. This is why it's so important for you. And I'm like, I'm not spooning. I've never been cold enough to spoon with another man. I'm never doing that. And night 3, me and my partner, helicopter pilot, I got the skinniest guy. Gosh, that's the time to just have he was so skinny. But I'm like, you better get up behind me and hugged me as tight as I was freezing. It was raining. People think San Diego in December is nice. It is awful. And it was raining. You have a parachute to keep you like for your blanket. And you have a limited amount of time to sleep every night. And I was the coldest I've ever been. And I realized survival is the most important thing when you're in those situations. I wasn't thinking, oh man, like nothing. There was not like, oh, another dude's next to me. I'm like, man, get as close as you can. Let's turn face to face and breathe in, and you're breathing to where you're staying warm because your body can't stop shaking. And then you're like, okay, cool. We're finally going to get captured. And they take you through the prisoner of war training. And you're thinking, oh, at least I'm going to be warm. That was not the case.
No, dude. You get sprayed with some cold water.
Yeah. And so SERE school, I don't really know, but I'll share this part, but how much you could talk about, because I always probably share a little bit more, but it's really fun anyway. So I was a fighter, and any fight you get in, it's fun. Fighting is fun when you get to where it's not like a one-punch knockout, but you get into like a real, you're throwing punches and you're going, it's a fun deal. But your adrenaline is up, so you can't really feel the punches. They don't register as much, right? I mean, you can feel them, but it's not like. But my first thing of you get to SERE school, they snatch the hood off your head, and I saw this dude, and they called him Juggernaut, humongous man. And you have to close your jaw because they hit you open-handed. And I was like, shoot, I've been slapped by girls. This isn't going to hurt. So I closed my jaw. And it was like an action movie. He hits me, boom, and I spin and hit the ground and think, oh my gosh, that hurts so bad. And I mean, he hit me so hard. I was laying there thinking, this is awful. That was brutal. He's like, stand back up. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I just got slapped and I don't know if I can do this. I stand back up, close jaw, and he hits me again. And I don't fall over that time. Throws me into a pit, pulls a gun at my face. And at that point, you're sleep deprived. They want your brain to be in the state where you could hallucinate a little bit, and you're having a hard time telling reality. And so they're speaking different languages and dialect, and all these things of it's 28 hours of pain, and that sucks, man. So and it's not all excruciating there, but the pain too of just the irritating pain of I want to go eat something. So SERE school sucks.
Yeah, I always hear at the end of it, I've obviously had a lot of friends that have gone through that course. When they raise the American flag, everybody normally gets pretty emotional.
Yeah.
And, you realize kind of what, we've had soldiers go through, POWs.
Oh, it's life-changing. When you see that flag go up and you see the American flag gets raised, and then our missing in action POW flag goes up, and you see wow, this was training, and I got my ass kicked. I can't imagine that there's guys still over there right now. The reality sinks in. And I've had so many friends, and I've talked to, there's one dude I talked to, he was a prisoner of war in Vietnam, and he was a prisoner of war in Afghanistan. That's how far out it's separated. And we went through this training where it was this human trafficking training. So we did this together, and he was my sleep mate. So this is after the military. You go in and they so this is after the military.
He was a POW in Afghanistan?
Yes. So it was, so we're going through this training. He's 64 years old at the time, and he's my partner in it. And he was I see him freaking out. I'm like, hey man, you all right? He's like, I don't know if I can do this. I'm like, hey, it's these are really good dudes. It's just simulated. They're doing this and zip tying you, and they're just showing you what happens to it. It's a anti-human trafficking course. So you get submerged into it. And he opens up to me, and we're sleeping together because he can't sleep. And of course I get that guy sleeping next to me, right? He can't sleep. He's pissing every 30 minutes. He's standing up and right there he's peeing. So you're I hope spray's not coming on me. But he just talks to me of this is what has happened to me in my life. I don't know if I can do this. It's too real for me. And he told me the story of Vietnam when he was 19, and then prisoner of war in Afghanistan. He'd be a fun guy to have on your podcast.
Yeah.
But it was wild. So his story of how Christ saved him was really, really powerful. But he had this, he had a story of, he had a slash on his back from Afghanistan. I won't tell too much of his story, but he showed me the scar. He was getting rescued. That's how they got out. And they threw him a belt, had a gun. And you always wonder stories like this of like what's fabricated, what's not fabricated. So you kind of listen through a little bit skeptical. But he's like, yeah, I'm going to show you the scar. Because one of the dudes was chasing him and hit him with a machete in the back. And he had this violent scar down his back, like just awful. And I think once you go through a SERE school, once you go through that, you just never take for granted your peace ever again. Like going to war and realizing, oh, if our plane crashes, this is what's going on. We have guys down there right now that are captured and they're going through torture. So it teaches you like you've got to help those brothers that are down and sisters that are down.
Kind of, swapping to the other part of your story. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember you were telling me too, when you were kind of 19 years old, you were going to a church and you were really wanting to help with the youth group.
Yeah.
Why youth?
Yeah. So, yeah, I love that. I was the kid that walked into youth group wanting something that I didn't know what his name was, and his name was Jesus. And I wanted to be a part of the solution for kids like me. Those kids that come in with bravado, with all these things, and nobody's sitting there. And I tell guys all the time how important it is to say, do you know Jesus? Not what church do you go to? Not, oh man, like what religion are you? No, like, do you know Jesus? Because once you meet him, your entire life will change. And so I just want to be a part of that solution for young kids coming in. And I go to a church in Oklahoma, and they have like they see my size and they're like, oh, cool. Can you be, and I'm in the military, can you be a security guard for us, for our youth group? And I was like, yeah, sure. So I put a security shirt on and I'm watching them in the back. I'm kind of analyzing, praying through all of them. And that in that church then is where I meet my wife. And she was serving to help with the girls and disciple the young high school girls. And we develop a friendship. And man, when I got saved, I told the Lord, I will not date until you bring me a wife, which is an absurd request. But I was terrible at dating. I was terrible with women. And I just asked him, please, the first girl that I date, can you make it my wife? I did everything I knew how to do right and God honoring. And we didn't have sex until our wedding night.
It's awesome, dude.
Really awesome. I didn't even know it was possible, like 2 weeks, right? And I'm like, God, I want to honor you and structure this. The most nervous I've ever been in my life was when I called her dad and asked her dad if I could propose to her. I tried to do everything opposite of what I had done in my life and honor her and establish a foundation for a marriage that would succeed and withstand all the storms of life.
That's awesome. And I feel like I skipped just from your Navy career, but I think it's important for the listeners to understand. I mean, you found, your relationship with Christ when you were going, through A school in Pensacola, and then you moved to Oklahoma. You got kind of plugged into a church as you were doing your Navy job. So, we're kind of in the same place. I just don't want to make that, that was kind of a choppy transition. But how long did you guys date before you got married?
Oh, I think it was 9 months total of 5 months of dating, 6 months of engagement, somewhere in that time frame, and then we got married.
And you married during your kind of last 3 years. You're on active duty on a pretty specific platform. It's the height of the GWAT, so you're deploying. I think you told me it was someone like you were averaged almost 200 days gone.
Yeah, a lot.
How did you manage marriage, especially a new marriage? You're young.
Yeah, vulnerability. So that's one of the things. So when I got saved in my barracks room to the time I met my wife, kind of fill that gap in a little bit. I went to a church, and that church, I'm still friends with the pastor and now his son, who's the pastor of it. I didn't know denominations. I didn't know anything. I just had a crotch rocket, and I'd race with my buddy who had a Ducati 998 from Matrix Reloaded. They only made 1,000 of them. So we would race up and down. It was so fun. And then there was a church out the back of it. And I just went to that church, and they explained baptism. So that next weekend I got baptized. My first church service, he's explaining what baptism is to new believers. And I'm like, that's me. I want it. So I invite a whole bunch of my friends from the base that were partying with me, and they come out for my baptism, and there's 35, 40 people there. And it was a really cool moment for me. And I start going to church, and I ask guys questions that I didn't know wasn't culturally acceptable for Christian men to talk about. So I show up to a men's group, and I'm like, hey man, so like masturbation, what do you do about masturbation? Like, how many times do you masturbate? What do you think about when you're masturbating? Right? Like, hey, like, but that's how direct. And I was so curious. I wanted to honor God that I just met, but I've never read the Bible. I don't know. I've been horny since I came out of the womb, right? I mean, like, so this is, with my buddies at party, it wasn't an awkward thing to talk about orgasms and sex and masturbation and all these things. It was a heterosexual friendship between guys. You joke about it. It was part of your culture. But I started to ask Christian men that, and I'd see their eyes like go down, or they didn't have an answer for me, and it was uncomfortable for them. And you know, you just watching people, you're like, oh, you're really uncomfortable right now. Like, and I just asked them, like, you don't masturbate? Like, come on, man, get out of here. Like, what are you like? So I'd have those conversations. Then I'd also start to see other things of like, hey man, when you're really pissed off and you want to fight somebody, like, what do you do? Is it just lifting weights? Can you get in fights? And like, how does this work? And I call it the gray area of the Bible of discipleship. I saw this gap, and I feel like it was the Lord allowing me to see it. But I took the Bible and I read it cover to cover in about 4 months. And people are like, that's impressive. No, it's not impressive. In the military, when you're young, I didn't have kids or a wife. You go to training and you work out, you eat, you have nothing else to do. I didn't have a phone with social media. Facebook wasn't even invented yet. So like, you don't have anything, like you're in your barracks room. I just would read and read and read. And I was so hungry to learn. And I'll never forget, there's a moment where I read the book of Joshua and I see these Old Testament warriors. And I told God, you created masculinity. And I remember sitting back in my barracks room of like, you created masculinity. You created testosterones. You created, and I remember sitting there exactly where I was at in my barracks room to say, you created people to be born from an orgasm. That is really cool. Like, human creation starts with a male orgasm. That's a good God. Like, that is awesome. So I started to really understand God's heart. And I also started to see like the culture of masculinity in the church I was going to. And I've seen it ever since. Uncomfortable talking about things that God's very comfortable talking about. And I started to realize that when you're not vulnerable with people, genuinely vulnerable, you don't experience the freedom that Christ really has for you. And for me, I just took a deep dive to say, okay, let's press into this. I want to win the war for purity. What are the weapons of warfare that I have? I just came from a partying lifestyle. I don't want to go to church and be that hypocrite and then go out and get high and have sex with girls. I don't want to do that. So I started to dig. And then in that process, I moved to Oklahoma. I see in Oklahoma the culture of masculinity, where I'd talk to guys, be like, hey man, because I started to memorize Bible. I'm in the military and we have to memorize stuff all the time. So I just start memorizing. I read, King David wrote in Psalm 118, how does a man keep his heart pure? By memorizing and putting your word in his heart. So I took it really literal. I was like, cool, I'm just going to memorize parts of scripture. So I started memorizing verses. Then I started memorizing chapters. And I talked to guys like, hey, what are you memorizing right now? Yes. And that response, they're like,
they'll tell you all the football scores and who won this game and who won this football game in 1989.
That's it. And especially in Oklahoma, Texas, because I'm from Colorado where it's Denver Broncos football, because like CU kind of sucked and CSU kind of sucked. Our college atmosphere, it's all pro in atmosphere in Colorado. Most of the time, it was way before Deion Sanders took over as head coach. But most of the time that's how it was. Well, you go to Oklahoma and these guys are just telling you all stats about every coach that's ever been for OU.
is a religion in Oklahoma.
It's a religion and it's crazy. So you see that and it's like, wait, you know all those stats, but you're telling me you can't memorize scripture? Well, God's word says that if you memorize his word and you put it in his heart, then you can actually win the war with purity. So do you just win the war with purity by watching Sports Center? And yeah, I just ask him like, I'm calling you on this BS. Like you're telling me you don't think about masturbating to other women, or like you're not tempted by pornography. I got first addicted to pornography with dial-up internet. So if you called my damn house when I was looking at it, and it would disconnect the thing and I'm downloading an image, right? That's when I got introduced to pornography. Now you can stream stuff on your phone, and you're going to tell me these guys that have been married for 10 years and having sex with the same woman, you're not interested or tempted by sex with another woman that's not your... Look, get out of here. I'm not dealing with that.
Why do you think the church, and I think it's still a problem, why do you think they lack that conversation?
Vulnerability. I think people are just afraid to be vulnerable and expose themselves. And I feel like the first sin, right? In the Garden of Adam, it was the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve. They sinned and hid themselves. And they felt shame and hid themselves. And I think guys, I know at this point in my life, I've prayed over a man that was 92 years old with a porn addiction. I've prayed through with hundreds of men in my life, guys that have been hiding hurt and sexual trauma that happened when they were kids, and they've had porn addictions for 30 years. They've never talked to anybody about for 10 years, for 15 years. I think it's the awareness of vulnerability equaling freedom. And I love Jocko says discipline equals freedom, but Jocko, I'm so sorry, it doesn't equal freedom. Discipline can equal you live a life like, man, go get him, David Goggins. But that could be what discipline could equal in your life if you don't have vulnerability and you know who you are. So I tell guys all the time, I love discipline, but that doesn't equal freedom. Vulnerability is the only thing in your life when you're really vulnerable that can equal freedom. Because vulnerability, and if you're just disciplined without vulnerability, you become a masochist. Like, cool, I just did a marathon. Cool, what's the next one, man? We talked about this last night. When you see those guys start to do like the ultras, and I'm training for a 240, a lot of the times from in the veteran community and just the masculine culture, you're masking something. You're
running from demons, dude.
You're running from demons because this pain you're thinking this pain can get healed by this pain. It doesn't happen. You need to just like relinquish the pain, and it needs to be over to God. And when you sit there in vulnerability and say, God, and you cry with him.
That's a really unique thing you bring up because, I'm still I'm not new in my faith. I grew up in the church, but I ran from it from a long time. Yeah. And, one of the things I've tried to really do in especially this past year, was just be vulnerable and be bold.
Yeah.
And I find that the more I talk about, God, Christ, my relationship with people, it really, and to your point, to be vulnerable, right? To tell people my faults and what I failed at, what I'm going through, man, it really does open that conversation where people reciprocate. Yeah. And then you can have a really I'm really guilty in the fact that I hate having BS conversations about the weather, or
me too. Yep.
I'd rather talk about something that matters, that's important, or something that's really going on in your life or my life or whatever. And just to back up what you said, I find that the more I'm vulnerable with other men, especially, it just creates such a deeper connection and a deeper conversation. Yep. But it is uncomfortable sometimes. It was uncomfortable when I first doing it.
Yeah. And that's good. Like, we have a whole culture that preaches discipline equals uncomfort, and like then equals freedom, right? So get out of your comfort zone. And I'm a fan. Like, Muhammad Ali said that, he doesn't start counting his reps until he hits failure. And like, all those things of like, that's so cool when you're talking about working out or cold plunging or sauna therapy. And I love that. But it also applies to the vulnerability in relationships. Like, practice being uncomfortable with that. Practice telling another guy how you're doing. If you're struggling, when you start to struggle with anxiety, with fear, with worry, with depression, with finances, practice being uncomfortable with that, because that's where real transformation comes from, is that vulnerability.
This is going to be an interesting point of the conversation, but it's one that I'm seriously curious to talk about.
Yeah.
You're an extremely healthy, fit dude.
Yeah.
I'm not at your level, but I try to work out and eat healthy and live a healthy life. There was a study, Ken Ferraro did a study in 2006. I think it was out of Yale. America is becoming a feeding ground for gluttony and obesity, and the Christian church is part of that problem. When you discovered that, how did that hit you, and what was your thought process on that?
Yeah. So I served in Oklahoma City after the military, after a lot, under the guy that was the district attorney during the Timothy McVeigh hearing and that whole process. And he said something that I'll never forget. He said, whoever brings the solution, his God gets praised. And I love that so much. And it's because, anybody that's done law enforcement, military, or any high level corporate operation, or just life, like nobody wants to hear problems. Like, awesome, you brought me a problem. Did you bring me a solution or options for a solution? Then quit whining about the problem and go. Like, I don't need somebody that I work with or works for me to bring me another problem. I've got a laundry list of my own problems that I'm solving. But if you could say, hey, here's a problem and here's a solution, fantastic. Well, when I read that from Ken Ferraro the first time and I saw that, I said, no, the Christian church should be the solution. Like, we should be the solution to the entire world problems that are happening. Why are we the problem with unhealthy living? And I started to deep dive to say, there's the problem. How can I bring the solution?
Why do you think that was such a problem in the Christian church?
Yeah, so we like to justify sin. I mean, the root of it is we like to justify sin. And Isaiah 6:8 is one of my favorites. Isaiah has a vision in the time of King Uzziah, which I love, Isaiah chapter 6, and he sees the holiness of God and these massive angels flying around God and worshiping him as his holiness. He falls on his face and he's like, I am such a sinful man. That should be the response of all of us throughout our lives. Of we see God's holiness, we feel that, and the only reason we can talk to him is because the righteousness of what Jesus did for us on the cross and our faith in that. But too many men justify their sins. So it's a high. Eating fast food is a high to your brain. Eating sugar, and it's a high that I love. I love it. I tell men, like, if you're eating healthy, like I hear these guys like Jordan Peterson, like, yeah, I only eat beef once a day. I'm like, bro, there's a different way to live life. Like, you've never had like, like you don't have a donut ever. They're good. Like, they're pizza. Like Jerry Seinfeld talks about, there's pizza happy. Come on, man. If you don't have pizza with your kids and see that, and I think so many men are afraid to be just genuinely honest and authentic. They mask it with things. And, oh man, I'm stressed. And so what happens when I've studied the human body so much in my life, what happens is your cortisol and you're stressed and you have an over-optimistic thought process of who you can become. And the day goes on, it's like, oh, I'm going to have a yogurt for breakfast, or I'm going to fast for breakfast, because everybody loves to intermittent fast. I tell everybody all the time, don't intermittent fast during the easiest meal of the day. Just eat breakfast and lunch, then fast during the hardest part of the day. But people don't like that answer because it's a 24-hour system with your body. It doesn't really matter as long as you're under a caloric or at a caloric goal with your macronutrients. Oh, but I intermittent fast and it's the best. No, it's not. No, your 24-hour system. Like, you can't cheat that system. So I'm not a fan of all the BS stuff that happens with online of like, oh, I'm tougher because I only eat once a day. It's like, no, you're not. But here's the problem that I see is that men go in, and in university, they call it the what the hell effect. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of it, but it's a fascinating thing. When you go throughout your day and you're overly optimistic when you wake up in the morning, thinking, oh, that's great. You've served police force. I'm not sure how much you talk about it on here, but nobody wants to work the morning shift. That's boring. Like, why? Because the crime doesn't happen in the morning. Because people wake up and they feel like they have an overly optimistic self of like, I can be a good person today. Well, then they have caffeine, coffee. I'm going to have a salad for lunch. Then they go into 2 o'clock, and 2 o'clock is the what the hell effect. Psychologically, it's broken down to, I'm going to lower my defenses just a little bit. What the hell? It's just a piece of chalk. What the hell? What the hell? It's just like looking at hot girls on Instagram for a little bit while I'm taking a poop on my break at work. Like, I'm not beating off in the bathroom. I'm just looking at, oh man, she's nice. What the hell? Like, it was just a little bit. Well, your brain responds to that trigger as, ooh, you just fed the beast. So the two wolf philosophy, you just fed the wrong wolf inside of you. Well, The thing with that wolf, and the Bible talks about this, you feed that monster wants more, and it's not satiated. So psychologically, it's called what the hell effect. So you go into the day and that wolf gets hungrier, and then you start to drive home and you see a fast food place that you love. What the hell? I'll start on Monday. What the hell? I'll supersize that thing. You get home and your kids are messing around and I'm so irritated. I just want time to myself. Well, now you're high and you can't think rationally. Your brain's out of control and you need another hit because that hit of fast food only lasted you an hour and a half. You need another hit to be emotionally stable, or so you think. And then you get some ice cream and then you get a bowl of M&Ms. And then you're like, man, I hope I get to have sex with my wife tonight. And she has a headache and she goes to bed. And you're like, oh my gosh, I need another high. And then you're sitting there and your wife's in bed and your kids are in bed. And you're like, oh man, I was looking at those girls today in the bathroom and they looked really good. Well, what if I opened up OnlyFans? Or what if I opened up Hub and just like got whatever I wanted? Your brain's so out of place at that point. And I started to see it from a tactical approach of studying the work of the enemy on the masculine soul. If I was the enemy, I'd attack you with a fork instead of a nuclear bomb. And that's what he does. And I started to realize it with obesity, with a lazy lifestyle, with addictions. I've never met with one dude that was like, oh yeah, I woke up this morning and out of nowhere just decided to have sex with another girl at lunch and had an affair on my wife and ruined 20 years of marriage. I've never met with that guy. It's that slow fork-sized bites of letting your guard down, justifying the sin. And that's what I found obesity is. And sugar is the most acceptable high on this planet, especially in the Christian church.
Dude, what a great synopsis. That was very eye-opening. Before we kind of go into your calling, I do kind of want to close out your time in the military.
Yeah.
What was the decision point where you're like, hey man, I'm going to go on to the next thing?
Yeah, great question. A lot of testosterone, thank God. A lot of just courage and being young. But ever since I started to see the problem, I knew I was a part of the solution. And
when you're talking about the problem, you're talking about like some of the things that you saw wrong in the Christian church.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. With the problem with masculinity. And then I started to see the problem with obesity and a whole bunch of fat, lazy dudes that I love that I'm like, you should be a warrior. I'm on this planet to help wake you up into who you are actually created to be. Not some fat, lazy dude that's beating his meat every night or multiple times a day looking at pornography. Like, you are created for more than that. So my calling wasn't out of frustration with any man. It was to say, I'm going to wake you up into the warrior that God created you to be. So that was tested when I was getting out of the military because I had a really successful military career. Had incredible opportunity to be to continue with that, signing bonus. And I knew that God was calling me out of it. And I told people like, they're like, hey, Bobay, what are you going to do when you get out? Like, I'm going to write books and speak to the church around the world. I'm going to inspire them to be who they're created to be. And they're like, okay, cool. So what's your plan to make money? Yeah, that's my plan. Hey, Bobay, what book have you written? I've never written a book. Cool. What degree do you have? Oh, I'm just about to finish my associate's degree in electronics because that's what I got during you get all those credits in the military. Like, electronics, huh? And you're going to write a book? And these dudes loved me. They were my friends saying, what the hell are you thinking? You have a wife and you're going to go fall on your face. This world is not for just the haphazardly hopeful type person. You stay in.
Well, and you had a very high level security clearance.
Yes.
I'm sure you were going to get offered a bonus to re-enlist.
Yeah, a bonus. And I could have worked with a lot of companies with that security clearance and got paid incredible money, deployed. Like, the contract work. You get picked up contract, you could go. But I knew what I wanted to do. And I find myself on flights and I was drawing on coffee cups of like how I wanted to write books. And like I was visualizing it and seeing myself doing that, speaking to people. And thank God I had the courage to do it and stepped out of the military, got out of the military, went through the process. And I was like, cool, I'm really fit. And I was a command fitness leader at our, in the Navy, they have collateral duties that you have. So you're deployed and then also as an air crewman, you're working in the shop when you're back, but then you have to have a collateral duty to help with your career. So I was over fitness. So I realized it was part of the solution I wanted to help with. And I got out, ended up getting a really great job in that transition point had a lot of faith and went up against people with degrees. And I was on one interview. My medical insurance literally kicked off in the military, and the Friday before kicked on with my corporate job. That was impossible. I was going up against guys with master's degrees. And I remember this guy, he was like, all right, so why are you the candidate we should select for this? And just with balls of steel, I was like, a lot of these guys know how to study it in theory. I know how to execute it, and I know how to actually get results from everything that you're going for. And he's like, okay. And I just remember thinking like, yeah, I don't have a master's degree, but I've done this. I've done this in the United States Navy. Here are my numbers. Here, getting people in shape from overweight single moms to guys that want to go be special forces. Command Fitness works with all of it. So you're looking for results to get people healthy across all of your corporate locations. I can get you results. So he hired me on in that wellness job, which was a new job. And they're like, well, you're probably going to fail, so we're going to give you 90 days to hire you on. So I'm like, oh, crap. I just went from the golden handcuffs of the military to 90 days, and I might make it, to that turned into 7 years. And I transformed their entire program and ended up being the global wellness manager for one of the biggest companies in the country, and was over and helped run 14 business units around the world. And some of the humongous companies like Fiji Water, Palm Wonderful, owned by the wonderful company. And I was on track to, if they were going to pave the way, to be their chief wellness officer for them, and just became an expert by working with people and motivating people where they're at to make a change for them and not for me and our programs.
What do you think made you so successful at that?
My love.
Because fitness and wellness, it's a big thing, and it's a thing that a lot of people struggle with. I mean...
Yeah. So... the owner of the company asked me this one time, and I pray for people. So I'd go speak, and I'd pray for people before. I genuinely loved the people that I wanted to help, and I would walk through relationships. I'd build program management systems, but I'd pray for them, and I loved them. And I said, man, if you genuinely love people, you're going to figure out how to help those people where they're at. Because we had companies that were in California, and there were people counting almonds and like literally looking at conveyor belts, pulling out bad almonds. And they did that for 18 years. So you're talking about ergonomics, helping that person standing all day. And that's what they've done 8 hours a day for 18 years of just like staring at the conveyor belt. How do you motivate that person to increase their biometrics on the health screening so you can have a ROI on your wellness program for your insurance plan? What are they working for? You find out like what motivates them. And some people, it's health. Like you talk to some of the high performing, like I worked with the C-level executives, and they want to be the best of the best of the best. And I'd talk with them, and like, what motivates you? I'd be like, hey man, you ready to, some of our CEOs, I'm like, you ready to lose some of that belly fat? Stop running so much. They're like, what? I'm like, hey man, you like love handles? They'd be like, who are you talking to? And I'm like, come on, man. Like you like having love handles? Like you work out, a lot of the C-level guys run marathons all the time. And I'm like, you're actually hurting your body more than you're helping your body. Like you're inducing so much stress. You can eat that chicken breast and your body's in such a state of stress. You're going to store more as energy reserve because you're constantly in a heightened state of cortisol and you're depleting everything else. So your body's really smart. So I'm like, hey man, so give up your like going to the gym and running for 2 hours a day and lift weights for 30 minutes and do 20 minutes of steady state cardio. And these guys are like, no way. Like this is way before all the fads now out. And you transform somebody's life based on finding what motivates them. And what motivates the lady that's counting the almonds and seeing that for her, it was money for her family. So create a program that incentivizes based on money. In the island of Fiji, they had a chief that you had to get. It's fascinating. So if you could mandate it out in Fiji. But it was really an interesting problem. But if you find like, oh, if you're going to work for money for your family and you need this and it's hand to mouth, if I provide you and you do a good job on your health and you get a $250 Amazon gift card every time you do a good job, and that's what motivates you, that's awesome. But I found it's about finding what motivates that person. And the frustrating thing to me was the church should have the same motivation. And they weren't, because Jesus quoted something from Deuteronomy chapter 6 when these guys are like, tell us the best commandment of all the 613 in the Old Testament. Tell us the top one. Like, if you are the Son of God, educate us, Son of God. And he gives them an answer that's fascinating. He's like, well, from Deuteronomy chapter 6 and 4, 5, 6, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. And the second one is like it, love your neighbor as yourself. These guys were perplexed. And I think the church still is perplexed today. You walk into churches and they have curriculums and they have all these things. What is it to be a Christian? It's really simple. Everything you have, your brain, your physical heart, your musculoskeletal system, your central nervous system, your spiritual life, your deep meditational thought life, your emotional system, love God with all of that. And when you're doing that, love people like you want to be treated. You talk about changing the world. And I started to see, like, that's the solution. That's the motivation that changes the entire world. If the church takes what Jesus said seriously, but too many people get caught on, oh, I'm obeying commandment 298 and 362, and man, I'm the best at 411. That commandment is my favorite. Like, nobody can compare to me. That's my 9-iron shot. Like, shut up. And like, you have to love God with everything you have. So then I started to see it of like, what man in here would take their brain and plug in the hippocampus of their brain, and put it on a projector so every man in the room can watch what you've thought about for the last 48 hours. I've never seen a man say, oh, me. No. Why? Because it's so hard to love God with all of your mind. It's almost impossible. I think it is impossible without God, but sometimes I'll be driving down the road and worshiping God and thinking about things, praying for somebody. Somebody cuts me off and I'm like, beep, beep, beep. Like all these things. I'm like, I'd love to just take you out. And, oh, God, I'm so sorry. That way, like immediately I'm pulled out of the person I want to be because my brain is lusting for something else. And that's if the Christian church took seriously, everything that you eat might not go to your hips, but it always goes to your brain. If you stewarded your brain, your physical heart, your musculoskeletal system, your endocrine system, your central nervous system, your emotional state, your mental state, and your spiritual state, if you stop focusing on everything else in the world, who's president, all these things, that's great. Stop focus. Like you can't, let me tell you, from my background in the military, you can't control any of that other than voting, but I don't even know if that controls anything. But if you can,
that's a whole nother podcast.
But if you can control that, and then you can do your best from that state of humility to love your neighbor as yourself and look for their needs, we'll change the world.
I love that, man. Something that you and I had talked about that I thought was interesting. It's an interesting part of the conversation. When you got out and decided you were, going to start speaking, I know you were working, but you were still trying to get into the church to motivate men.
Yeah.
You had a pastor who basically said that you would never be able to speak to anybody without going to seminary.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love to say his name, but I won't. I feel like there's a lot of people that just have had too much time pass since they've got punched in the face by another man. And they talk like they're the boss of the internet champions, and they forget what it is to sit with a real man and talk to a man. And this guy... so there's a story in the Bible that I love when King David wants to go fight Goliath. He was ready for it. I wrote a whole book on this called Rock Kazakh. It's the ancient Hebrew war cry of the mighty men. And David had no doubt where he was even going to put Goliath's head. He knew where he was going to put Goliath's head. David knew the outcome of that battle. And he goes to King Saul. He's bringing food to his brothers. He walks over the hill, and the Bible says, and he hears Goliath. That's badass. Like, oh, I heard you talking shit to my boys. Wrong move, buddy. Come on. Like, this dude comes over that hill, hears Goliath, and he goes and he's like, hey, what's the man gets that kills him? That was David's first question, which I love. What's the man get that kills him? God is a God that loves to reward courageous men. So never forget, for every man listening, that's the first question David asked. And what was the answer? It was great. You get a really hot girl that's also the king's daughter. So you're going to be royalty and never pay taxes again. bro, I'm
in.
I am in. Come on,
Sign me
man.
up.
That's better than the sheep I'm hanging out with,
Yeah.
right? Like the shepherd that's overlooked by his family. So he walks up to King Saul, and what does King Saul do? And this is why I'm telling this story, because this is what this guy tried to do to me. King Saul's like, take my armor and put it on you. And we have a lot of men today that have listened to that, and they're living in the armor that a good-intentioned, I think a well-intentioned person is trying to equip them with for a battle that God has destined them to fight. And the battle God destined you to fight doesn't take somebody else's armor. And no matter how much it's been battle tested, it takes the armor that you have been given in your life, that you're comfortable with, that you know is battle tested for you. And David put that armor on. And it wasn't like David was like, oh, this is too big for me. I'm just a wee little kid. No, he's like, this hasn't been tested. I haven't killed in this. I haven't fought. Hey, with my weapons, I've killed a lion and I've killed a bear. What? You've been around some pretty badass dudes. What guy could say that? I've killed a lion with my bare hands and a bear?
With a slingshot.
What?
Yeah.
Like, that dude is legendary. So he's like, no, hasn't been tested. And what does David do? He goes and changes history with that fight. Like that's a fight that was heard around the world, and never forgotten in his time. I go out to lunch with a pastor and tell him my hopes and dreams. And I do not have a degree yet. And I haven't even started college at this point. And I say, this is what I want to do. And he takes King Saul's armor and he's like, well, you'll never do that if you don't go to seminary. You can't speak on stages unless you go to Bible school. You got to do this, this, and this. And I left that meeting with King Saul's armor hanging on me, feeling so deflated and fatigued and thinking this is impossible. And then I took that armor off and said, no, it's not.
You know, and I don't understand that. And maybe this is an issue that I have with, the church. You look at the 12 disciples who preached all over the world.
All over the world.
None of them went to seminary, dude. When did that become you have to go to college? And, when did this thing become such a rite of passage? I don't understand it.
It's the sinful nature. So I read one of my favorite biographers is Eric Metaxas, and I love any book that he writes. Like, he's so magnificent with writing somebody's story. He's very similar to you in a podcast, and I want people to know when you have this podcast, and just like a pause in this conversation, because I want to come back to Eric Metaxas. There's a Patreon that's launching that is this podcast. And I want every man to sign up for it, because for you guys watching this, the work that Asher puts in is, I've spoken professionally for 10 years, but on podcasts, some of the biggest ones in Christianity, I've never seen anybody do work like what you do. Your research, your development, the time you put into this. And I think every man listening should support at whatever level this podcast to make sure you continue telling stories. And I think this should be the biggest podcast in the world because the level you put into it. So I want you to know that, of just as a guy that's becoming your friend, but a fan of your work, an admirer.
Thanks, bro.
So you're welcome. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I want to see you win in every sense of the word, because you do what Eric Metaxas does when he writes a biography. He lives it. He is fully immersed in it. And I feel like every time I watch one of your podcasts, you're fully immersed in that person. When I got here yesterday, like, I'm dealing with allergies, and you're like, so anybody hearing this, not my typical voice is a little bit higher, a little bit more annoying, but I sound a little more masculine with the stuffed up nose. But you got to know me. You accepted me into your home. You studied me. 18 pages of research that you did on my life, and I was blown away and honored. And Eric Metaxas did that for Mark, for everybody he writes from. And I'm a big history buff, and I love history, and I love reading and learning. And he wrote that for Martin Luther with the Protestant Reformation. Mm. So to answer that question, long form, the route I just took us on, it was a problem with the Catholic Church, which Catholic just was the only Christian church on the planet at the time. There wasn't over 2,000 denominations at that time. There was the Catholic Church. And why did Martin Luther, I know the answer is rhetorical, why did Martin Luther write his 95-page thesis, put it on the door on October 31st when he went through that process? Because he was sick and tired of that same thing. Elitists thinking they had the right answer and the common men couldn't have what they knew. Martin Luther's like, that is not the same Bible we're reading. These people need to be able to read and experience God like we do as the priest though in the monasteries as everybody else, and he gave his life for that reformation. And I still love, like, we'll tell a story later about a Catholic priest that like saved my life that I believe was an angel. I love any church institution that is based on a relationship with Jesus and becoming more like Jesus. I love it. I don't care what denomination you are. If you don't pray in tongues, if you do pray in tongues, if you dance in the aisle, if you don't dance in the aisle, man, if you love Jesus, you want to be more like him. I love it. But what happens so many times is good intention. I think this pastor started with good intentions. He eventually became a thorn in my side that I couldn't stand, but eventually God was successful and showed his victory through my life and shut this dude up. But he was taking his armor, putting it on me and saying I had to do his way to be successful. And that'd be like telling Peter, hey, I'm going to call you. And when Jesus called Peter and Andrew together. But first you got to go back through the training. And it's going to take you 3 years. Well, then you just miss the opportunity to walk with Jesus because the next 3 years were his final 3 years on this planet. And I think so many guys say, I'm going to delay my obedience to go do something that I believe will equip me for this. And God say, no, I want you to follow me right where you're at. All the skill sets you have. And that's what I found is my favorite thing about working with men and seeing men. And that's what you do with this podcast is every man's story matters. No matter if you were whatever branch you served in the military, if you didn't serve in the military, like people, me and I have so many friends that were elite special forces operators to air crewmen to working as a mechanic on a ship. Your story matters and your life matters. And when you start to really realize that and unlock that, there's a whole bunch of warriors that are just waiting to be invited into the arena as a gladiator. And those dudes, when they come into that arena as a gladiator, will kick ass. And all they have to know is you're invited in. And you don't have to have all those degrees and acumen. Like, dude, you have what it takes. Let's go. Like, let's go.
Join the tribe, brother.
Join the tribe. Like, let's live life and die with honor. And let's do what Tecumseh said. Like, let's have a cool song when the hero goes home. Let's have that. But I feel like a lot of men think, oh, my story doesn't matter. My story's too dark. Or no. Your story matters. And that's where real change across the world happens when men start to realize, oh, my story does matter. And I don't have to lie and inflate it. I don't have to. My story, just as it is, matters, and I can help people where I'm at.
It's that human aspect, man. You know, it's where this, we've separated ourselves in all these different classes. And I mean, even in the military culture, right? If you didn't do this, you're not enough. And, you know, oh, you only did that. But it's like, dude, when you look at the military, I mean, only 1% of us answered the call, right? 1% of the population of the U.S. joins the military. Yep. So it's like, who cares what you did? You still did the call. I mean, did some guys do more? Yeah, but did you do what you could? Yeah, man. I mean, I love that. I love that response you gave. That speaks to everybody. Thanks, we're gonna dive into SoulCon. I'm super excited to talk about this. Before we do it, let's take a break real quick.
Yes, sir.
So this is kind of, I'm really excited to talk about this point is because this is actually how I found you.
Cool.
Talk to me about writing your SoulCon challenge. I mean, it took you over 5.5 years. I really want to dive into this.
Yeah. So, okay, cool. So the biggest thing for me was I started speaking. I wanted to speak to the Christian church about optimal health and then help the solution, like with the masculine soul. So I started to go through my undergraduate program from a Christian university and in business, and went all the way through and got a graduate degree eventually in from that same university in business leadership. And I started to speak to churches and mixed audiences with men and women, and I was young in this, and I started to see, oh, there's a big response here happening with my message. And I started to get on, like, my first big stage was 2,400 people, and I was speaking with a keynote, and I started to look out, and I felt like I didn't have the resource I needed to be able to provide the solution for what I was looking at. I was like, the problem started to amplify. And I say this all the time, and I want guys to really hear it. I believe in a God, and I've seen miracles in front of me. I believe God does miracles all the time, and I think he'd do more if we had faith in him to move. I don't think, from what I've seen, God does miracles in lazy hearts. Like, I think if the miracle you're wanting is because you're too lazy to apply the discipline that he's given you, I've never seen God do that. And I remember I'd speak and have people come forward for prayer, and I'd see these like dudes saying, "Can you pray for me to be more disciplined?" And I'd ask them eye to eye, like, "You've been given discipline." 2 Timothy 1:7 says, "For you haven't been given a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a self-disciplined mind. Why aren't you using it?" So I'm going to pray for you to use the discipline you have, but I'm not going to pray that God magically gives you something you already have. And I saw that guys wanted the microwave system for a long-term relationship God wants to have with you through the joy of suffering. And I started to see men that were going to church that maybe were in the military, are in the military, or just never been in the military, didn't know that Christianity and suffering produces good fruit. I was like, man, some of the best relationships I still have. So when I was going through SERE school, and like there's a final night where you all get together before you go into the POW training part of it, you get to sleep together. And I found the fattest dude in there, and I didn't know him at the time. But I was like, I literally was like, "You are spooning with me tonight." We laughed, and I literally was like, "Come here!" And I was so warm, and he ended up being an aircraft commander at my squadron, and we just became like such good friends from that. But times of suffering produce camaraderie, and experienced suffering and shared suffering produces meaningful relationships. And I started to realize that that was a thing that was missing inside of the Christian church. Men, like a great victory for a man is showing up to overeat with biscuits and bacon and gravy and thinking that another man teaching them the Bible was them stepping on the battlefield as a gladiator. Right? And it's like, hey man, like I actually like, I want to do stuff with you. Like, hey man, you want to go shoot? You want to go to a gun? Yes, I want to go to a gun range with you. Like, hey man, do you want to go watch John Wick with me? Yes, I want to be there. Like, let's go. We'll get some popcorn. I like Milk Duds. I like a diet soda. And let's go watch John Wick and watch him kill every bad guy in the way. Hey man, you want to come to this men's Bible study with me where a guy tells you what you're doing wrong in your life, but they feed you and give you good coffee, and then they pray and they give you no real system on how to walk through any of the struggles that you have? No, I don't want to go to that. I don't want somebody telling me what I'm doing wrong in my life without oh, there's a problem. No shit, I have a problem. What are you going to do about it? Like, don't look at pornography. Like, I remember sitting in so many men's conferences, hearing these guys be like, talking about pornography. Like, if you do that, like, it's bad, it's terrible. But if you just talk about the problem and escalate to where you're just like, it's so bad, but you don't talk about the realistic side of like, what? So you're telling me you don't masturbate ever? Come on, man. like let's actually get to the brass tacks of this and be vulnerable to say, if you're a heterosexual male, and that's fine. I have a lot of amazing guy friends that struggle with homosexuality tendencies and things they've been through as children. If Jesus was tempted by sin, you will be tempted with sin. And I've known men long enough to where I've never met a man that hasn't sinned in their life. So I just saw I had to be a part of that solution to say, okay, well, talking to dudes about masturbation and what they're thinking about is a little aggressive for me. Like, like, hey man, let's have coffee and go talk about your masturbation habits.
I gotta wash my hair.
I gotta relace my shoes, and I can't make it, bro. But if you go and build a relationship, like, let's go see a movie together. A lot of Christian dudes are like, oh, you want to like hang out, like actually like build a relationship with me? Hey man, where do you work out? Like, let's work out together. You want to go for a run? Like, let's meet up and go for a run together. And I started to realize that once men see that a relationship with God isn't a structured thing where what Martin Luther stood against, of one guy telling you about the Bible and then you hoping you can attain to that. I love I love being taught the Bible. I love it. But I loved the military in training. I loved it. I had a question one time, and one of my favorite guys, he now reads my books, Master Chief Waxenfelter. He's one of my favorite dudes on the planet. Well, I was studying, and I was getting ready to go to war. And he's like, hey, man, you can study all you want, and you're really smart, but until you go, you'll never understand it. I was like, oh, that was the wisest thing. And we have so many guys that go into church that are living on the sidelines, listening to the gladiators, thinking, I've done this right, so listen to me, because it feels good when you're that dude. I've been that dude, and like in a prideful, sinful place, me talking, and guys praise you, and it feels good, but it's meaningless. We need guys that can go into church and say, I need you to come into the arena with me and fight with me. The fishermen, the mechanics, the guys that are dealing with whatever addiction they're dealing with, come into this. You're going to experience the freedom Christ has for you, and then we're going to fight together. And that's what I saw with SoulCon. So it took me 5.5 years to perfect a program, and perfect is the word that I want to use, but I want to clarify that word. The process of perfection takes a lifetime. So I'm constantly going through that. And it's what Lombardi said, that perfection is unattainable, but it's in the pursuit of perfection that we obtain excellence. And the process of perfection, I've perfected that, and I still do, is how can I create a curriculum that guys go through that induces suffering and produces long-term lasting camaraderie that will endure through the pain of really difficult things that the real fights life throws our way. That's why it took me so long to write it. And it's 240 pages. The first part of it is nonfiction, where I teach you about, I talk to guys. I'm not educating you as a man. I'm laying the understanding of war, and then I'm sending you to war. Hey, this is the war you're going to fight. These are the weapons of mass destruction. Satan uses a fork. Jesus, a cross. Jesus says, pick up your cross daily and follow me. Now, I want guys to understand the context of that. He's talking, that's Luke chapter 9:23. He's talking to guys that have no idea what he's talking about. Literally later in the synoptic gospels, these guys come to him and are like, hey man, the sons of thunder. They have their mom go ask Jesus if they can sit on his right hand when he establishes his rule on this earth. They think he's going to be King David, and they're going to be wealthy and powerful and have royalty. They don't understand that he's going to die on that cross, get brutally murdered on that cross, and that cross is going to be a sign of victory to all of us who believe. They have no idea. So he's like, hey, pick up your cross daily and follow me. Now, these are people that are going on vacations, walking on vacations with their family, seeing people asphyxiate from the Roman government on crosses because they'd put them on passageways of traffic to show, obey the Roman law, or you're going to end up like these guys. So you have your kids and you're seeing people asphyxiate, bleed out, and die on crosses to remind you to obey the law. That's what these people knew of the crosses. So when he says that, pick up your cross daily and follow me. So I lay out the foundation work. I lay out these 4 fundamentals of healthy living. I don't think healthy living is that difficult. Like you don't have to eat one thing of beef a day. You don't have to be a carnivore. You have to be in control of your appetite. That's what it is. Like if you need to lose weight, eat less and move more. It's really simple. The execution of it is where you run into human nature and all of your baggage and all of your history, and it takes that motivation for you in your life. So I wrote that, and then I wrote this fictional experience. Once you go to war in the book, it's a 6-week special forces training camp. Because I wrote the book. Once you go into that process of the 6 weeks, it's a fictional experience, like you're walking into kind of like a video game experience where you're watching a movie, but you're the first person in that, like when you play Call of Duty, like that's your guy, but you don't ever see your face unless it's through somebody else. So you're reading this as that guy going through this fictional training center. If God's kingdom had a special forces training or selection school, could you make it? So it's 6 weeks of you go to this training camp, you meet these other guys, and there's practical challenges in your life. So you start the program, there's 6 weeks of every week has a theme. The first week you have to do a test in. And it's not reciting a prayer in front of your small group. It's a test of running a 5K, doing push-ups and sit-ups. And if you guys can't run, they do the elliptical. If they can't run, they swim. It's not about a certain physical metric. It's about pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone and being the best you can be. In that, every day you wake up, you get on your knees and you pray out loud. You pray the Lord's Prayer, really simple prayer. You do push-ups before you leave the house. You remind your body. You are a servant to what I'm accomplishing. I'm not a servant to what you lust for. So really simple, practical way. So I wrote this whole thing, like there's a hell week in it. It's so cool of like, and I've had some of the most elite, two guys that led Delta have been through my book. And one of them was like, I've been through some of the toughest training the military could give me. I didn't think this was going to be anything difficult. And he said, until I got to your hell week. And he said, like, doing everything that honors God, not having sugar, pushing yourself to the max in your body, soul, and spirit. He said it's the hardest thing, being vulnerable with men. It's the hardest thing I've ever done. But he experienced freedom from alcoholism with that and PTSD. And then he started to go get help. It was really a cool process. But the whole book is practical ways to induce suffering in your life where you're at to produce from that camaraderie, because I found out it's a lot easier for guys to talk about their struggles with their finances, the debt, the gambling, the addictions, the pornography, the lust, if they can first laugh about how hard that 5K was. Like, oh man, those push-ups suck, huh? Yeah, you know what else sucks, man? I'm going through something. Can you pray for me? So I wrote that, and it took me 5.5 years to perfect it. There's a lot of there. I beta test a lot of it, take groups through to say like what worked, what didn't work. I wanted by the time it released to say that's my best foot forward, and if a guy reads it, it will change their life. And I got to that point.
What do you think it was, and why do you think it took so long? Or was it the refinement? What?
Yeah, it was all of it. The refinement, it was the process. It was learning. What I wanted guys to celebrate in, it's not about physical achievements, because I don't care. Like, honestly, like you and I know this. If somebody comes to me and like, dude, I just ran a marathon and whatever, and said, cool, that's awesome. But I don't like, how do you love your wife? How do you honor your kids? What do your kids say about you? Cool about your physical feats. I used to think that was awesome. Like, yeah, I can crush pull-ups. I can beat most guys at a pull-up contest. Means nothing to me. And like, awesome, man, you ran a 240-mile race. Cool. I don't like, if you're just a shitbag as a human being, awesome. You need to get help mentally. Like, you're running from demons. You need to fight. And I know that's not a popular way to view it, but I think it's the most freeing way to process through life is just addressing some of these things head on. So yeah, it took me a long time to write, to get it to where it was formatted properly, digestible, and challenging to men that were 400 pounds to some of the most elite guys in the world.
Rick Thompson wrote the foreword.
Yeah.
He said, your flesh is an out of control desire for what's good. Unpack that philosophy.
It's one of my favorite understandings of, I love Rick. He's a pastor at Council Road Baptist Church in Oklahoma City. Brilliant mind. He's kind of a modern day C.S. Lewis. So the fact that he wrote the foreword and like really helped propel me into this and kind of backed me was really meaningful, and still is. But he talked about the flesh, because Paul talks about a war going on inside of you. And every man knows, whether you're walking with God or you're not walking with God, you know there's a war raging inside of you. And it's waging constantly, but it's constantly just raging. And when you understand what that is and what your flesh is, you start to understand, oh, this is winnable. But he talks all the time of like, sex is good. But an out of control desire for sex is your flesh, and that will destroy your life. Alcohol, like, that was Jesus' first miracle. He's at a party, And at the time when you bring out the worst wine, because everybody's probably intoxicated and they can't tell the difference between the quality of wine, his first miracle is compassion at people that didn't have enough money. And it's embarrassing at that point culturally to run out of wine at a party that you're hosting. So his first miracle is out of compassion, giving them the best wine. So alcohol is not bad, and out of control desire for alcohol is bad. And that's what Rick really taught of, donuts aren't bad. They're great. But if you can't say no to a donut, how are you going to say no to the temptation with pornography, the temptation with depression and suicidal thoughts? We've got to get men that can actually sweat a little bit more in training so they don't bleed as bad in combat. I love his line for that.
Yeah, that's a great philosophy.
Yeah.
The publishing offer, this was very unique when you told me this, and kind of when I looked into this, I thought this was wild. The second largest Christian publisher wanted your series, man, your book.
Yeah.
But you had to make it, you had to make it for men and women.
Yeah.
Explain why you said no.
Yeah, a lot of courage and ignorance, but I had no idea the battlefield I was stepping onto, but I knew the answer was wrong to do what he wanted. And I'll say it the rest of my life. My favorite thing of the Bible is probably what a lot of people think, and I do. I think the book of James is written from Jesus' brother James, which, just put yourself in that household for a second. I have a brother. Can you imagine a brother that never made a mistake? You go to fight him and he's like, "Don't touch me, I'm the son of God." Like, how hard would that be if you're growing up in the house, so you're watching that and you're seeing that? So I think the book of James it depends theologically and historically, but James 4:17 says, if you know the good that you're supposed to do and you don't do it, that's sin. That's a fascinating line to me. That's tricky. And I think...
Say that one more time.
If you know the good that you're supposed to do and you don't do it, that's sin. Crazy, right? So that's not psychological weakness. He doesn't say that that's leading to a lesser life. He says, and that's sin, which is a very powerful language to say, what is sin? It's no longer these 613 laws of the Old Testament. If you know that good that you're supposed to do inside your heart and you don't do it, it's sin. And what does sin do? It destroys your life. Bite by bite, it will destroy your life. So I think it's really important for us to just navigate through when we look at the Christian church and we look at our lives, if we can have a revolution of guys saying, I need to get my diet in check. Cool. If you don't, that's sin. Why are you justifying sin? And I used to travel and speak all the time to churches. And
I want to make it clear, sorry to interrupt you. You're not just telling people to become bodybuilders or fitness athletes. It's just to be healthy, man, which is, there's a big difference.
To be healthy, yeah. Because I literally have had a six-pack my entire marriage. That's not what gets me sex.
Yeah.
My wife is like hardly impressed with my physique ever. More dudes are impressed with my physique than my wife. My wife is really impressed with the way I parent and my kids, and I love her. And I am vulnerable with her and talk with her emotionally, spiritually, mentally.
And just an understanding, like the diet thing and being healthy, it's definitely a form of discipline. And if you can discipline the way you eat, you can apply that discipline to other areas of your life.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I wanted to really make that distinction.
Yeah, it's really important to say, man, if you really want to do something, if you want to be used, Paul breaks this down to Timothy in 2 Timothy chapter 2. So Paul's last letter that he wrote was to his friend Timothy, who's leading a massive church. It's his second letter to him that we have. And he's writing this to him about being a good soldier for Jesus Christ. And this is where my book, If God's Kingdom Had a Special Forces Group, would you make it? Would God pick you to serve in this? It comes from 2 Timothy chapter 2, where God says, if you want to be used as a special utensil in God's house, which I read that from the military, I'd be like, if you want a special purpose, that's what drew me into the military. Be someone special. I want to be that someone. What's it take? And Paul's like, if you want to be used as an everyday, ordinary tool in God's family, do this. He said it's keeping a pure heart. So if you want to be used as a special utensil in God's family, if you want to be a special forces operator in God's kingdom, keep a pure heart. How do you keep a pure heart? You don't sin. Is it possible to live a life that doesn't sin? No, Jesus did it. But as you walk through life, there's a difference as a man longing to know who Christ is and be that person that Christ made you, and having habits of sin. I screw up and fail constantly. I never go through my life planning to hide sin. And I think that's the big difference guys need to realize.
Yeah, and I just kind of want to go back to that question. I mean, when you were writing this, you weren't super well off. You had young kids, and that this publishing company would have given you, some money, but they wanted you to make your thing for men and women. Why? I mean, I know you, man. I know how much you love your wife, and you have a daughter. Like, you're not anti-women, but you specifically wanted to do this for men. Why was that so important to you that you said no to what would have been a large sum of money at the time?
A large sum of money, yeah. Again, so if you know the good you're supposed to do and you don't do it, it's sin. And navigating through that with everything, business, opportunities, it will lead you into destinations that you're not equipped to fight and battlefields that you're not going to win on. So I had that mentality of like, if you make this for men and women, we'll do it and it will sell. And this guy was great. He was telling me, these are what the numbers say, and men don't buy books. When's the last time you went to a Christian bookstore and were like, I'm just going to shop around and get some trinkets? Like, guys typically they don't do that. Like, I don't buy trinkets. If I'm going to do something, I'm going to actually, especially now online, I'm not shopping. I'm sighting in the target and I'm pulling the trigger and I'm buying that item on Amazon and I'm not thinking about it again. So guys don't go shop, or typically they don't like to shop.
I'm in, grab it, and I'm out.
And I'm out. I don't want to see every other option. I want to just get and I want to move on with my day. Well, he told me the numbers and he's like, you're never going to make it. Like, it will never reach the masses. And he wrote in his magazine, Charisma Media, he wrote in his magazine that the SoulCon challenge and what he learned going through the beta test with SoulCon changed his life and helped him fight through a cancer battle. So he wasn't saying it from a place of like, I don't believe in this, but we need to make it for men and women to be able to sell and make this a business opportunity for us. And I said, no. I said, this is a language men need to speak. I love women, but I'm not going to write a book for them. I'm married and I don't understand my wife still. I try to figure it out.
Bro. That's a whole nother podcast.
That's a whole nother podcast, man. I'm like, okay, so I want to be that person, but I'm not going to write a book to them on like what motivates. I can have a discussion with a woman and find out what motivates them, but it's like one-on-one and we have a conversation. But what motivates men? I'm a man. I get it. So I had to stick to my guns, and I had to, at that time, which was very unpopular to self-publish and honestly pretty stupid, I decided to self-publish it. And that ended up being a battle I wasn't ready to fight.
Yeah, I mean, and you self-published before it was like cool to do. Yeah. Now a lot of people are doing it. I mean, you had to find printers, distribution, you're shipping it from your house.
Yes.
What was the struggle of that season in your life?
Oh, there's so many. But just in conversation, if you're like, hey, I wrote a book, it's like being an actor. Oh, what do I know you from? I wrote a book. Back then it was, who's your publisher? People that don't even know book writing were like, cool, who's publishing it? I'm self-publishing it. And immediately it's like, oh, you're that guy. Nobody believes in you. And you want to be like, no, people believe in me.
Yeah.
But you're self-publishing, so it's not going to make it. And
versus nowadays, you use a publisher, they're taking 80% of the proceeds.
Yeah. And like,
lucky.
You have to be mega famous, and like that book still has to be one of the best and reach the like impossible category for it to sell. So one of the hardest days of my life professionally, I set the release date. And I was getting everything ready, and I was asking people to help me market it, and they did. And the day came, I was praying. I was like, Lord, I have 5.5 years into this. Can you please show yourself mighty for me? And that day went and passed, and I sold 17 copies.
Probably like 15 of family members.
15. At least, like, I don't know, but at least 15. And you know what the question you get asked on your launch day? How many did you sell? I didn't lie. And it was the darkest night professionally I've ever had, of maybe everybody else was right. And it was the first time in my life I fell into the pit of despair, which I've been very familiar with now, but I fell into that pit deep, dark, and alone. And I asked God, what do you want me to do? And I heard clear as me and you talking in my soul. I've never heard God audibly, his voice audibly. I've heard him audibly through other people tell me things. And I'm like, there's no way you'd know that about me. So just keep going. Man, okay. You don't have anything else? Like, hey, how about you go down to this lake and catch a fish and there's going to be gold in its mouth. And then it's going to take up for all the time I've wasted writing this book. Humiliated, broken. And I've just found that God does his greatest work from places like that. And I decided to keep going. And I stripped off as much pride as I knew how at that point. And man, I'd show up I'd drive 4 hours to speak at events, and I'd have 40 books, and everybody thinks their event's going to be bigger than it actually is. So I'd work with the person that booked me to speak, and I drive 4 hours, spend that money in gas and time, and I have 80 books in the back or 40 books in the back to sell, and I show up, and I walk in with my books, and I see 8 guys there. And the pastor's like, yeah, we just didn't have the turnout that we were planning on, and I sell 2 books. And I go back. And I go to the next one, I speak, and I go to the next one, I speak, and I just didn't give up. And for about 6 months, my life looked like that, of speaking, developing, and showing up and saying, I'm going to give 100% effort, no matter who's in the room or how many people. And that's where I learned how to connect with an audience. And I'd never trade that for anything, because I learned I'd go in at that time and I'd speak to men in small town Oklahoma or Kansas or Texas or wherever I was going to speak, Wisconsin, wherever in the country I was at the time. And I'd look at them to be like, I can't relate with these guys at all. They're in overalls and like they've been farmers their whole life. God, how do I connect with them? And I'd realize how to connect with them. And I learned I could speak on any stage in the country or around the world if you actually care about the people you're talking to. You can speak to any. I've spoke in Armenia. I spoke where you're having an active translator going. I've spoke in Canada. I've spoke like you can reach people if you care about the people. But I learned then if you don't care about the size of the audience or if you don't have a predetermined outcome that you're expecting and basing your emotions on, you will be effective when you speak. But God had to rip all of that out of me.
I love that, man. That resonates with me in my own personal life. I've learned more from my failures than I have from my successes.
It sucks.
Yeah.
It's so true.
That's when you die to your ego, you become humble, you know, even as this podcast has grown, I still try to stay super grounded, man. I'm always going to be grounded. Yeah. Because, you know, the thing that we've built, I told you this last night, man, like this isn't me. I'd love to tell you I'm super smart and I did all these crazy things. This podcast is literally just me and my editor.
That's cool.
But it's all God, man. And it's all, you know, having that blind faith, which is tough. I think I told you last night, you know, sometimes I struggle with that whole blind faith thing, man. Cause I'm a tangible person, but you know, I'm learning to just step on the water and, you know, hope I don't sink. And so it's really cool to hear your story of, you know, it wasn't what you thought it was going to be, but you didn't give up, dude. And I think there's a lot of people out here, there's a hidden message in that alone, right? Like sometimes, man, what you want in life or what you thought you wanted, you know, there may be another plan. Yeah. And just because you thought it was going to go this way and you prayed for it to go this way or you hoped and wished or whatever, and it didn't, doesn't necessarily mean you just quit. Like sometimes, you know, you have to persevere. I mean, that's what, you know, military is all about. It's basic training and you know, even advanced training and special operations, SERE school, right? Like you don't give up, man. You got to keep going. Yeah. You know, at the end of the day, and I think I said this recently too, the sun's going to set and the sun's going to rise in the morning and it's a new day. You know,
that's good.
I love that about your story, man. Tell me about the conference. And it was a Texas, Oklahoma conference. There's 3,500 men. Yeah. And you ended up finding out there was like a coalition of people that are trying to remove you.
Yeah. The one pastor that I met with and told me that he got 4 other guys and those 5 of them that wanted to get me off that stage because honestly, it was the most sought after conference to be a keynote in Oklahoma, Texas area. And the guy that was over it had balls of steel and put me as that guy because he was former military and he read my book and he's like, this is unbelievable. I want you to do that. And they had this whole system of what you need to do to speak at it and what people did. And I just remember that feeling of like, give me a sling and the staff and I'm going to win. Like I've done this. I've conquered the lion. I've conquered the bear. I've showed up and drove 4 hours to speak to 8 guys in a barn. You give me that microphone, I'll get the job done. And these guys wanted me off and they hated me. And I almost, I was in the parking lot. I was going to go in and flip his table and just beat the shit out of him for a little bit. Not anything crazy or threatening. They're just like, just remind him like, hey, oh, cool. That's what being a man is. Like, cool. Carry on with your day. But this is what you deserve for that. And I just prayed, Lord, I forgive him. I forgive him. Like, don't let anything that I do about myself, about being about myself or me proving people wrong, just let me do the job that you've appointed me to do. So it was interesting going into that conference because a lot of anybody's professional speaker knows they want to see like what notes you have. They want to put it on the screen, and 3,500 people in an auditorium. It was over 3,500, but visually entertain them, right? Like what clips from movies are you going to use? And they asked me and I said, no, I'm going to talk to them. Like I got it. And it made them so nervous. Like this dude is young and this dude, it has a shirt on. I had a t-shirt with a skull. These guys had like button-up shirts and all these things. I had jeans and they said, hey, so what are you going to talk about? What I talked with the guy that's over it about, and I'm going to connect with the guys. And I'm going to share the gospel with them. Okay, so you don't have any notes or anything for the screen, like scripture references? No, I want them to focus on me. I want them to hear what I have to say, and I'm going to talk to them for 33 minutes. And my buddy, who's a studies pastor in Oklahoma City, former NFL football player, played for the Dolphins, Abraham Wright, one of my dear friends, he was with me, and it scared him because he's like, bro, this is the biggest opportunity in your career. You should have this outlined a little bit more. I'm like, I know what I'm going to talk about. And I was in that talk, I was going to do an illustration that is different than most public speaking. It's almost like I wanted to get the men into a story and let them feel like they were a part of this illustration. So 3,500 dudes, I'm going to do this thing. And these guys are like, okay. And I was scared to death by the time it was, because I'm like, man, I hope this works. And I just got on my knees. I ended up getting strep before, so I was sick the 2 nights leading up to it. I got on my knees and I just asked the Lord, will you show yourself mighty through me? And will you impact these guys? And I went and typically they set up your table. You're going to talk. And I picked up the table on my way out and I felt totally healthy. All my strength was back. And I was like, oh, this is going to be awesome. Pick it up, walk out, set it down, and gave the talk that started the movement behind my book. And I've never seen anything like it since, where you have over 3,500 men in the room that are hanging on every word that you speak because that word is authentic. And I believe it was covered in prayer for a long time, and it had power, and it met guys where they were, and it gave them a solution on how to get out of where they were at. I finished that talk and prayed, and I spent my last $12,000 to me was like spending $200,000. My last $12,000 on product merchandise, my book. I had 564 books in the back. I literally, driving down there was like, that's the last bit of my money. If this doesn't work, I'm out. I finished. There's pictures of it. There was guys throwing money at the guys that were selling my book because they just wanted to get it before it sold out. We sold out of every single book, all of the t-shirts, all the merchandise. And that was my first videos that went viral from that. And it was genuine life change that started to happen of guys saying, oh, you invited me into the battlefield and I want to die next to that guy.
What did that mean to you after, 5.5 years to write the book? You've had these ups and downs. We just talked about, the life altering, you felt like a failure because it didn't achieve what you wanted. To finally get some type of validation, you've been on a journey. It wasn't like you gutted it out for a year. 5.5 years is a long time to refine your process. You turned down a major publishing company, that wanted you to do this, that. You had a lot of conviction about, what this thing that God had called you to do. What did it finally feel like to finally be like, you must have had to feel some sort of vindication. I don't even know if that's the right word, but like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, it's cool.
Yeah.
Guys that I knew were talking about me came up to me afterwards, were like, that was the best talk I've ever heard. And guys that were doubters and haters became fans, and it felt like everything I visualized and meditated and I believed in myself becoming a reality. And I knew that battle was, I could win it. I just needed the opportunity. And it felt so good. And also, it's kind of like when David killed Goliath, it started another war for me that I wasn't ready for. It started then the war of really warring for the masculine soul and dealing with, I want to say douchebags, but the guys that were really insecure pastors that started to come at you, criticizing your work, criticizing you as a man, criticizing your ability.
And those pastors like that. Not all pastors are like that, but those pastors have really contributed to probably one of the biggest declines in church attendance, I think, at least in our history here in the U.S.
Oh, and it's, man, and I saw some of the most heroic pastors that are still friends of mine say, cool, I want you to come speak at our church, and like, we're going to do that curriculum in art. And you started to see the masculinity make a comeback inside of like what suffering looks like, going through a 6-week challenge together, not just showing up to get fed and taught the Bible, which I love getting taught the Bible, but you're living out the Bible 7 days a week together. You're texting. I created a digital platform with the SoulCon app, which still exists today.
I saw it last night. It was
free.
Super cool. I hadn't seen that. That's a very unique, man.
So it's super unique, and it's taken so many shapes and forms, and now it's this like whole community globally for men that they can get and be a part of. But you create connectivity 24/7 for guys. And you start to let them know, hey, I'm calling you into a fight, but you're not going to be alone. If you're in South Africa, you're not going to be alone. There's guys in South Africa. Like if you're in Australia, we have a ton of guys in Australia. If you're in Hungary, we have tons of guys in Hungary going through my book right now. You're not going to be alone. So I wanted to provide a solution for the problem I was seeing. And from that point forward, I started to realize, SoulCon Challenge wasn't a mistake. And I went from killing Goliath on that battlefield to running from Saul in the David story, if you could.
Oh, yeah. Well, the next 3.5 years were kind of, you travel the country. Speaking to men, what was that season like in your life?
Terrifying.
Did you really feel the pressure?
Oh, I love, if somebody, I still speak like this next month, I'm up for a film. I hope I land it, where I'd be filming February, March, but early February, I'm going to be speaking at a men's conference in Colorado, in Pueblo West in Colorado, which is, so if I could speak and like transport through a portal, the stage, speak and leave, transport out, I would love speaking so much. But green rooms are the most terrifying place on the planet. And I started to see the thing that people don't want to see with speaking.
Can you explain what a green room is?
Yeah, so a green room is where you're about to go speak at a conference or an event, and that's where the walls, they used to be green and these painted, but it's the time where speakers and the main people rest from the crowd. They have snacks and food, and they're fueling you up to go be in front of the crowd and teach and do that. So it's a place of solitude for the leaders of the place. And I started to realize how broken and hurting those speakers were when you sat in the green room and listened to people. They were comparing, and they were talking about performance, and they were talking about their numbers, and this last, and they're measuring contests and all these things. And I started to see it, and I hated it. So I didn't start to go into them. I'd start to go sit out in the back, because I wasn't there to talk to somebody about how awesome I was that was a speaker. I wanted to minister to the guys, be with them, and then I wanted to go back home to my wife. And I had articles written about me. I got slammed. Like, this guy's shirts are too tight, his biceps are too big, and I had a long hair at the time, and I had a man bun, and like they would be like every reason why they could find for me not to speak. He says sex when he talks. We're not going to have him speak at our... And I just remember thinking, like, what?
what? Like, he doesn't have a degree in theology. Like, at this point, I have a master's degree from a Christian university. What are you talking about? Like, I'm speaking to men, and who cares? Like, I've never been in a conversation like, hey, man, before we have a relationship, what degree do you have? Men don't care about that.
Because you buck the establishment.
Yes. And that's where I wasn't ready for that season of life. And I loved the men. I started to see a movement of men, transformation with men, lives changed. I love that, but I wasn't ready for the red tape that I saw that was demonic inside of the speaking circuit.
You've seen and talked to and with all these speaking engagements in your book and the impact. You've talked to men about almost any struggles that they could have.
Yeah.
You talked about all of it. What patterns, if any, did you see with some of these people that you were talking to?
The top pattern is, I say this for illustration always, when men talk to me about pornography, they like whisper, hey man, yes, I'm dealing with porn. Welcome to the club. I'm just like, bro, I hate pornography. I believe it's demonic, and I wrote a book about the demonic exchange that happens with pornography. It is evil, and the purpose is to destroy your identity and to cover you with shame and hide you from God and the man that you're created to be. Pornography is demonic. It's evil. I hate it. The struggle and being tempted by it and falling to it is human. So I'm not ever saying in this that like, oh, you can just fall and it's okay. But if you feel like ashamed and you can't talk to anybody about it, name one guy you've ever thought of that has not looked at pornography. I can't think of one. I've never met one. I've met one dude before he got married that was like, I've never looked at it. And I'm like, I don't believe it, but okay. Then he got married, had sex. 5 years later, reached out to me and be like, dude, I'm so struggling with pornography. I thought sex would be this like esoteric thing that changed my life, and it wasn't. So I started looking somewhere else. So the one common denominator I see is guys hiding, thinking you're going to judge me for the sin that I'm committing. And every guy I've ever been around is like, bro, I'll pull you out of that. Like, I'm not surprised by sin, but I know who can heal you from it. So if you have the courage to tell me that, I'm going to take you to the place of healing. I'm going to pray with you, and I'm going to challenge you to it's called repent. I say it's the lost word in the church today. I think every church service, every Sunday should say this word, and I analyze to see how many times it's said or when it's said in church services in this country, and I feel like pastors are a lot of them are afraid to say it. People need to repent. That means turn 180 degrees from what you're doing and go forward. But people are afraid to offend the people giving money to their church when people need to be offended. The cross is offensive. It says, hey, on your best day, you sent an innocent great man to die on a cross because you suck so bad you couldn't attain what he did for you. Obtain it. But it's also the greatest symbol of hope. It's what Billy Graham said. Without that cross, you couldn't have a shot to be a good person. But with that blood shed on that cross, you can actually be a good person. So the cross is the worst message on the planet for you, and it's also the best message on the planet.
Do you think that's become because churches have become more like businesses?
Yes.
And because they're reliant on, money, that they don't want to say anything that's going to make people feel offended or uncomfortable,
Yeah.
even though the Bible is pretty specific. It's funny. I don't remember who told me this recently, but it's like, you go to these funerals and, everybody goes to heaven, right? When's the last time you went to a funeral and they're like, yo, man, they went to hell. Good luck.
You'd never.
But the reality is the Bible's pretty specific, dude. Not everybody's going to make it in, right? Like if you were a bad person and you didn't repent and you didn't, try.
Yeah.
The Bible has something to say about that. Whether it makes you feel uncomfortable or not, irregardless.
Yeah, the Bible. Yeah, that is where I just constantly teach my kids when we leave church. And I go to a great church, but I want to be reminded of the cross more frequently in this country than I am. Of, hey, the cross means blood shed on this cross for all of us because we suck without Jesus. And because of the cross, it's the only way into a relationship with Jesus. And without a relationship with Jesus, you can't get into heaven. So you start to see these business institutions being afraid to talk about the cross because it's offensive. And I hear pastors talk all the time about giving to church, and they're afraid to offend people. That'd be like me in the military telling you, You're like, hey, what's the standard for me to get an excellent score for my physical fit and readiness test? Because I want to get a promotion. But I'm afraid to tell you what it is because I feel like it's going to hurt your feelings. No, you got to do 60 push-ups in 2 minutes. Oh, I'm offended by that. Sorry. Then don't get that excellent test. Like, what's the minimum? I hear pastors all the time. They're like, oh, giving and, we'll talk about tithe. No, tithing is the minimum. 10% to your local church is the minimum. This is about like, oh, that's Old Testament. Well, Jesus died to fulfill the law. So when you read the Bible as all about Jesus and it's one book and it's the understanding of two different covenants, 10% is the minimum. You have guys all the time, I want to be financially blessed. Cool. What are you doing with that 10%? Oh, I throw $100 every once in a while to God. Okay, cool. Well, the standard of excellence is 60 push-ups in 2 minutes. So that's the standard. I'm not going to change it because of your sweet little excuses. The Bible talks about the standard. It's following Jesus with everything you have. If giving 10% of your money ruffles your feathers that much, I don't want to talk to you about your sexual purity. I don't want to talk to you about your purity in your thought life to your wife or parenting your kids from pure heart. If I'm going to offend you with that standard, we got work to do. And we have a whole bunch of churches that are afraid to offend the church-going people. And bro, let's talk about Jesus for a second. The dude was amazing. He is amazing, but like I would have been the worst follower of him ever. So just imagine you're sitting with him and all of this crowd comes up and you're sitting with him and you're thinking he's going to reign and rule as King David. He's going to be the new King David here. So cool. We're going to get these people and so all this is what these disciples are thinking. Or you're like Judas Iscariot and thinking they're going to give a big offering and fund us and we're going to live a comfortable life here for a little bit and we're going to establish. And Jesus is like, hey man, unless you eat my flesh and drink my blood, you're not worthy to follow me. And they all leave. I'd be like, come on, bro. That was the worst motivational message I've ever heard. And he's like, what, are you guys going to follow me too? Or are you going to leave? Peter's like, where else are we going to go? So what do they do next? They get in a boat. They cross over a sea. So like massive hordes of people, Jesus offends every one of them. Get in a boat, follow, go to the other side of the sea, and they get off. Like they just cross over the Sea of Galilee. They get to the other side, and a demon-possessed naked man runs up to them that the whole town can't hold down with chains. And if I'm Peter here, I'm like, we're following the wrong dude. We went from like the land of the promised land and plentiful to a demon-possessed man that can't be held down with chains in a cemetery. And I put myself there so many times. He comes up to Jesus and starts to talk to him. He has a legion of demons inside of him and asks Jesus for mercy. That's a badass dude, man. You're a fisherman and you're like, oh, that's incredible. Cast the demons out of this dude. They go into pigs and they run off the cliff. Sends that dude back to give a testimony about his family. And what does it show that Jesus cares about? He cares about the man giving a testimony rather than the hordes of people that will praise him. We need to get back to that place as the church because then we'll mobilize and see it. And there's a lot of churches that do it, but a lot of churches have fallen into they're afraid to offend people in business because they've set a budget of operation. If they offend people, they're going to fall short of. And church,
but they have no problems talking about tithing.
yeah, which is a trip. And so you see that side of the brokenness, but that's where I've been my whole life. If you are who you say that you are, then live it. Man, if you're going to tell me I'm a dog, live as a dog. Then why aren't you living as a dog? Like, why are you walking around? If you're a dog, live as a dog. If you believe you're a dog, then do it. And if you're not doing what you say that you believe, then I'm going to challenge you on that. Why aren't you doing it fully? I identify as a furry. Cool, be that furry. I'll tell you, the Bible, there's a story of a king that had to live as a furry for 7 years. 7 seasons of life that went by. You want to live it? Do it. Do it all the way. Because at the end of that road, you're going to find, just like that king did, there's one true God, and you're going to realize your only purpose is found when you have a relationship with him.
The SoulCon philosophy.
Yeah.
SoulCon equals soul control. What is your soul under the control of that you're trying to...
Yeah, so really, really practically from what the hell effect, what we talked about earlier with psychology, I could have you, let's do it. Let's not, it'd take too long, but I could have everybody do it later. you can shut your eyes and visualize Thanksgiving. And you can sit in the room that you're in where you're not smelling Thanksgiving food, and you can visualize that. And you can actually have a physiological reaction from a psychological meditation. And we all know it because you can shut your eyes and get horny and get an erection from a thought without smelling a female around you, without seeing a female. You can think about it. You can have a physiological reaction from a psychological meditation. You can think about a lemon and you can pucker up and get saliva built up in your mouth. That is your soul. So the thing that you're thinking about, Charles Darwin and all of his study was trying to prove that the brain was the human and realized it is not the human. And now we have something called epigenetics that actually is proven that your brain is controlled by something else. And if you don't like the way that you are, you can think different and rewire your brain through neuroplasticity, the process, and epigenetics to change it. So if your brain isn't what Darwin thought and tried to prove, and your brain is not who you are, and your brain is not controlling your life, then what is? And that's where SoulCon comes from, to say, are you meditating on things that honor God, that propel you forward with the destiny that he has for you? Or are you meditating on things that are going to destroy your legacy in your life? And that war is fought and won in the soul of what you allow to control you. And the Bible is really clear. Galatians 5:16-17, that war raging that we talked about earlier. Paul's like, your flesh is waging war against your spirit, and your spirit's waging war against your soul. What are they fighting for? Or your flesh, those two things are fighting. They're fighting for who's going to have dominance over your mind, will, and emotions. That's your soul. Your mind, will, and emotions is who you are inside. When I need guys to understand this. Without any biblical context, it's really important. God said to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, if you eat of this tree, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you will die. They still lived. Adam lived for 930 years. He didn't die. Did God lie? No. He died spiritually. God said, let us make man in our image. So we're a body, soul, and a spirit. When they ate of that fruit, they died in their spirit. So before you know Christ, you are fully alive in your mind, will, and emotions, and your body. You are spiritually dead. Jesus said, the thief comes to steal, John 10:10, to steal, kill, and destroy, but I've come to give life and life more abundantly. When you hear words and language, then you need to know what they mean. So that word life means Zoe. It's a God-breathed life. What's the last time we've heard that? In the Garden of Eden. What did God do when he made man? He breathed into them. He breathed his spiritual life into them, and he formed them from the dust, from the ground, from the dirt, and then he breathed. The next time you hear that is Jesus saying, I've come to give them life and life more abundantly. That's a God-breathed life that will awaken you spiritually. Paul says it in 2 Corinthians 5:17, the old has passed away, behold, the new has come. If you're a man that knows God and you've met Jesus, you're spiritually alive. You also have a flesh that's alive, and it drives me crazy that we still do have a flesh that's alive, because I love Jesus and I don't want to have a brain that's tempted to go fight or have sex or look at pornography or eat unhealthy. But there's that war raging constantly inside of me. And the SoulCon is about practicing winning that with the little battles. It's what Richard Marcinko said. The more you sweat in training, the less you bleed in battle. And I need men to get that philosophy in their life as men of God.
You've kind of made the statement, your body is either a tool to worship God or the kingdom of darkness to destroy your soul. Yeah. There's really no gray area. Can you kind of explain that idea?
Yeah. So it's really cool. I've done this a lot with men of like, I want you to worship God without using your body. You can't. You can't worship God without using your body. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like if we're debating, then show me one way you can worship God without using your body. It's impossible. You can't do it. So your brain, your endocrine system, your hands, your body, you can't worship God without using your body. So your body is what Paul says in Romans 12:1. Paul was literally writing to the most sophisticated people on the planet and revered. Paul was revered in the same category as Socrates and Plato. He was a mind of his time. If we had the equivalence of that, he spoke 3 languages. He had the equivalence of like 3 PhDs and spoke around 15 languages. The guy was brilliant. He was trained up. He was a part of the Sanhedrin. He was one of the most elite mentally guys on the planet. And he's saying, I'm going to plead with you. Please offer your bodies to God as a living sacrifice, because this is your spiritual act of worship, Romans 12:1. So he's writing to the most intellectual people on the planet saying, Your body is your spiritual act of worship. So if the Bible says that, and we know that as believers, I can't worship God without using my body. Satan can't attack you without using your body. So when you really get that, to say, how are you going to destroy your marriage? With your hands, with your eyes, with your mouth. You can't destroy your marriage without using your body, without using your words, which come from your vocal cords, which come from off of your tongue. So when guys really start to realize, I'm going to weaponize my body as a tool of worshiping God, it changes not only their life, it changes their family, it changes the atmosphere inside of their home, it changes spiritual authority inside of their house with their wife and their kids. It changes everything.
Blood pressure, biomarker, strength training. Why are all these spiritual issues?
Yeah, they're super. So the Jewish culture didn't have a differentiate. They still don't. They don't differentiate between body, soul, and spirit. Everything's spiritual. Christians have segregated that with a lot of our understanding today. And what happens is we like to justify sin to say that doesn't matter. Where Jesus says, if you love me, obey my commands. And what's the greatest command that Jesus said? He said, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. That actually means with all of the physical ability pumping through your body for your heart, that is actually the epicenter of life in your body. You can't take your physical heart and your blood out of that. Your mind is your brain, your intellectual processing system, everything you have intellectually. Your soul is every part of your deep meditation, emotional, your will, and then your body. So if you try to tell me, and I've done it so many times, I walk into churches and they're singing, God, I worship you with all my heart. And it's so cool. I hope you do. What's your blood pressure? What's your cholesterol? Oh man, I haven't been to the doctor in years. I don't check that. How are your teeth? How's your dental health? Oh man, don't do that. Don't talk to me about that. It's like, well, if we want to be the best version of ourselves, I'm not saying that's the focus. I'm saying if I love my wife, I want to honor her. So is stewardship important for me as a man? Yes. If Jesus is Lord of my life, my answer can only be yes. So you and I know this. If we go into a stressful situation and you can't control your heart rate, you're not as effective as you should be. If we're training and clearing rooms together and me and you are doing that and you're really out of shape and you can't catch your breath, love you, I'm going to replace you. Hey man, shut up. Like, why are you so loud? Like, can you please train and get ready for this so you're not sucking wind while we're trying to clear through these rooms? Do the training so you're ready. And men want that. They wanted to be invited into that. But I know if I take some pre-workout and I can't make it to the gym and then my wife starts to like kind of fight with me and my kids are going, all of a sudden I'm like ready for war. And it's not a good place for me to emotionally respond and be reactive to a situation that demands me to be at a more controlled state. Pre-workout helps me attack the weights. But that's so I can be conditioned to handle everything in the stressful environment of work and life and family. So it's one of the most important things in our life.
You've written 8 books,
Yeah,
in total. What are your other books?
Yeah. So Rock Kazak's one of my favorites. It is a short read. It's actually my only one that's in a performance category on Audible. It's really a great listen. It's 2 hours and 50 minutes of a listen. It's performed with another actor, and it's about the ancient Hebrew war cry of the Old Testament warriors and how that translates into your life today. So I read it, and one of my friends that's an actor reads it. It goes through the life of David before he fights Goliath in a way that you've never thought about it before. And then it's from me with all of my education, with all of my experience, and I'm literally talking to you as like a performance coach through it to say, what do you need to do today to make the best life for yourself today? What do you need to change? And I give you the 60-second shot clock. So it's all about living courageously for these dreams and purpose that you have been given. And it challenges you to say, if you really believe that you're supposed to do it, what are you doing by not doing it? So it's my favorite. The SoulCon series, The Numbing Effect is a really good one. The probably my favorite is one of my favorites is my most recent one, The Dragon Hunt. And it talks about, it's a book for married men with Pornography, 21 Days to Walk into Freedom with Pornography. This is actually the second podcast only I've ever talked about it publicly. I wrote, it's an allegory of demonic warfare and it's a rated R book. So you go through it 21 days, it will change your life.
And we'll make sure we put links to all those down
Cool.
there so people can find them. The SoulCon Warrior Elite, the sequel you wrote in Israel. Can you tell our listeners about that?
Yeah, so I finished it in Israel. One of my favorite points was anytime you're trying to tap into the heart of inviting men into being a warrior for Christ, atmosphere is important. We're going to get into this, but I'm an actor full time, and it's like this podcast studio. You guys can't see it online, but the atmosphere is incredible. Everything screams purpose and authenticity and masculine. It's so beautiful. It's magnificent.
Thanks, dude.
So when you're in a scene and we're acting, that's important. What's around you? It helps draw out those genuine emotions. So when I write, I really love to be inspired by what's around me. And I actually hate writing. But I have to think of the end purpose. So Warrior Elite is the sequel to SoulCon. So all SoulCon Challenge. So you go through that, and then I'm writing a sequel. These guys all meet back up and do cold weather training. This is before cold plunges were popular. But in the military, if you've been in the military, you know cold plunges didn't start with a fad and it's cool. And then fad, they're great for you. I like cold plunges a lot, but it wasn't fad driven. It was like, hey, we're going to go out in Lake Michigan and we're going to freeze. We're going to work on your mental toughness. So that's what was in this book. These guys meet back for cold weather training, this fictional 6-week experience. It's my favorite book I've ever written. I think it's the most powerful book I've ever written is SoulCon Warrior Elite. But I wrote one part of it staring up at a hill in Israel where Joshua and his men conquered 31 kingdoms. I was looking at one of the kingdoms they conquered, and it was up on a hill, and you can see it. And it's historically there, and I'm writing, and I'm looking at this hill thinking, like, you've done sprint work up a hill. Awful. Who wants to fight when you sprint up a hill? Like, I saw Kung Fu Panda with my kids when it came out, and he has to sprint up and then fight. It's hilarious. Like, hang on. Who wants to start a fight at that pinnacle of exhaustion? That's what they did. And they build these big walls on top of the hills, and so they could have the height, the advantage of being above them. So I'm writing there thinking, men could think it's impossible to win this victory, but I got to show them that with Christ, all things are possible, whether it's a porn addiction, whatever it is. So I wrote there, and I wrote one of my favorite places. I wrote at this coffee shop, and this guy came up to me, and it was in Jerusalem, and he's like, hey, you probably shouldn't be sitting here. I was like, why? He's like, it's probably not safe. That's okay. So I keep writing. This guy comes up to me, and he's like, hey, man, what are you writing? I said, I'm writing a book. And he's like, oh, I said, it's about fitness. I said, do you mind if I talk to you about it? And he was Palestinian. And I knew the area that I was in. And he's like, sure. I said, it's about faith. You mind if I talk to you about faith? Sure. I own this place. You can talk to me about it. And I'm writing the part of evangelizing the gospel, looking a guy in my eyes that in his area could have the right to kill me for what I'm telling him. And I tell him all about Jesus, and he never heard about Jesus. So I'm writing in his place, in his coffee. I bought coffee from him, and I'm sitting in his place, and I get to share about Jesus. I didn't see him come to Jesus, but it was the first time. And he finished. He said, okay, you better get out of here now. Hey, what's your name? Can I pray for you? I grab my laptop. I pray for him, and I walk out, and I don't look behind me. I'm like, if he's going to kill me, it's a good time to go. And I just walk down the street, and that book was written from a place of how I really want to be as a man. And I'm come to find out, going through a lot of those pits of despair, I'm not as strong as I thought I was. That's how I want to live. So that book came from that place of fearless courage that I hope to be. The SoulCon series is written that way. So when you read it, don't be like, oh, Cody's awesome. No. Let me tell you, some of those dark pits of life have broken Cody. SERE school broke me. I thought I was tough, man. You have when you go through SERE school, you have certain words that you have to say that will stop their torture. And I'm like, I'm not. Shoot, I'm getting waterboarded. They're going to have to kill me. Bro, I was in a room, and I broke. And I told them exactly where my mom lived. And I was like, yeah. And their purpose. And I was laughing. I was watching it with the guys afterwards. And they're like, everybody breaks. And I think that's a secret Christian men need to realize, that everybody breaks. We all have breaking points.
SoulCon Warrior 365 devotional. I'm actually going through that. It's
Cool.
been an awesome, so far. You wrote 700 plus devotionals during a really big time of depression in your life. Can you tell me, or tell us, I guess, if you will, about kind of where that was born at? And you wrote it. I don't want to give it away because I want people to buy and read it, but you wrote it in a very unique perspective.
Yeah, we'll talk about my acting journey a little bit, more. We'll dive into that. But I wrote it from a place of really dealing with depression, and I've never been a person that has dealt with depression, and I fell into a dark pit of depression and realized it's a pit you fall into that's 30 feet deep with muddy walls, and you don't know how to get out of. And you feel like prayer should get you out of it. And then everybody else thinks that prayer should get you out of it. But there are times and moments in your life where God will allow you to fall into that pit to reveal who he is to you and who you are when you see him as he truly is. And that pain is okay. And it broke me. I went into that pit after a really hard failure in my life, and I 5:14 a.m. one morning, I broke and told God if he had any fucking power to just fucking kill me. And I screamed so loud with every ounce of energy that I had. When I was done, I had nothing left. And it was in the parking lot. I was about to go to the gym, and I walked out with anybody, and I screamed at him. And I was like, I'm done. Like, I'm literally. And I got it all out, and I went and sat in my car, exhausted. And I heard God say, I love you. I was like, what? And that moment changed my life. When I just cussed him out and made fun of him, and he sat with me and said, I love you. I realized at that point who he is not fazed by who I say he is. And he is not an insecure God looking for my approval. And I could be as honest as possible with him. And from that point forward, I started to write from being his son. So, SoulCon Warrior 365 is probably the most heartfelt, intimate writing I've ever done, because I never wrote it to go to people. I started writing it to myself to remind me of who God is to me and who I wanted to be. I want to be a warrior, but sometimes I feel like a scared kid that needs dad to hold his hand and walk through the valley that I'm afraid of. So everyone, I would write to myself. I like quotes from people. I like reading, and I like people's lives. You go through it, because I've had so many people ask me, why don't you put quotes from yourself in your book, of like from different books, and Commander Bugsley from like fictional parts. I didn't write it that way. Like, I didn't write it thinking it was going to be a book. I wrote it to myself. And I'd look at these historical figures and these quotes up here of Corrie ten Boom, of The Hiding Place, one of my favorite books. And I'd get a quote from her, thinking how in The Hiding Place she learned to praise God for the fleas that protected her from getting tortured in the concentration camps. And I'd put a quote, and then I'd write, son, and I'd write what I needed to hear from God that day. And then I added in a scripture, because sometimes as a man, I want to be like, I'm reading my Bible for an hour every day. Sometimes all I have is the ability to look at one verse, because I'm so tired. And I wrote one verse and one challenge to myself to be a warrior, and then one prayer for me to be a warrior. And what I learned changed my life, to say, I need to be able to sit with God as dad, and I need to be able to go out from that place as a warrior. And then I probably have, I don't know how many I have, over 700. And then I felt like the Lord told me to put it into a book. And I was like, oh, that's terrifying. And I did. It was a month of really hard work to orchestrate it, put it in, format it, and then I released it. It's probably I've had more men, no matter where they're at in the world, reach out to me and say, man, thank you. But it's it wasn't written for them. It was written to save my soul. And it's so cool. They're like, gosh, this book is changing my life. It's like, well, it first changed mine.
It's kind of why I started a podcast, bro. I think I needed this more than
Yes.
than anybody.
Yes.
That's wild. Yeah, before we dive in kind of to the next phase in your life, which is a really important, it's your current phase of life, let's take a quick break.
Just
You made a very unique pivot in your career, one that I didn't totally see coming, but it fits. And the more I've gotten to know you and gotten to understand your visions, and this is going to be super powerful. And I think, you're going to submit yourself in an industry that's kind of like where you just, you fought the church, not literally, but, to find your place. I think this is going to be another one of those. And I'm super excited to watch this. But you have... switched from what you were previously doing, and you still have these books and you still have kind of all these other things going. We didn't even talk about all your businesses, but you made a shift into acting. I'd really love for you to explain to the viewers and the listeners, like what that was, how that was born and then we'll dive into what you got going on.
Yeah. I want every guy to hear from my story. If you remember one thing, God is real and he speaks to us today. Like, just remember that always, because he is real. He is not religion. He is a relationship. His name's Jesus, and he speaks to us today. Most men are so distracted, they don't listen to him, and they don't make space for it. So I was with my family. We were on an 18-day vacation in Mexico, and my phone was off the entire time. And I digitally set that up that way. And if you think, oh, Cody's rich and he's able to do that. No, I was actually working as like a fitness trainer for the resorts. So it was really cool. It was actually cheaper for me to be on that vacation than to pay for life back home, which was really a cool thing. So I'd do 1 hour class a day as a fitness trainer. And it paid for my whole family's stay for the whole time, and all the food and everything. And we got the whole 5-star experience with me working 1 hour a day. And I'd work out with like 1 or 2 hungover people, and it was the easiest job of my life.
It's awesome, dude.
So I had my phone off for the whole time, and I made space to listen to God. And my whole focus was to experience God's presence and to be with my family experiencing God's presence and have no distractions of life. So with that, I love, I tell everybody, I love waking up early, but it's because I go to bed early. We talked about this morning, I try to get 8 hours of sleep a night no matter what time zone I'm in or what process I have, because I feel like a rested man is an easier to defeat man, and I don't want to be a man easier to defeat. So I like to be rested, but I like to wake up early, and this morning in Cancun, it was early, and I got out of the room at 5:15. I spent time reading the Bible, praying, and I was going to work out before the whole day started. And I was going to the gym. There was no wind, and I was walking to the gym, and a gust of wind hit me in my chest. I said, that was weird. And I looked around to see if there was air conditioning or a door that just opened. I was like, man, it's really an odd thing. Like, there's no wind coming through here. I was looking at the trees. It says, hey, Lord, are you wanting to talk to me? And I paused, so I started walking and praying, and I can start to feel his presence. So I walk, and I continue to walk, and I walk out to where the beach is, because I love the water, and I'm looking out there, and it's early, like the sun is starting to rise. And I'm looking out at the sea, and I hear the Lord say, I'm looking at the Gulf of America. At the time, it was the Gulf of Mexico. And, hadn't been conquered yet. But I'm looking out at the Gulf of Mexico, so I know what I'm looking at, and the Lord says, would you follow me into the depth of the ocean? And I said, that's terrifying. And I started to think about what it would be to follow him in the depth of the ocean. You'd be terrified as a human. And I said, hey, I'm doing men's ministry full time. Like, that's the scariest work of any writer or speaker, and you've provided a way for me to do it full time, and I'm establishing this global men's ministry. So isn't this the depth of the ocean? And he doesn't say anything, and eventually I say, yes, I will. And he said, I want you to act. So I told my wife, God just called us to acting. She's like, cool, let's do it. I'm like, well, the problem is I have no skill set. Like, I've never done this. I've always thought actors were sissies, which I learned now they're not at all. It's a really, really hard performance. It's hard work and it's incredible art. But when God calls you, he doesn't call you based on your current resume. He calls you based on what he has given you when you got saved. And part of my DNA was ignited for the calling he was going to equip me for. And all he needed was my obedience. And I said, yes, sir. So from that point to where we went, I read every book on acting that I could. I know how dumb I am, really. Like when people are ever impressed, it's like, no, you read all the time. Oh yeah, you pull the curtain back, I'm a really dumb dude. So I have a brain that works really hard and is constantly being educated because I want to be ready for whatever opportunities ahead of me. So I listened to and read everything on acting that I could, everything on directing, like how directors work with actors. I wanted to learn the film world, and eventually I had the opportunity to do my first film and be a lead in a film called Hold the Pass, where I was Shamgar from the Bible. And we ripped heads off and we killed bad guys, and I fell in love with fighting on film, with showing masculine, authentic emotion on film, and telling stories of heroic masculinity. And from that point, I never wanted to do anything else with my life.
One of the things I thought that was pretty interesting that you told me is, we need believers committed to excellence in the arts to change popular culture.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you?
Yeah. So I step into acting and I start to realize there's a whole bunch of like secret believers in the acting world, because anything I do all the way. So if God's going to call me into acting, I want to lead Hollywood level films and productions. And what's the standard of excellence? I want to find it, achieve it, and crush it. I like Vina Veda Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. I want to do that for God's kingdom. So if he calls me into an arena as a gladiator, I want to win. So what does it take to win? It takes a commitment to excellence. And I saw it in the speaking circuit. There's a lot of people that are Christians that use God and being a Christian as an excuse to be lazy with preparation. Laziness never honors anybody, and it doesn't honor the King of Kings. Think about our time in the military, law enforcement. If you have a lazy dude working for you and he has all these excuses, that doesn't honor anybody. It doesn't protect anybody. It just actually leads to a really complacent life, and those are the most dangerous people. One of the most common things you see in the Christian speaking circuit is guys becoming complacent and lazy with their own personal devotion time with God, because they're doing it now professionally and they're losing the intimacy with God that they had of just relationship. And it's the most common thing. I've talked with some of the biggest speakers in the world that are traveling Christian speakers. It's a common thing. And I found in the arts, as actors, it's also a common thing to be like, oh, I make Christian film, and those Christian filmmakers are not committed to excellence in filmmaking, and they make crappy projects. And they expect everybody to do things for free for them, and they expect like, hey, let's just hope to get into the arena. And I'm like, no, let's be gladiators that dominate in this arena. Like, we have the creative source of Almighty God inside of us. Let's be the best we can be. And how do you do that? By pouring out all of your blood, sweat, and tears before that battle begins. I think Christian actors and filmmakers should be the best of the best of the best. And they've allowed themselves to be in, if you ever played football, there's like a toilet bowl. Do you remember toilet bowls? It's like you play for the Super Bowl, or you could play for the toilet bowl is the bowl for losers. And I feel like a lot of Christian filmmakers are like, oh, we'll just play for the toilet bowl. And that's going to be cool. Well, I have friends that are filmmakers. Andy Irwin, one of them, one of my dear friends that made I Can Only Imagine. Now, I Can Only Imagine 2 comes out February 20th. I want everybody to see it. Bro, it's going to be one of the most incredible movies you've seen.
The first movie was really well.
My best friend is the director of that, and also one of my best friends is the lead actor of that. And I got to see it at a screening. It's one of the top 5 movies I've ever seen. It should win an Oscar. John Michael Finley's performance in that should win an Oscar. It's committed to excellence. It is the standard of excellence. And I think every single person in film should be committed, especially Christians should be committed to that standard. And Andy Irwin leads the way with that with Kingdom Story Company and my buddy John Michael Finley.
So, I mean, what I'm hearing you say is that, there is this almost like a responsibility.
Yeah.
To be able to go out there. And again, man, we've talked about it. If I say what I really think, this probably won't even air on YouTube, but, we live in this culture now where, we have to infuse all these things that really have nothing to do with the story, really detract from the story, in my opinion.
Yes.
I can't tell you how many times I've been watching a good war movie or something, and there's some scene in there, and you're just like, why?
Yep. You're watching it.
Why you got to watch two dudes kiss? Like, why?
Yep.
Why was that needed for this story?
Yes.
And it's to appease people, which I would guarantee that probably 90% of the audience didn't even need that. Like that story didn't need that. Yep. They had to write that in to appease something. And so the thought of, there being cool action films, again, that I can still take my kids and watch.
Yes.
Is appealing, man.
So that's where I my buddy Andy, and his company makes really incredible films that are true stories, and Jeremy Camp's story and Bart Millard's story from I Can Only Imagine, and these amazing stories. But I've just come to find one of the solutions I want to be a part of in the filmmaking side is the John Wick, Jason Bourne, Gladiator 300 movies that are the rated R if needed action films that we all will never forget the experience. I'll never forget when I watched 300 the first time, when I watched Gladiator the first time, Brave. I'll never forget those moments. Like emotionally, what I was
Funny you say that, because as you're talking about that, I can remember 16 years old when Braveheart came out. I remember watching it in the movie theater.
And you remember, like,
remember who I was with, like,
yeah, like you remember those moments, because they say in public speaking, if I want to get you to remember something, I have to get you to emotionally unlock a memory you have about what I'm saying, and then you'll never forget it. In movies, the best movies, you see yourself as that person. William Wallace, like, every dude is like, I see myself as him. I want to be that person. And I see a problem that I want to be a part of the solution with. I want to create, and we're going to, Hollywood level action and thrillers with a heavenly purpose behind each one of them that will be on the standard of excellence globally, that will be created. All of our content will be created. The company is called I68 Studios, from Isaiah 6:8, but it's just I68 Studios. All of it will be created for the masculine soul. So you're going to go and know, you're going to see some violence, because I love story-driven violence. I don't like seeing violence that doesn't need to happen. I've seen too much of that in my life. I want to see violence that drives the story. And I want to see proper storytelling to where it puts me in a place of impact in my soul. And then I want to know, is there a heavenly purpose behind that? Because I believe if you can understand and unleash proper storytelling for the masculine soul, you can give guys the motivation they need to experience something of themselves that goes back to their house, community, and changes their life.
Yeah, if people, with morals and values, you made a statement, if they sit on the sidelines and they shut their mouths, we're going to lose. What is it you think that we're losing?
The war. So I think the worst thing a man can do is what social media has enabled us to do, is grab a phone and type, but not have the balls. Like, the worst comments you'll get were people with no profile picture, the private thing, and you can't really find out anything about them. If you have a problem with somebody, be a man and talk to them face to face. Use your voice, use your presence, get out there and be a part of the solution. And don't just bring a problem, bring a solution, because jerks do that. And they just talk about problems, or weak, cowardly men. We need strong men to rise up to say, I'm going to be a part of the solution. And what does this world need? This world needs a wave of men saying biblical masculinity is masculinity. Everything else is toxic. And I want to see men celebrate when evil gets punished, and take that same motivation into their house to say, I'm going to punish the evil spiritually happening inside of my house, starting with my ability to tolerate sin.
Yeah, you've talked about it before. I mean, Germany in the late 1930s.
Yes.
The church kept quiet. As a matter of fact, they put swastikas on some of their buildings.
Yes.
You reference this at times.
Yeah. It's cool.
I mean, why?
And good research. That's crazy. I love that. We're at a similar place And
I agree.
one of my favorite guys, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, Eric Metaxas, wrote a book about him, and it's a great story. The Cost of Discipleship is one of my favorite books I've ever read. It's by a salty 28-year-old that went to America to be safe from the German church, the German persecution that was happening. Realized when he got to America, that's what he needs to go. That's a problem he needs to solve, because people were appeasing the government and putting swastikas on their churches because they were afraid of the consequences. And he's like, hey, we need a Fido and go back over there and drive on. And he went back to Germany to say, this is not how it is. We need to have courage and stand, and I'm going to show you how to do it. And he tried to kill Hitler himself. He missed by one room, almost blew him up and almost killed him. That pastor almost killed Adolf Hitler. He wanted to take a stand against evil. And one of the greatest evils that he talked about and what he said was, when the church sees a problem, they stay quiet with their words. And I think we have today a whole bunch of men that don't know what to say or how to say it, so they stay quiet. And they're afraid. And we need men to speak up. We need men to say, yes, if you're a grown man, having sex with a little girl is wrong, and you should die for it. You should be punished. There should be justice. It's wrong. Human trafficking, we need to win this war with human trafficking. If that offends you, I don't give a shit. I'm sorry. For you, it needs to be stopped. Then you take that same passion and put it into what's feeding human trafficking is an insatiable lust for pornography. I didn't even know there was such thing as gore porn. Have you ever heard of gore porn? No. Me neither. There's a whole bunch of porn. I've never even heard of BDSM when that came out. I had no idea what it was. Guys like to get their jollies off watching people get tortured, real life tortured. And that gives them the high because they're not getting satiated by what they've seen, and they want more, and they want more of a high. We need strong men to stand up and say, enough's enough. And we know popular culture is influenced by one place a majority of the time. Two places, one place in particular. Hollywood impacts popular culture. Popular culture impacts what people feel like they can say and what they can't say. You have the entertainment world with sports and movies. So I feel like what I'm supposed to do and what I'm going to do and what I'm doing is to solve that problem and say, I can't solve the whole world's problem, but I'm gonna create movies in a studio that doesn't have to ask Hollywood permission, because Hollywood's not my fight. I love so many people. People are like, oh man, is it crazy being a Christian on a film set? No, it's crazy being a Christian in a green room. Like, you want to talk about terrifying? Put me in a green room. I love film sets. Like, they're great. I had a hair and makeup lady that was satanic. Like, I don't fear darkness because I know light overpowers it. I fear people that handed Jesus over to be crucified, these religious, great-looking people that think they're doing justice and right, and they send the innocent man to get killed. Those are the people that are terrifying. So we need a solution on a Hollywood-level storytelling with excellence in the action and thriller genre that pushes out and helps shape popular culture with stories like our first film, what we're going to do. Could you imagine if John Wick had like a heavenly purpose behind it? We've talked about it. Originally, The Matrix, like Terminator, there's so many things of... So originally, Terminator and it was a producer I was talking to. Terminator and The Matrix had a different writer, and the story is amazing. It was actually one story, and it was supposed to be a Christian story. That's why we see so many narratives about it. You take storytelling like Jesus did, and you take parables, and you could inspire men on a totally different level. If 300 didn't have a few crap scenes it had in it, which was unnecessary for the story, you could have a conversation with guys, like what they believed. But, 300 didn't show that those soldiers were also having sex with each other. I wouldn't want to see that. And they knew with making that movie to tell the true story of those Spartans in war, how they trained. They didn't want to show that. I'm grateful that they didn't. The third one was going to show that. They never made it.
Yeah, it's like that movie Alexander.
Yes, Alexander.
Same thing.
Same thing. Like we get Alexander the Great. I want to see that story. And I'm okay with understanding that he struggled with that deeply. I'm okay with storytelling that goes forward with the story. Man.
Well, Hollywood did a good job on that trailer, make you think it was going to be some historical war movie. Then you watch it, and I've never walked out of the theater so disappointed in a movie. I'm like,
the same thing. Me and my buddies, we all left the same way. I'm like, oh, that was a bait and switch.
Yeah. You had a chance to train with Captain America's stunt double, the Deadpool actor.
Yeah.
He's a believer. Tell us about that year of training.
He's one of the coolest dudes alive. He was Captain America's stunt double in Winter Soldier or Civil War. My son has his card. He gave my son his card and he signed it. So one of those. And then he was in the suit in Deadpool 1, and he's won, I think, like 3 times best stunt double in Canada. He's probably one of the, I think he should. They just are bringing stuntmen into the category of Oscars. He deserves to win it. He's one of the best performers I've ever seen and taught me the art of fighting on film. And I worked with him for a year. And I worked with him where he lives in Montana. I worked with him in Texas multiple times. We would work in Utah, and he trained me. And you and I know fighting on a level of combat with purpose. It's not combat for showmanship, and it's totally different. It's like you speak English, and I teach you to speak Chinese. That's how different it is as a fighting language. So if we're talking about fighting in real life as opposed to fighting on film, and the scariest guys that I'll fight with on film are the real life fighters, because you know as an actor, crap, I'm going to get hit. Because you get into the adrenaline and your body has all this response, and you think of like, I'm going to go back to the art form I know, which is hurting and combat with purpose. So he taught me combat for entertainment, and I fell in love with it. Like, how do you show, like, what are the planes of movement for action with a sword, with a knife, with a gun, with a punch, with a uppercut? How do you throw your body? How do you do the twist? How do you place the camera? And it's my favorite art form of anything on the planet.
You broke his neck in the Ogden River during filming.
Oh,
What happened?
So I'll give you the clip of it for this. It's one of my favorite moments of filming. So he's there. He's the final guy I fight in the movie Hold the Pass, which is like, for me, playing basketball with Michael Jordan, like the dude that's trained you. Then you get to do an action scene with him, and I have the ox goad, and we're fighting, and there's 71 extras behind us as we're fighting. There's all of Video Village. There's all the production team. There's all these people that came to watch this fight on a snowy pass in Ogden Valley. And it's slippery and it's snowy and we're doing the choreography. Then there's a cliff, and I get hit off the cliff, and that's my stunt double, Cyrus Lysy, who's one of my favorite people on the planet. He flew off that cliff, first send, full send off. Well, then I pick it up at the bottom, and then we go into this fight. The goal is it's 15 degrees outside and the sun's going down, and we're losing lighting to get this shot. The water should be frozen, but it's moving. So there's frozen pieces on it. It's beautiful in the cinematography. He's in there. So we've choreographed how to do this, and he's so cold. As soon as we're done filming, we're stripping his clothes off down to his underwear, putting warmer blankets, and we're going to spoon him because we have like a mile to hike out. And he can hold his breath. He's like forever. He's a monster. So I get him, boom. And the part of the thing is I break his neck, punch him, kill him, and get out. Well, I'm fighting him and holding him. He's fighting me. He's been underwater now for like 45 seconds, and it's freezing. And worse, I have not heard the director say cut, and he's there, and I pull him out of the water because you're not supposed to stop until the director says cut. But I'm like, are you dead? And he's like, hey, all right, so we're still in it. So I'm like, oh, good. Dude, are you okay? Yeah, I'm still okay. Come on, man, stay in it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I thought you were dead. And he's like, all right, so do this. Punch me right here, bring me down, break my neck. Okay, go. And he's that level of intense. And I'm like, okay, all right, ready? And I pull him up, boom, and I hit him on the side of the face. He snaps his head back and goes in the water. And you hear it. And my character gets over him, and the eyes turn, snap. And I killed the main guy. And then I walk back up. It's my favorite. Oh my gosh, it's my favorite moment. So we finish it. Director's cut, strip him down, get him. And he's like, hey, how'd it turn out, man? He's not complaining about how cold he is. He's shivering. We get it all the way. It's cold. I had my heater on in my car the whole drive home. It was a 30-minute drive back to where I was staying. Heater, butt heater, everything. I couldn't warm up. It was the best moment of filming of probably in my career to this point.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that just watching you talk about that fight scene and how passionate you are, like I'm really excited to see. I haven't seen that film, so I'm actually gonna go watch it, and then I'm just excited for the work because I've gotten to know you over the past couple months, and just listening to your story, you don't do anything that's half cocked, and so I'm excited to see you be a disruptor in the film industry, and I think that's going to be cool. What specifically do you think that you fell in love with about acting?
Yeah, I think any guy can relate if you played like G.I. Joes as a kid. Or if you ever saw a broomstick and thought it could be a machine gun or a sword. And it's a thing C.S. Lewis talked about where most men surrender the easiest to the enemy, and it's their imagination. And I think the imagination is one of the greatest gifts that we've been given. And I get to use that as an actor. And I get to go to places like, I have a movie coming out soon called Savage, and I was the lead of Savage. It's this former Special Forces guy that gets caught in a wrong way and needs to make money for his mom. It's such a fun movie. It's, if you like 90s action, it's like we pay homage to it, but it feels like you're watching these Stallone, Arnold 90s style movies of like, not special effects. We're going to snap your arm. We're going to take the bad guy, shoot him in the head, and we're going to fight huge epic like Fight Club style fights, and that's what the film is. And I got to be that guy for that entire time of filming. And it was fun. And there was one scene I was with it was about 3.5 minutes total of a fight scene, which is kind of long in a movie. And he's a pro wrestler, and we just beat the tar out of each other. And you're laughing at the end of it, and you're having so much fun. And in Savage, there's this one dude where I take him, and we're wrestling on concrete, and I get him in a ground and pound and just pound his skull in. Blood's everywhere, and you want this guy to die. Well, it's so fun. He's like a dear friend of mine, and we're just like, I'm literally like, it's like 1 or 2 a.m. I'm so exhausted afterward. I'm laying on him, we're laughing together. The director's like, all right, let's get ready to go again. You pull up, and you're wrestling, going through the fight choreography. You're having the time of your life, bringing a story to film and to people that are going to be watching it that you're going to be really proud of like, I love action movies and I want to be a part of that, but I love bringing a story to life. I love storytelling, and that's what acting is.
That's awesome, dude. You've had one of the, you alluded to it when we were talking about the 365 devotional, but
yeah,
you've had a low point in your acting career.
Yeah.
And you're building back up from that. What did you learn about that failure?
That's a good question. So many times as a man, I've identified with my performance. And what I've learned that changed my life is if I identify with my performance, I'm constantly going to be searching for the next battle to win so I can feel better about who I am. And acting will teach you really fast. You lose so much in the acting arena. You get a phone call from your agent and you're excited and you got an audition based on your representation. I mean, I have an amazing agent. I have an amazing manager in Hollywood, and to get an audition is so freaking hard. Then once you get that audition, you get to hopefully impress that casting director. But sometimes that casting director is just doing auditions because they have to hit a quota for the union and they already have the actor in mind. So you're literally memorizing 8 pages, 11 pages for nothing, unless your mind is focused on preparation. But sometimes you get those auditions and it's like, oh my gosh, this is a Skydance movie. This is a co-lead in a Skydance movie that could change my entire career, pay my house off. Okay, cool, let's go for it. You pour your heart and soul into it. You bring those big moments, bring those small moments, and then you get an email that's like, hey, they loved you. We're going to go to the next level. Then you go to that next level and you're like, oh my gosh, this is becoming more of a reality. Go to that next level. You do the callback and they send an email back. Hey, you're in the top 5. You're actually pinned. You're one of our top selects for this. You're like, oh my gosh, one phone call could change my life. This could be it. And you never hear anything again. And the acting business is brutal because they don't let you know. They don't call you and tell you, oh, I'm so sorry. When it's different than everything of like any business I've ever seen or any profession. Because when you get that close, the only way you hear is if you get it. And this last year, 2025, for me, I had 10 films, series that would have changed my entire life and career, financially, career-wise. and 10 that I made it to the final running in and never heard back on. And when I went into the pit was 2024, when I started to realize how truly impossible a lot of this was. Like Savage that I got, it's just because the director saw me. He had all these submissions, had to shut it down. And he's like, that's Frank Savage. That's the only reason I got it. I mean, you talk about God opening a door, and me and that director have become like great friends. Any action role for a lead, you're going up against the tens of thousands of people, the best of training. They all want it. And then more than likely, there's about 20 famous people that could just step in and take it from you if they want it. So it pushed me into a place to where my identity couldn't be based on my performance, but it needed to be found in Christ. But I was following Christ fully. And then I have a family, a wife and kids, and I'm following Christ fully. And now I'm starting to see financial tightness start to happen. We are not landing those jobs. Book sales are amazing, but you're investing into a company and you're making money, and you're now like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to make it. And vulnerability. You want to have a hard conversation in your family, sit down with your wife and kids and say, I don't know if we're going to be able to stay in this house. And you go in and you crush an audition, you crush that callback, and your kid's like, how'd it go, Dad? You're like, oh my gosh, it went so good. Hopefully that changes my life. I mean, you don't say that to them, and you never hear back. And the opportunity to make all that money to help steward and provide a good life for your family goes away, and they have no mercy on your soul. And I'd come to God saying, you're the king of everything. Why aren't you opening these doors for me? Because I'm a good steward with money. Can you please, you've called me to acting. I'll quit in 1 second if you want me to, but why aren't these doors opening if you've called me into this arena? And it was in that point, I wrote my first movie, and it's the best writing of my career. And in that, all of that disappointment, while I was writing Soul Code Warrior 365, I was writing my first screenplay, and I was writing the screenplay, and I was going through the process, and I was like, oh man, and I didn't want to do it, but I fell in love with the writing of movies. Because in a movie, if you start to think about your life like a movie, in a movie, everything has a purpose. Everything is set there intentionally by the person, whether it's the set deck, with the wardrobe, what you have on, it's all intentional for the story of the movie. And I started to see my life like that with God. Of every great movie, if it was just easy, would be a boring Hallmark movie. But even Hallmark Christmas movies, which I do like to watch sometimes with my wife and kids. I have a good friend, Jesse Hutch. He's the lead actor of them, and he's a damn good actor, and I love him. But
I don't watch those, but my wife really loves them.
Yeah. But they have small conflict, right? Small conflict. But a really big movie has big conflict. And it's just, and to connect to a really good story, you need conflict in that story. You need the feeling of desperation. You need that moment. And that's how God gets glory when he writes our stories. So I started to understand as I wrote my first screenplay, and I started to really see a calling I believe God placed on my life about 2 years ago. And I started to answer that calling and developing a studio that could be like how Sly did it with Rambo and Rocky, but create an entire movement for the masculine soul where we create Hollywood level films, but don't have to bow down to the idols that have been established inside of Hollywood.
Yeah, and I know you're getting your studio up and running, and that's going to be a process, and you're still auditioning, and you still have some things going on. Your agent and your manager know that you don't take certain projects. What are your rules? Yeah.
So on film, I cuss, kill, and kiss, and I'm totally great with that. I love all of those things to be able to tell a great story. But I will not take a role that will dishonor my grandkids and dishonor my family. So I want my kids to watch and enjoy and understand all the films I do. And they've seen in Savage, I rescue the girl and kiss her. They've seen it. They understand the part of acting, and that girl knows my wife and kids, and she's an amazing human being, and there was nothing there. And it's part of that for me. So my agent manager, so the thing about me, I'm a 40-year-old man that's built and is ruggedly handsome in the category of an actor. Well, Hollywood wants, if you're going to make it, either you're going to be gay for a while, right? You're going to be gay for a while, or you're going to show some explicit sex side, or you're going to pay your dues. to make it. And I'll pay my dues through hard work, and that's awesome. Like, I want to work in Hollywood and do that. The film studio I'm launching, I want to exist in that space and let God be glorified through it. Unapologetically making films that have ferocity of a lion and that is a gladiator in the content arena, that is creating content for the masculine soul. I love what they did with John Wick. You're going to kill a dude's puppy, and then the whole thing is about justice from that point forward. That is the coolest concept ever. Yeah. Like, every guy's like, oh, you killed his dog that he got from his dead wife. So if you can create something with a heavenly purpose behind it, and then you can create a movement of people that are passionate about what you're doing, that's what I68 Studios is.
I mean, I remember you told me you got pretty close to getting the lead. It was a special forces role. Obviously, we can't talk about the movie or whatever, but you know, you got offered something. It was good money. You read the script, and it was X-rated. You said no after all that work. How hard was that for you?
It sucked so bad. So it was when I auditioned for it and went for it, it was a different storyline. And when I came back to it, and the producer reached out to me and made the offer, he's like, oh, and there's some changes that were made. So it was like this former special forces guy, cool story, great story. But now when I saw the script, it was his dark past that he's fighting through has become manifested in dark sexual hunger. And like, I could barely read it. And I declined it. But something I learned in the process, that the no's we say to good opportunities define our destinies more than the yeses that we say to good opportunities. Because when we have the balls to say no to a good opportunity, it leaves space for the yes, for the God opportunities in our lives. And it's not easy to say no to something that could be really good.
Yeah, you told me something, and I remember when I was going back to prepare for this podcast, you said, and I actually wrote it down here, you said, I'd rather fail where God has me than succeed where my talent could take me.
Yeah.
And I thought that was very unique, man. I think it's really cool to see somebody, at least in Hollywood, man, have a set of morals. There's been a couple out there, and they've paid a price. Jim Caviezel, and I can't think of the guy that was in Saving Band of Brothers, an older guy, lead role, but he's done a couple Christian movies, but he's got a similar thing. I think he's Catholic and similar to you, doesn't, want to do anything that would dishonor his wife. And I think that's honorable, man.
Yeah.
And I think it's cool, man. I think you can live in both worlds, right? Like, you can still have your morals, convictions, values, your faith, and you don't have to sacrifice that because you want to do, to be an actor. And I think that's honorable. You told me an actor's job is to fail 99% of the time. Explain that.
Yeah. So as an actor, failure is actually, it's probably 100%, because even if you get the job as an actor, you're going to go to that set and you're going to perform it, but you're not the leader of the story. You have to submit to authority. And there's been times where I performed the lights out of something and I was really proud of it. And the director came up and said, hey, can you try it actually like this? Like, did you not see the Oscar-winning performance I just gave? Like, why are you asking for something? I'm just kidding. But it is the ability to be prideless with your performance and be 100% committed to excellence in that process. And you're going to bring a concept idea. But there's great moments of film where that's why they have a role called a scriptie on a film set. It's somebody that's watching all the lines of the script. So if we're in a great heated moment and I forget my line, it's not about me knowing that line exactly, but it's staying in the moment. And I can say line, and they'll read that line to me. We pause, and then I say that line, and they can just cut it together to where it's there, but I have to keep the emotion. So you will miss choreography. You will make 100%. You're guaranteed to make mistakes. You'll audition for things you think you're perfect for. I had a reoccurring role with Stallone. I thought I was perfect for, crushed everything, didn't get it with Tulsa King. And I was really sad. But I just have to remind myself that winners hate losing. And you can't be a winner until you learn to hate losing. And I think the hunger to win comes from the hatred to lose.
Yeah, you and I talked about this last night, man. I mean, a lot of people they see your success sometimes in life at whatever, but they don't realize what you sacrificed to get there.
Yep.
And I think it's really cool to hear this part of the story of, look, man, like, your book's still being written, your life, you know what I mean? And
that's cool.
Every day you get this opportunity to write a new page and you get to decide, And again, man, I mean, I think there's a lot of highs and lows in the entertainment industry, which, podcasting is no different. There's been a lot of highs and lows since I started this, but it's cool to hear a perseverance story that you're not giving up, and that, hey, look, man, if I can't get these things, then I'm going to build the thing, and I'll build it I'll build it by my damn self, bro. and I love that. I love that about your personality. You and I have had a lot of talks off the camera, just about, you've encouraged me personally about some things, and it's cool. And I can tell, because I think I told you last night, like even in the podcast industry and in the veteran community, I mean, there's not tons of people that are knocking themselves out to help other people out.
Yeah.
And I can tell that you've been through a lot and you're still like a giving, caring person. And I try to be the same, right? Like, and I'm excited to see you, get these wins.
Thank you.
You had a movie that William Kaufman offered you a lead role in. It was called The Mission.
Yeah, come on, Will. Let's do it.
It was a super great. The screenplay writer died. You think there's still a chance?
Yeah, Will. Let's do it.
Let's go, Will.
Let's go, Will.
Let's make that movie, Will.
Yeah, Will's one of my favorite dudes. Brilliant director. He can tell like military stories better than most people alive, and he's good, man. So yeah, I would 100% take that without question. There's a lot of things I read the script, talk about it, but he's a guy. He's like, hey man, it's up and running. I'm in.
Yeah. Will made The Channel, which was just a great movie.
So good.
And Osiris is pretty good as well.
Yep.
Great talented director, man.
Yeah, he's super talented.
So you've been working on a movie for a while
Yeah.
in your own script that you're working to bring to life. Can you tell the people a little bit about what's going on?
Yeah. So through that time, just the acting process and really navigating what type of story would I want to come from my heart and to experience in theaters. Like, is there a Gladiator? All of my favorite films combined, but could I do it with a heavenly purpose behind it? And it's where I have my screenplay, which if anybody's ever written a screenplay or thought about it, it's way harder than writing a book. You have to write scene by scene, and every character has to have a purpose in the story. Every single plot needs a theme. Everything needs to work together to fit inside of less than 100 pages. It's 113 right now. I need to shrink it down to less than 100 pages of impactful story. That's
why is 100 the magic number?
So great question, especially for an action film, it's usually a page a minute on screen. But when you add action, a lot of those pages are 2 or 3 minutes. Because like there's one part of Savage that we shot, which is like a third of the page, but it's 3.5 minute fight scene. So you have to really allot so you don't end up with Avatar works really well.
I was literally just going to bring that up. You just saw that. I'm like, man, that's the longest movie ever.
It's a long movie and it can work, but most people like 90 to 120 minutes. And Savage ended up being, 87 minutes total in runtime, and it's great. You finish, you're like, that was really enjoyable. But right in the 2 hours is your sweet spot, 90 minutes. So that's what I did. And as I wrote through it, I just prayed over every part of it. And I just had the thought of what would it look like if there was a studio, a company, for me, a podcast, a movement of people. What if, here's the deal with movies. Anybody doesn't know, before I answer that what if question, you write a script, you need to sell it to a movie studio. That studio is going to take your script and come back to you and say either yes, and then change these things, or they're not even going to listen to you. So if you write a script, you have to bow down to that studio and hope they approve it with their money. That's how it works. Reminds me a lot of like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And not all Hollywood is like this. There's some amazing people that work with big studios, but most studio company, if you are a Christian and you bring anything with Christian language to it, they're going to say, oh, we need to treat you as a write-off, and you're going to go compete in the toilet bowl. And we just want to see if we can make our money back from it. So That's how that works in the studio world. If I go to Netflix, HBO, and pitch them a script, if there's anything a Christian language, that it's going to be a different ball game and conversation, and you need their money and you need their platform. So I wrote a film and designed a concept and an infrastructure and a Patreon and a podcast to say, what if that was different? What if a whole bunch of men like me and you stood up and paid $6.80 a month, $16.80 a month on the I-68 system and theme, and we had 100,000 of us? What would Hollywood do with people that didn't have to ask for permission? You can create movies, take them to theaters. You can buy theaters out. Mel Gibson showed us with Passion of Christ. You can change popular culture without changing the story and adding unnecessary things in if you have a movement of people behind you. So one of the things the Lord put on my heart was to start a studio that is a movement of people, where you release a film and it's an event. So when I release this film, and I'll talk a little bit about it, to theaters, we're going to release a podcast. The Patreon is actually open today when this airs. You guys can sign up and support it. And I'd be honored if you guys would, to say, what would it look like if we got 100,000 people? So imagine with me, a movie goes to theaters and there's a movement behind it. The media is covering it. And a whole bunch of people show up for this independent film across the country. And I-68 is going to give 16.8% of net profit from every film that we do back to 3 categories. I don't want to ask anybody for permission to give to the fight against human trafficking, to give to the veterans and first responders with their mental health and that process of recovery and restoration, and to give to global work of missions around the world. So you go to a movie and your ticket is saying, I not only support what this stands for, I'm a part of this movement, and we're giving back to help fight these areas and support these areas. You give that the first time and it's inspirational. You give that 10 years of work and it's unstoppable. And you and I know great movements that become unstoppable become very unpopular. And I think if you can do it, you can actually get people to say, how is this happening? And every man saying, I'm sick of the crap they're putting in these movies. I want to see really good movies with my family. I want grandkids to experience the cinema and be proud of what they're seeing. That's what I-68 is. If you love good action movies, we're going to produce that for you on the Hollywood scale, not the toilet bowl. Epic action movies. And that's what the script is. So the script is really cool. Break it down for you really fast. The story is about the bad guy trying to de-extinct the Nephilim. It's part of the Bible I'm really fascinated with. So if you've seen John Wick, it's kind of like John Wick or Jason Bourne meets Resident Evil or The Exorcist. So this process of violent evil trying to de-extinct a bloodline and the demonic interception with human blood and bring that back. So there could be a reign and rule of true power and authority. So he's the bad guy. Then this dude struggling with PTSD and lost his family, struggling with alcohol, and he's the only thing he's ever been good at is being a weapon. Him and his team they get sent on a mission, and they go to stop this doctor, and the doctor's always 2 steps ahead of them, and he kills most of the people on their team, and they capture the main guy. And you get to see what happens as this transfusion happens, and you see the story of this guy trying to fight for the good that he wants, but he doesn't have the power to do it, and he's not really sure how to do it. So if you are a Christian and you watch it, you're going to see these Easter eggs of crazy stories. But if you're a man that watches it, you're going to be, oh, that's me. I've struggled with depression. I've struggled with not feeling like I'm enough. I've struggled with anger, intensity, unnecessary violence, losing parts of my family and restoration. And at the end of the day, my goal with every podcast, every film that we do is to inspire heroism in the hearts of everybody that watches it. And I think we're going to see a movement that changes a part of popular culture. And I want every guy to join me with it.
It's inspiring, dude.
Thanks, bro.
Why I-68?
Yeah. Oh, so cool. So there's a company called A24. There's a lot of cool studio companies out there. I have no idea what A24 stands for. I've almost been in a couple of their movies. But I-68 will be a studio company, and then anybody that knows, it's one of my, especially in the military, it's one of my, probably our favorite verse for anybody that was in the military of "Here I am, send me," and it's my favorite story in the Bible. Isaiah, in the time of King Uzziah, he sees God and he sees how holy he is, and he falls on his face and he's like, "I'm such a wretched man." And God's like, "All right, so I got a mission," and Isaiah's like, "Hey, here I am, send me." And I want guys to stand up with that level of intensity to say, "Here I am, send me into the dark of this world," starting with the dark that I tolerate in my own personal life. And let's go out and inspire change globally and hopefully live the heroic life that we're destined to live.
How do folks find the Patreon account?
Yeah, it's just look up I68 on Patreon. Look up on social media. It just launched today. So they can find it anywhere there and they can join. And man, I'd be honored. There's 4 tiers in it. And we're going to, our aim is in fall later this year. So fall 2026, we're going to go into production of the first film. And it's, The Weapon. And you guys are going to see all the behind the scenes of that. We're in development right now on it. And we're going to tell a story with a movement. But the podcast starts too, where we're going to, interview, talk about action movies, inspirational stories like your life, and why our world needs to be inspired to heroism. So
I love that. We'll if you're listening to this on Spotify or iTunes, we'll have it in the description, and then if you're watching this on YouTube, it'll be in the description as well. So we're super excited that
Thanks,
I'm just excited to watch this thing take life and take flight. Anything else we missed on that?
No, I think that's it.
I wanted to dive into the last part. You have a pretty solid marriage, dude. I'm sure, like everybody, you guys have been through your highs and your lows.
Yep.
Guys that have, been married, especially and have kids. I always like to talk about that success. It's also something, and we live in a society now where everybody's getting divorced and marriages don't last. And,
Yep.
You can have a problem with your wife, get divorced, go run to Tinder. So I'd love to talk. You talk a lot about your wife. And I'd love to just explore that. You're coming up on 19 years of marriage. I think I asked you when the podcast first started, what's the secret to that? One of the things that you told me, when we were podcast prepping and other podcasts you've been on is, prior to your wife, you couldn't be faithful to a girl to save your life.
Yeah.
You found Christ. And how did that change?
Yeah, great question. It's that longing to be good. And I found the source of good. And I no longer was asking to be a good person because I found the one that was. And from that point forward, I knew it was no longer about me being good, but it was about me knowing the one that is and being loved and accepted by him. And from there, a man can do anything. And when you know as a man from the Lord who you are and that he'll never leave you or forsake you. It's what Rock Kazak is, the ancient Hebrew war cry, be strong. It's from Joshua 1:9. It's actually the third time in Joshua he said it. It's Kazak e Amatz from the original translation of be strong and courageous, but they turned it into a war cry. Rock Kazak, be strong and courageous because the Lord God, he's with you. He's never going to leave you or forsake you. So stop being a sissy and go forward. But when you realize that God's not going to leave you or forsake you, and he loves you just as you are, and he sees every part of you, it gives you the enthusiasm to take on anything. But when you have a marriage built on that same level of unconditional love, there's nothing you won't fight through for that. And I love action movies where they fight to be the hero. What's it typically for? To stand against evil and save the woman. We need heroes to rise up again. There's no greater fight on this planet than a man fighting for the woman that he loves. Start there. We need to bring back the heroic battle for that. I asked a missionary that was in the Middle East, I said, hey, crazy area, wild stories he had. That's the hardest population on the planet to share Jesus with. I said, how'd you do it? What's your secret? I was expecting a really profound answer. And he said, a healthy family. And he said, if you have a healthy family anywhere in the world, people will ask, how do you do it? I want to inspire everybody around the world. And let me tell you, so we're coming up on 20 years. July will be 20 years. It's the single hardest thing I've ever done is to have a healthy marriage. It's the single hardest thing because it takes me having the courage to be vulnerable, not just once, not just in the time that we do marriage counseling, every single day, not have bravado. I think the pornography world would be demolished if men really understood how great sex is inside of a marriage that is worshiping God. It's fun. It's exciting. It's satisfying. It's what your soul was created for. But it takes vulnerability from a man to learn his wife, to communicate what he needs, and to fight through what he's done wrong because we've all screwed up. So it's to fight through that. And we have an amazing marriage today, just like somebody you see that's like our age with a really fit body. All of us know you could do that at 18 and still eat like crap. But when you're in your 40s and you're totally fit, you work for it. There's no longer just like good genetics. You work your butt off for that because you're fighting a lot of things as you age. But when you see a marriage that's strong, they've put in the work. And we put in the work, but it starts with vulnerability. And I say always, my best parenting advice that I could ever give is constantly ask forgiveness with your kids. A kid that sees a dad asking them for forgiveness is a kid that will not hide in shame when they sin. And a marriage, a strong marriage is done. And most of the time, now this is parenting is easier with forgiveness. Most of the time is when a man has the courage to be constantly vulnerable with his wife, because true strength is vulnerability. True strength is not bravado and picking yourself up by your bootstraps and going out. It's vulnerability.
7 years in, you guys had a crisis. You were pretty much told by a marriage counselor you had an emotional affair with your work.
Yeah.
What happened?
That sucked. I came home and it was the first time we have a rule. We don't talk about divorce. We never threaten it. We came home. It wasn't a threat. My wife looked at me and said, I'm ready for divorce. I am too. And we prayed. And we went to marriage counseling. And I said, I'm not going to just bow down to this. This is what happened in my family. Year 7 or 8, my parents got divorced, and that's what I grew up in. My marriage is worth fighting for. Therefore, I'm going to fight. How do I need to fight? First, I need to pray. I need to pray with my wife. And I wanted to throw her out the window. We prayed. And my wife has never had anything to fear with me. We prayed. I joke about throwing her out the window, but that's what I wanted. Like, just get through it. But I know people on social media could take that video and do it. Yeah. But I need them to continue listening to the story. We prayed. Nothing. I didn't feel God's presence. I didn't feel anything magnificent happen in that moment. Then we found a marriage counselor and we committed to work through it. And that marriage counselor said, Cody, you're having an emotional affair with work. And it was the first time in my life I realized that I was worshiping the work that I was doing. And I was becoming a slave to my career and being successful. And this was after the military of like fighting to get ahead. And I'm going to college at night school and I'm working and I'm writing and I'm creating and I'm working my guts out in attempts to be a good person, right? Like, so it's this constant thing of like, I want to be a good husband. I want to be present. I want to provide. And I realized that I had an emotional affair with work. And I feel like when men hear that, a lot of them will say, oh, I'm there. What happens with an emotional affair with work is you get more excited about the challenges that you're facing at work than the conversations that you have at home with your spouse. And that never ends well, because you should be, as a man, excited about the relationship you have inside of your house more than you are about what's happening in the adventures outside of your house. And there's a really sad trend that I see on social media of like, why does my husband smile like this when he's with me and then like this when he's fishing? And you actually see, I'm an actor, you have 8,000 different expressions you can do with your face. You see genuine excitement of a man with a fish and not with his wife. I decided to change that. And I was more excited to be with my wife and kids than I was develop a successful career. So the reason why we fought through that and made it is the strength of God and the commitment to persevere through that and realize that I think when every man comes to their wife and say, I'm going to be vulnerable, you don't have to say it's all my fault, but you're willing to say, I'm going to take ownership for the things that I've screwed up with. Let's work on it.
To that dude that's struggling in his marriage right now for whatever reason,
Yeah.
what do you speak to him?
I'm sorry. I hate it. Breaks my heart. But here's the deal. Don't give up. I've learned that God can move any mountain, and that mountain moves in his time. Pray for your wife. First, pray. And know that God will never leave you in that journey. And there's always hope for him to redeem. And the hope is a name, and it's Jesus. So it's one of the fights I see, and I tell guys all the time, this is a winnable war. Guys talk to me about pornography, and like, I'll always be addicted to it. I said, no, it's winnable. My marriage is in shambles, bro. We haven't had sex in years. Like, I don't even like her anymore. It's a winnable war. Like, do you want to fight for what matters, or do you want to fight for things that will fade and never satiate your soul? I want my kids to look at dad and say, that was a man that fought for what mattered. I don't give a shit what the whole world says about me. If my kids hate me, like, I want my kids to be around my deathbed and be like, yes, he's going home. Like, he did what he wanted to do. He's finished, and I see it in his eyes. He's ready to go. My dad finished his race, and he's going home.
I love that, dude.
Thanks, bro.
When God called you to acting, Haley Bobay, your wife, who is an amazing actress in her own right, so go follow her if you guys can.
She's amazing.
When you told her, hey, we're going to act, she didn't hesitate and said, let's do it.
Yeah.
Why was she so confident?
Well, she's a brilliant performer. She's a brilliant actor. She actually went to school for Oklahoma City University, one of the best schools in the country. That's where Christian Chenoweth went. I mean, my wife can sing and perform better. I was with her when she sang to us the national anthem to a sold-out arena in Oklahoma City Thunder game. They're playing the Bulls. That woman is more talented than most humans I've ever been around. So she has the performance side. It was so vulnerable for me to tell her what I felt like God just told me, because she knows acting and is brilliant at it, has done musical theater. And man, she gets on set and she's right at home. And a director can ask her to do 15 different takes and all these. Her and my son have like photographic memories. I have a really strong long-term memory, but it takes me a while to get there. Where they can memorize it fast and perform. And it's where my family, I see them, the passion ignites. My son's actually in Austin today doing a fitting for a commercial he landed, and I watch him land commercials, and he's up for a big film as the lead, a Hollywood film right now. He's just submitted his audition over the break, and Christmas, New Year's break. He's such a performer, but he watches me and I share with him, and why I won't take certain things, why my relationship with the Lord is the most important thing. Because he might remember what I say, but he'll never forget what I do.
Amen.
And my wife and I try to exemplify that with acting and decisions. And he'll see the disappointment, and the Lord has been really clear for me to share disappointments with our kids. We talked about that last night, of just sharing it with your family, of disappointments and setbacks and failures. Because if you never learn how bad losing sucks, this is why people joke about it, but participation trophies are such a cancer inside the adult and the young soul, because you have to learn how bad losing sucks before you can appreciate how to steward winning.
It also takes away from those that worked really hard to win.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like really hard. Winning is so hard. So when you get those chances, you want to celebrate it. And then you have to prepare for the next.
Yeah, one of the things that's interesting about this part of the conversation too, I mean, you're both auditioning, you're both facing rejection, you're both dreaming.
Yeah.
Is that harder on your marriage, or does that bond you guys?
Oh, both. Yeah, great question. It's so hard sometimes when you're both actors. And like, I got a call from a producer about a show that I'm in the final running for in April, May. And I got off the phone and I was talking to my wife, and all of a sudden I saw sadness in her eyes. So when you're sometimes she's my biggest fan. I'm her biggest fan. But when you're trying to win and somebody else wins, your immediate action can be sadness and the feeling of like, dang, I wish that was me right now. And you have those moments, but it's hard, man. It's hard when you're both in that same arena and you're going for it. And she has a huge audition right now for a big show out in Atlanta. She might get it, and I want her to get it. But when you're both in that arena together, it gets really, really hard.
Yeah, throw some kids in there. That's some perfect recipe.
Oh, man. Yeah. It's really hard.
You've brought your kids up with a certain tenacity and this fervor for life. You're very honest and vulnerable with your kids. You've talked about that a lot. What is parenting in today's world, especially with you and your wife both being involved in acting and your kids are acting? We haven't really talked about that. What's that like?
Yeah, so it's something that we all know. Every man knows that they will possibly remember what we talked about earlier, what you say. They're going to remember what you do. And there's an African proverb that says, if you want to go there's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And that is so powerful with a family. If you want a family that's going to go far, you've got to go together. And what does going together look like? Let's break it down really practically. If I want to go on a trip to Florida by myself, I put on AirPods, I get on a plane, I tune everything out, I watch an action movie, I land, get a rental car, and I go experience the beach. What does it look like with kids and your wife? You got to think about their snacks and their wants and their programs and their shows and their sleep and their comfort and their enjoyment. And you have to think about so much more than yourself. It slows everything down. But in that process, I've learned you live an example for them. You teach them, you show them, you go through it with them. Where one of my buddies, he's a former SEAL, Ray Kerr, says that we need to make a mission for our minutes. And every minute with your kids needs that mission behind it. So if you look at your minutes with your kids like bullets, you make sure that everyone is aimed at the target that you want to be hitting and accomplishing. We have too many guys that are like, oh, I'll do it later. I'll just go home and I'll scroll on my phone and I'll do this and I'm going to go out.
Oh, I'm guilty, man. I can't tell you how many times I've gone to bed like, man, I could have done better today. I could have spent more time. I could have spent more meaningful, more impactful time with my son, with my daughter. Yeah.
Because what do people want? So I'm just as guilty. I don't want anybody to think, oh, Cody hasn't figured it out. I'm going to tell you, I don't. But the thing that I have is the ability to get back up again and keep trying. So when I have those days when I screw up, the fundamental side of a human being is they want to be heard. That's what this podcast is. It allows people to be heard. Your kids want to be heard. They don't want to be taught all the time. So any dad listening, listen to your kids. Don't be like, oh man, come on. When I was a kid, you don't have no idea how hard it was. You guys have it. No, listen, empathetically listen. Because if you do that to me and we're grown men, I'm like, go take a hike. Your kids want to be understood and they want to be understood where they're at. And then they want to be encouraged. And then they want questions answered. And I found the best way to teach a kid a Bible and a biblical worldview for me is by answering the questions they have along the way, not sitting in my living room, teaching a sermon to them. They don't remember those sermons, but they do remember, hey, Dad, I have a question about this. What does the Bible say about it? You're going forward and you're seeing things. You're seeing historical things. You're seeing just life. You're seeing questionable things on TV and they ask you that question. But what do they know with Dad? Every day they wake up, they're going to walk in the living room when I'm home and they're going to see Dad awake before them, having coffee, reading my Bible, journaling. They're going to know the rest of their life. They see this man pursuing an invisible God that sees the tangible. You see it in my life, God's tangible hand of blessing around me. Even though it's not financial sometimes, you see that family and say, it's a blessed family. You want your kids to see consistency in you. And when you speak, they want to know what you have to say and they respect it. So that's tricky because we got to live it.
Yeah, you told me a story. I mean, hopefully you don't mind I share it, but your son, who you're very close to, ADHD, dyslexia, super smart, overactive brain.
Yeah.
You had a really bad thunder and lightning storm and it scared him and he came in your room at 2:00 in the morning. How did you handle that? I think this is really important. I know the answer, but
I'm not sure which story I told you at that, but there's times where I just have got pissed. And I want him to be something that he's not, and that. Sometimes I've handled it really well. Sometimes I handled it really poorly. Let me talk about the time I handled it poorly. I got really pissed and made him feel ashamed for being scared. And I set up a thing on my floor because I don't let my kids sleep in my bed. I feel like that's one fundamental for married couples. They need to keep their marriage bed for them. The moment you allow kids to constantly sleep inside your bed is the moment sex becomes maybe a later thing, and the fastest way to destroy a man and a marriage is sex and money. So protect those things very carefully. But I made him feel really bad, and he's the sweetest kid in the world. He was scared. And the Lord gave me a picture of how kind he is with me when I'm scared. And I sat with my son the next morning, and I apologized to him. I said, hey, bud, will you forgive me? I'm sorry. Dad gets scared a lot. I'm going to tell you about a time recently I was scared. He's like, you get scared? Yeah, bud, I get scared. It's not lightning, but life has a whole bunch of monsters that come out. And he's like, oh, okay, cool. Well, you're strong and you get scared, so I'm strong, right? Yeah, you're strong. So I think it's the constant asking for forgiveness when you see a little dude that's you're irritated because he's interrupting your precious sleep time, whatever. But I didn't handle that time wrong. So I'm not sure what time we talked about. But there's other times where I handled it really well and it was super kind. But I feel like parenting is a constant story of needing forgiveness and guiding with your life, the purpose and direction you want that kid to go. Because eventually we're going to die. And this life is so freaking hard. Hopefully they can remember a few things we did right.
Hopefully. Your son needs to learn how to become a man by you. I mean, I think that's super important, especially with fathers with sons, especially. I mean, daughters is a whole separate conversation. Yeah. Why is that so important? And that's not a task you can delegate to other people.
Yeah. So I see that a lot inside the American Christian church where dads think they can delegate the discipleship of their kids to the youth pastors and the church curriculum and the student programs. But your son will have one biological dad. And the moment that biological dad makes a decision to be an impactful father, you see that son as you can help him become better, stronger, and more effective than you've ever been in your life. And it's not going to be through sharing your successes with him. It's going to be through sharing your failures and weaknesses. And you're going to share with that kid of, buddy, there's nothing you can tell me that I probably haven't done or thought about doing. So we have a thing with my son called Steak and Sex, and I recommend any guy with kids going to puberty with a boy to have these moments. We take them out for a steak dinner, and it's a guy date, and we'll go see a movie after, whatever. But when we have that steak, mom and sister aren't around, and you can ask me any question you have about sex and that. And it allows and it cultivates for him an atmosphere to be able to come ask me and say, hey, my dad is on my side. Because I say this ever since I've written books to the masculine soul inside churches, I can tell how you interact with the Heavenly Father and how strong your relationship is by how you handle failure. If you run and hide, you don't know God's heart. If you run and confide in God's presence, you get God's heart. When you run and say, Dad, crap, can you help me? You get his heart. But maybe you had a terrible upbringing, and maybe you don't have a picture of the Heavenly Father, who he really is.
Or maybe you didn't have a father.
Maybe you didn't have a father. Oh. When you realize he's a perfect, good father, and you can run to him and sit with him, and he's not going to abuse you, and he's not going to shame you. He's going to sit with you, love you, empower you, and say, hey, that's why I sent my son to die on a cross, so you can live and be forgiven. So stand up, warrior. You got this.
empowering youth pastors versus, you doing it.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
Both have to exist. It takes a village to raise a family, and I can't do it alone. So I have to be aware. I'm friends with my son's youth pastor. I have to be aware of what he's teaching my son. That's okay if he's not teaching things that I biblically align with, as long as my son is being discipled by me. If I die on my way home today, God's going to hold me accountable for the discipleship of my son. How am I doing with that? What's his biblical literacy? I'm shocked. I give my kids' friends a ride to certain places, and I was asking Bible questions. Like I'm a nerd with history and information. I'm going to ask some questions. Some of them know the answers, and some of them have no idea. And I've spoken at a couple youth conferences and youth groups. I don't like doing it. I barely like people. It's really hard to like other people's kids. Like, that's a hard demographic. But I really love making sure the man is aware. He's not the Al Bundy that is being forced to go to church. The man he's stewarding everything in his life, because I think a vigilant man is learning to be a successful husband and dad, to say, whether you believe it or not, demons are real. Angels are real. God is real. Hell is real. And those demons will hunt you. And I've talked with guys all over the world like you have. I've never met one person that doesn't believe in demons. Never. We'll all agree on demons. We all agree on angels. But the moment you start talking about Jesus and there's one way to heaven, then you can have some disagreements on it. But everybody believes in demons. And those demons will hunt your ass. And if you're not careful, they're going to hunt you and your family. And with a broken heart, I can tell you, I've been on the speaking circuit with dudes that I thought were the best dudes on the planet that are in jail the rest of their lives for things I never thought that they would commit sexually. I had no idea it was happening. And I'm a really good judge of character, but I can't see through the lies and the facade that you're putting on and you have in front of you. I do not blindly trust anybody with my kids. So I want to know what they're learning. I want to know I have to be intentional. And I think intentional parenting from a dad changes the culture, and instigating conversations is a very important thing. Your kids care way more about what they're going through than what you have to teach them.
It's a great point. How do you, obviously we've talked a lot about your son, and we've talked about, masculinity through this whole podcast, but what's it like raising a daughter? And how does that fit into your life? Because I know she's a big part of your life.
Oh my gosh, she is. I don't want to say it's easy, but I was not raised with a female in my house, so I love my son like crazy. My daughter's like, if I'm not like today before this podcast, she texted me and said, "Hey, Dad, I'm praying for you. I hope it goes great. I'm sorry you have allergies." And she's so attuned to what's going on in my life. It's not easy. It's way different. But you're raising somebody as a daughter where you have that intimate relationship where I'm her best friend. That's what she thinks of me. And I remind her constantly, I'm not your best friend. I'm your dad. So when I take away things from you, when I discipline you, and when you talk to me, I'm not a 13-year-old best friend. But she's like, I don't care. You're my best friend. I'm like, good. I'm glad. But she had this boy that she was liking, and we have a conversation about it. And I always say, like, you want my blessing and mom's blessing on any relationship. And I want you guys to learn relationships, but you're not just going to flippantly walk into, you have a girlfriend or boyfriend now. That boy will have to get to know me, and I will have to say yes to that character. And and I tell my kids, I was a 13-year-old that was an alcoholic that was starting to get blowjobs from girls at that age. I need you guys to understand what's out there. I'm not afraid for you. I'm going to train and develop you, and I'm going to help protect you. And that's what dads do. Dads are the shepherd of their family. They help shepherd to say, I'm going to have a rod and a staff. I'm going to discipline you, and I'm going to break the neck of anything that comes close to you.
How do you find the balance between helicoptering and, trying to keep them safe without being so overprotective that you push them towards the thing that you're trying to keep them from?
Yeah. Ooh, it's tough. It's always knowing you'll never find that perfect balance. But it's instigating conversations. Your kids have to be comfortable with you to ask you really hard questions. So our kids will get done with youth group or get done with a social function and say, oh my gosh, I want to tell you about Dad. I want to tell you about this boy I really like. My son will be like, Dad, I saw this girl and she's beautiful. I want to talk to you about her. So you have to have lines of communication open first. And then you have to have the authority as a dad that they respect. Because if they want to talk with you as a friend, I had friends like that in high school. Their parents would buy us beer and alcohol. And it's like, I didn't respect them. Their kids didn't respect them. They were cool, but nobody respected them. You want your kids to have a level of respect for who you are. And then, I just view it like I'm a shepherd. So my kids are sheep. They 13 and 14 years old have no idea the evil out in this world. You and I, unfortunately, do.
Yeah.
So I shepherd them to say, is it safe for me to just give them, hey, get on TikTok and do your own thing and do? No, it's not safe for me and you to just scroll TikTok.
No. I have screen time on my own phone because there's times I can't control social media.
It's so it has to be targeted. It has to have purpose behind those minutes. And like Ray said, the weaponized to make every minute a mission and have it be on purpose for your destiny. We have to teach out with our kids of like, I have to do the work and dads have to do the work. I have to learn Fortnite so I know, hey, is there a turd out there talking to my kids? I want my kids to be able to play Fortnite. Like, I think it's awesome. It's really, if you haven't, play it and experience, it's fun. But guys can talk to your kids if you don't change the settings. So I don't want a 55-year-old guy starting to groom my son because I would murder him. And I'd be in jail. So I think that's a really big understanding of like, if you want to steward, it's going to take intentional focus. It's going to take intelligence, and you can't be lazy with it.
Yeah, parenting is hard work, man. I mean, and it's rewarding if it's done right. And look, I've had some failures. That's probably the reason why my story's not totally available in the realm because of some of my parenting failures that are, I'm still dealing with. And, I think it's, but you're never too old to learn. And, to the dads out there that are struggling with parenting, or you've made some mistakes, it's never too late to start over. The kids need their dads, man.
They need their dads.
I mean, they need their moms and their dads, but 96% of our audience is male, and they need their dads, dude. They look up to you. You are your son. I don't care who you are, man. You're your son's superhero. Yep. Put the phone down. Make time. We make time for the things that are important to us.
We do.
Make time for your kids, man. It's important.
Yeah, and ask them for forgiveness.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's shocking. They'll forgive.
Well, kind of as we close out this this episode, with some final thoughts. One of the things you also said was God's more concerned with the story than your feelings in the moment. Yeah. How do you think you try to live that?
Oh, that's really rough.
Yeah.
So one of my favorite poems is, I love poetry, and it's Ecclesiastes. It's the final poem that King Solomon wrote before he died. It's in the Bible. It's 13 chapters, but it's written to be listened to. The Old Testament is written to be listened to because it wasn't a massively published book back then. A lot of times when you gather, you see it in the book of Nehemiah, people gather together to hear the priests read it. So it's listening to the Bible is a really cool experience because you hear and learn different with auditory learning than you do with the visual learning. But in that, my favorite poem, Ecclesiastes, for any guy, I want you to listen to it. It's brilliant writing from the richest guy to ever walk on the face of the earth, had anything that he wanted. And he wrote in there that it's better to think about your day of death than it is house of celebration. It's better to think about the time that you're going to die than really trying to live in the house of laughter. So I think in our whole journey with life, if we can really understand, I think every guy, if you really think, how do I want people to talk about me once I'm gone? Because I can tell you about myself, but I learned fast in speaking to men. I don't care what you tell me. That's great. I want to see how you treat your wife. When you asked me to stay with you, I was like, yeah, cool. I just want to see how you treat your wife. I want to see how you treat your kids. That tells a lot more than anything you could ever tell me about what you've accomplished by the way you treat your family. And you treat your family very honorably. You love them. You kiss your kids. And I saw that. Show me that, and I'll give you grace for every mistake that you can make. But if you give me a whole bunch of bravado, then I see you're a dirtbag with your family. Those are going to be the people. I don't want a whole bunch of people when I'm my deathbed when I'm dying. I want them to say, man, that guy lived it. So I think by thinking that your time is finite on this earth, you will die, and how you spend it is extremely important.
Powerful, bro. Every meeting, every bit of time could be your last day, and you want to maximize every moment. That's something I've heard you say on more than one occasion. How do you actually live that? I mean, part of that seems exhausting, but part of that seems inspirational.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, it's the story, right? It's understanding that story, that God is writing a story with your life, and it's okay in Rocky that he had those hard times and had to sell his dog, because we know the end of the story. It's okay to see Rocky Balboa lose a fight, but you know Rocky IV is coming. It's okay to see him go through the hell crucible of getting ready to fight Ivan Drago, because we know the end of the story. And God knows the end of the story. And sometimes we have to trust his hand as he writes the hard chapters just as much as when he writes the good chapters. And I think understanding that part of life is one of the most important for men, that just because you're having a bad chapter doesn't define who you are as a man, what you're capable of, or what your destiny will look like.
Last advice to young Christian men growing up in this world, dude.
Yeah. Well, I'll plead with them like Paul did in Romans chapter 12. I plead with you. Paul was pleading. One of the most intellectual minds of his time. A guy that died for his faith, got whipped with a cat o' nine tails that's 39 times. He got whipped multiple times. He got stoned. They thought it was to death. He got shipwrecked. He got beat constantly for his faith, then eventually got his head cut off. And he said, I plead with you to offer your bodies to God as a living sacrifice, because this is your spiritual act of worship. To every young man listening and to every older man, I plead with you to offer your bodies a living sacrifice to God, because that's your spiritual act of worship. And we do not need more men that are existing inside of a body, taking up space and criticizing those of us that are in the arena, doing and trying and failing and getting the blood-stained foreheads and sweat all over us and the tears in our eyes. We need men that will offer their bodies a living sacrifice and step into the arena and be gladiators alongside of us, because I believe this is a winnable war. We need an army to fight it.
I don't know that it could be said better, brother.
Thanks, bro.
Where can people find you? You've got all kinds of stuff going on. We're going to have all the links, but I want people to hear it from you.
Yeah, I'd say the best way to kind of follow the story, first, the I68 Patreon, that's going to be so cool. I'd be honored for guys to join that. And even if it's $6.80 a month or the $16.80, you get a sweet shirt with that. But that would be number one. Number two is on social media. If they look me up on Instagram, I share a lot of my life on that. And you'll see and you'll follow along with a journey there to be able to see the books, the writing, the movies. And hopefully, my goal, I'm 40, I want the next 45 years of my life to be intense battle to take back territory that I believe the storytelling world is the promised land. I want to take back a part of that. One of my favorite tattoos is what I have here. It says, we can certainly conquer it. Caleb said that, Numbers 13:30. He was 40 years old. When he was 85, he got commissioned to go get that land called Hebron. It was in the promised land. And it's one of my favorite stories. He's 85. He talks to Joshua. They're the only two old men still alive. 85. He's like, Joshua, I'm stronger today than I've ever been in my life. Joshua's like, cool, man. You ready for your retirement? I'm going to give it to you. He's like, yes, I am. What land do you want? I want Hebron. And it's what I want to do the rest of my life. And I believe there's a Hebron inside of Hollywood. The reason that's so powerful is because he's 85 and there's one feared giant left in all of the land. And he lives in Hebron. And that feared giant that has been conquering and dominating people, Caleb's still thirsty for one more fight. He could have picked any land and Joshua would have given it to him. He picked the Bible says the only land still inhabited with giants. And that dude went and conquered those giants and set up his legacy from that point forward. I think there's a Hebron in Hollywood and I want it.
We're going to help you in any way we can, brother.
Thank you, Bo.
And I hope that the folks that are taking the time to listen to this podcast and follow us and follow what we're doing, we'll definitely go support Cody as well in his endeavors, because it's not just, it's for all of us. What he's building
Thank you, bro.
is for all of us out there. Well, as we close, man, I just want to personally say thank you.
Thank you.
From our very first communication up until this podcast, I mean, all my interactions with you has just been awesome. I mean, you're a super helpful person. You've opened up a lot of different things, ideas and given me a lot of, some pretty good counsel, if you will. And I'm super appreciative for that.
Thanks, bro.
And, it's just been awesome to get to know you. It's, I have a lot of respect for people. I've had some great people sit in that chair where you're sitting, and, for people to come and be vulnerable and be able to tell their fears and the things and their failures and be, just super honest, so that people can get better and do better. And I know that's your heart. I know that's been a lot of your story. I've been reading your, the devotional book. I read it every day. It's been super powerful. I have a men's fellowship group, and I've actually shared some of those things with them as well. And so, I hope if you're looking for a devotional and you're a man, it's an awesome, and obviously we'll put a link down there. So thanks for giving us a little bit of your time, man. It's hard fought. You've got a million things going on, a bunch of businesses, you're standing up stuff, and you still carved out a solid amount of time for us to hang out so that we could really do a solid podcast, man. And I hope that everybody's listening really enjoys that.
Thank you, brother.
To those of you that are listening and watching, I just want to say thank you, man. We just closed out 2025. Cody's our anchor for 2026, and we had an unbelievable year. It's still amazing. It's not even really real to me, to be honest with you, but we have that because of the support out there. So from the bottom of my heart, thanks for tuning in. If you're listening to this on Spotify or iTunes, I really appreciate it. If you could, follow us, click the subscribe, leave a comment. We read them all. It would really help our algorithm push this farther. If you're on YouTube and you're not subscribed, please subscribe. If you've stayed through this whole thing at this point, obviously you found value in it. It's free, and it helps us to be able to grow. We do have a merchandise store, www.thevanguardwall.com. We sell shirts, hats, sweatshirts, sun shirts. We use that money to pretty much fund this project. And we are starting a Patreon. Cody has definitely inspired me. We're going to start a Patreon. We're still kind of carving out what that's going to look like. It should be up and running, hopefully, by the time this airs. And hopefully you guys will find value in it. And it's just another way that you can support this movement. This is a lot more than a podcast. And I hope you are learning that this is a movement. You're a part of that movement. If you're listening to this, you're part of the tribe. Whatever reason brought you here, whatever tuned you into the story, you're a part of this. Without you guys, I wouldn't have a podcast. So from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you to all you guys. And everybody out there, man, stay safe. And if you can't be safe, be violent out here.